Hmm? Come here, Bobby. Oh, Josh. What's happening to Jason? What, Bobby? Hey, Blue. Look at the dog. Look at the dog.
Oh, whatever.
I am back. We're back.
Yeah.
We're back now, ever.
No, I didn't really like
I noticed.
You got, leave your body.
Yeah. What? What?
What?
You said it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep.
What?
Alright.
What?
Alright.
Where is it going?
I'm watching. No, not allowed to watch play the dog?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Oh, you got your bone. That's gone.
What was your dream about the other day?
What?
You said you had a bad dream the other day. Curious, what was it? I have a feeling it might be a drug dream. Is that possible?
No.
Because usually you tell me.
What a youth dream?
A what?
Like childhood dream, maybe?
Oh, yeah, okay.
I've been having a lot of those lately, but not bad ones that much.
So you woke up the other morning, you said you had a bad dream, and I asked you what about, and you said, I want to talk about it.
Probably bad. Boogaloo. I think the fatness in your eyes, it eyes are like sparkling. Sparkling the sound of bacon.
I know, I taught him well.
Maybe.
Huh?
I love it.
I know.
They like it.
Okay, well, I'm a little busy.
Let's do that. Boop, beep, 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 boop, boom. Beep, beep, boop, boop. Boop, beep, boop, boop,
In there.
beep, beep, beep. Boop, beep. Boop, boop, boop. Boom, 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 boom. Beep, boop. Beep, beep, beep.
Woo.
Oh.
Oh my god, it's the tiniest dog in the planet. Oh, it's so little, I hate it. I don't know, it's like a little fucking bichon. So much meat.
Let's go. Losing it.
Losing it.
Losing it. Losing it. Losing it. Oh yeah. Losing it.
Okay.
Like
Woo!
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You got it? I can hear the resonance of the guitar. My voice resonates in the guitar.
President. Guitar.
Okay. What do you want? English muffin, bagel, or bread? English muffin and toast?
English muffin with my eggs and bagel with your cheese.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can make one of each if you eat the three of them.
If I what?
You can have half a bagel, half a muffin.
Okay, sure. You do that. Okay.
They gave me choice. I'm like, I want all of them.
Woo. Okay, then you get all of them.
Oh, stupid.
Why?
I have not item on the table.
I'll get it. Okay. Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, I threw it a little bit hard.
No, I got it.
The had.
My face.
Literally be an arm's length of me and overhand whip it at me. I'm like, why did you think that was necessary? Super not Nessa. Jeez. My nana used to make runny eggs. My nana, she used to make runny eggs. Might be a Scottish thing though. Worst eggs ever. Okay. Come on. a tuner on it.
Huh?
There's a tuner on it. Oh. Got it.
You got it open?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what happened?
I broke one of the tab things off.
I don't think you have the choice.
No.
What? Broken?
Kidding. Okay. Okay, I should come on.
Why are you dying, sir? Wait. Oh my god, food. Oh my god. Food. Food. Thank you, baby.
Hmm.
Ow.
Hmm. I love my new place. My new zebra place. Oh.
Quick, eat before you know.
Mm-hmm. What's left? There's no way you're eating all that.
I got it. Cheese?
Want cheese?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Why are you sorry?
Because you've done so much already.
Oh, that's okay. That's the whole point. You buy me paint, I make you food. Meh. I don't know. Too much banana maybe. Banana. Okay. Good? Like it? Okay. Give me the death stare. Like a fucking feral dog having its food taken away.
That's a lot of cheese.
Well, you said you want cheese. You got cheese. Just said easy on the cheese, please.
Huh?
That's stupid. I think it's funny. Yay, now the cheese fits in the cheese compartment. Ugh. It's a lot of work. All I do is work.
All you do is work.
Obsessed with twerking. Disgusting. Okay. Hmm. 18.
Ah!
This is a fucking trick.
What?
This stupid donut stuff.
What?
Cause, okay, so it makes you buy the pan for donuts.
Yeah.
Has a cup of vegetable oil in it. A whole cup.
Huh?
Has a whole cup of vegetable oil in it.
Right.
And it says it makes about 18 donuts. But the donut tray is for 12 donuts.
Well, of course. Baby, how many sausages in a pack of sausages and how many bread in the pack of bread? 12 sausages and 10 bread, always.
How the fuck do you even know that?
Because you know why there's 13 holes on the
On a cracker?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
sound different?
Yeah, you're sad. You're so sad. So bored. Okay. All I do is work. Sorry, Mom.
Wow. I think maybe do it. Huh? Well, I think we do half.
How?
What?
Nothing really how.
Well, probably there. Wow. I fooled myself.
You're funny.
And I held on. What would you?
Look at you sulking. Remember when that pot coffee?
No.
I really don't want to.
Huh?
I really don't want to.
Deputy will be there, MP. We will have citizens speaking. The labor unit CSN has supported the AMOM, which is all the doctors of on the island of Montreal, all the family doctors. They're supporting us, and I'm a member of that organization also. We have the doctor support. There will be some nurses speaking, some people working in the Indians, workers who are not part of the nursing unit. So I mean, we got the support. I just think it's a lack of bureaucracy and lack of understanding. And I'm trying to make government officials and the administration of the BBRC more aware of what the issues are. I mean, we've been in close discussion with them for a long time. Our representative of our council positions are no longer president. I sit on our local committee. And I know that they've been working hard and trying to convince them of that need and to do it. Hopefully this will just bring pressure on and, the public awareness that will put pressure on the administration and UHC and the government to give us the recognition of a 7-bed unit, level 1. That's what we need, and we'll get the resources that go with it.
Do you have anyone confirmed from the government who's actually going to show up to this thing?
Well, it's been sent out to them. I don't know. I mean, our local Enrico Tony will be there. I know he's been in contact with them. I let them contact, and we send out our press releases, and I'll make sure that something gets to Mr. Dubé. Actually, you remind me about that.
Christian Dubé?
Christian
Dubé.
I think that's a good idea, just out of courtesy.
By the way, if you're a citizen and you want to be out there, you mentioned there'll be people speaking tomorrow. So this is tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock, out front of the Lachine General Hospital.
Oh!
So now we just call it the Lachine Hospital, the old St. Joseph, 650 16th Avenue, and we'll move 2 o'clock. And it's supposed to be a nice day.
Woo! We should go!
Weather reports looks good.
Okay. Listen, good luck to you. It's nice to see you're still advocating.
That fucking
It's definitely needed. So, Dr. Seth, thanks so much.
that hospital is actually amazing. They take elderly people so they don't have to go in old folks' homes.
Lachine Hospital, and just as I said, it seems to his point, kind of ridiculous. He spends over $200 million and not allow them to have a 7-bed ICU unit. But again, you can get.
Are you serious?
Live up there or close to there. I think it helps everybody, as he said.
This whole thing has been a fucking scam, that fucking stupid construction project.
I promised Chris I would do this yesterday. So we had a little get together last night in the building for Ken Connors, who is officially, of course, retired from doing the weekend show here, but he's still going to be back every now and then. And And Dr. Chris Labos was
Doesn't
there.
go for work.
I knew it was him because he's the only one who came wearing a tie. So that's how you knew, he's a doctor. I guess they did that. They don't know what non-formal is. So he has a couple of sessions coming up for his book. We talked about this before. It's actually doing very, very well. So if you'd like to meet and greet, as they say, Dr. Chris Labos and Ken Connors is going to be there. They're doing this together. He will be on an Indigo Brassard today from 6 to 9. So that's tonight from 6 to 9. And then tomorrow at the Indigo Place Montreal Trust, right downtown on St. Catherine. And that will be tomorrow from 11 to 1. Okay, and we'll do some readings from Dr. Labos' book, Coffee Causes Cancer, and I can't remember the rest of these, but I think that's enough for you to remember what it's called. So that's again tonight and tomorrow. Get yourself a chance to get down there, take a look, and maybe get a copy of the book. Sit in as they read words from it. All right, let's get to traffic. CJD on the drive with Lauren Glazer right now. Lauren?
Aaron, we're seeing more volume on the eastbound side of the T-Can, starting after Avenue St. Charles, running out to the Latour Bridge. More volume before Cavity started popping on the eastbound Manhattan between Lac-Royder and Anjou. Southbound 25, that's pretty difficult between Beaubien and the tunnel. Earlier on, we did have a stall towards the end of the tunnel itself. On the westbound side of the Met, it does have delays too between Lac-Royder and Décarie. For northbound 13, it's a busy drive now between Quebec and Henri Bourassa, again between Dagenet and the 640. Westbound side of the 20, delays there between Turcotte and Norman, again before Antier-Cabotel and Dale Perot. Also pretty busy on the eastbound side of the 20 between 55th and 1st Avenue.
So like the whole 20?
On the 2024 Sierra 1500. Visit gmcoffers.ca for details. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 4 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Coming up next, Amanda Lang, taking a look at some business stories in the news this week, starting with the federal budget and the much talked about capital gains tax. That's next.
I hope you can join us. Of course, we'll get you caught up from your weekend with Andrew Carter. That's me. And the rest of the team, Tom Mulcair, John Moore. Oh, Dr. Mitch Schulman is back at 7:50.
Hate him.
Why stretching isn't always the answer to sore muscles. And Leslie's back will make a special visit to tell you how to prevent spikes in your blood sugar. The Andrew Carter Morning Show.
By not eating
5 to 9.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous.
insulin.
To blame for those sleepless nights? Talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The Time to Switch event is on now.
95.9 Virgin Radio is your hit.
And here's the shot.
You're the hits first. From Montreal's #1 music station.
95.9 Virgin Radio.
Lubavitch encourage every Jewish woman and girl to join in lighting Shabbat candles
Okay.
this evening at 7:28. The inspiring holiday of Passover
Thirdly,
begins
eh?
this coming Monday
Oh.
evening, April
There
22nd.
you go.
No chametz at all may be eaten. For Monday morning at
Okay, but it's
10:04
just on a walk.
Tuesday night, April 30th at
Hey,
9:15
baby.
p.m. All chametz
Yeah.
must be sold through a rabbi
Oh.
or
Okay, go
burned
die.
before 11:27 a.m. Monday morning, April 22nd. For more information, please visit
No.
Shabbat.org. Today, the 11th of Nisan, marks the 122nd birthday of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Schneerson of Blessed
Schneerson.
Who taught us to make the world a better place by increasing
Make
our
the world a
acts of
better
goodness and
place.
kindness.
Ah, by nuking him?
Legacy of the Rebbe alive. Every mitzvah you do.
Like, I don't know where this comes from. Like, the answer to war is not more bombs.
Of Mashiach. The women of Lubavitch wish everyone the world over a joyous and kosher.
Except Palestine.
People often wonder why Truck Month is the perfect time to buy, say, a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Well, if it were barbecue month, it'd be the perfect time to buy a barbecue. If it were adopt a kitten month, it'd be the perfect time to adopt a kitten. And if it were install flashing neon lights under your car doors month, well, you'd probably pass. During GMC Truck Month, get a $6,500 cash purchase credit on selected 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
Experience the finest dining and top entertainment on the South Shore at Morella's Restaurant in Ganawagi. Mouth-watering dishes to please all tastes and palates. From fresh fish to oysters, from sushi to the best dry-aged steaks in the city, without forgetting their wine cellar and cocktails. You'll only find the freshest ingredients and highest quality at Morella's. Only 15 minutes south of downtown on the West Island, next to Magic Palace.
And we
on
swear we
Lot
won't be
32.
rated.
Reservations on open table or 450-635-9765.
Hi, I'm Paul Filciano, and I am Meldrum the Mover. Thinking of setting up a new home on another Beach and Kim Meldrum International Call. Take it away, girls.
Call 514-481-1122. Meldrum the Mover.
Attention all home buyers, incredible news. At Condos and Penthouses in Nova de Zorbo offers a mortgage rate of just 3.99%. That's right, 3.99%.
Only 700,000.
Our units boast the largest size in the area with amenities like a spa, terrace, gym, and children's park. Secure your dream home today at 3.99%.
Well, 30 kids in the park. What are you going to stop?
Learn more at Condos Wallwood.
And say you're full-time mommy.
Conditions apply. Limited time offer. Visit sales office for details. Spring is here, and it's time for a change at Mega Kia Brossard. Opt for an SUV like the Seltos, Sportage, Sorento, or the Telluride. Go to Mega Kia Brossard to get your new Kia now. Mega Kia Brossard.com. The next model max jackpot is 70 million plus 13 max millions. An astonishing jackpot. Astonishing, thrillingly beautiful. So exciting you won't be able to breathe. Crave presents the new HBO original limited series starring Jen Book and Robert Downey Jr. Only the Spy Sisters must buy. The Sympathizers. On Crave. Starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe at crave.ca. Because you don't want to miss a thing. Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
It is time to check in with Amanda Lang, business reporter with B&M Bloomberg and host of Taking Stock, which can be heard anywhere on the iHeartRadio network. So Amanda, I guess we'll start with the budget. I'm sure you've been talking about this for the past couple of days. So let's drill down a little bit and talk about the big part, I guess, as far as what's being talked about the most. That's this capital gains tax change. What are you hearing? Because I'm now starting to see people saying, wait a second, this is not going to hurt what the government said is just the ultra wealthy. It's going to maybe hurt a lot more than they're telling us.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is it will impact people with more money than most, so not the ultra wealthy. And the initial reaction to this, Aaron, was a little
So
bit
just the
of
mostly wealthy.
I think there had been fears that you might see a wealth tax or some kind of bigger picture thing. This is a tweak to an existing tax that in some ways, if we're honest, makes it more fair. It treats the capital gain a little bit more like income, and we can debate whether that is good sense or not. The thing that's hard about it is it does capture, 300,000 corporations, and that includes like incorporated dentists, doctors, lawyers, and it'll capture about 40,000 regular folks who have capital gains on the sale of, say, a cottage or some investment. It's a really big issue that's causing problems, and it changes people's planning a little bit. You might not want to sell your cottage.
Oh no, not your cottage!
It's going to save you some tax money.
Not your recreational home! What was me?
People selling things in advance of it in order to keep more of their gains.
So you brought up the corporate part of this, which is, I guess, the part that we're now trying to understand. Does this hurt businesses potentially doing business here if they're going to be faced with this kind of tax? They
Yeah.
go somewhere else. Is that
Yes.
part of consideration?
Yes.
I'm a little skeptical of that.
Oh,
complaint.
fuck off.
And again, when taxes change, it does create problems because people make plans based on the old tax and they have to rejig their thinking.
Like, I'm having a stroke.
Trouble. But, I don't believe for a minute that the pace of business investment in this country is going to be much dampened. And I'll tell you, the big picture reason for that is where we want to see business investment is at the biggest corporate level. That's where we don't see it. And that's because we've heard time and again of a lack of competition and we don't have free trade.
So no worries, you'll have your daily Amazon packages.
On the tax treatment side, we're pretty competitive with other jurisdictions. And by the way, this increase in the capital gains makes us equal to the U.S. What they already do. So
Fantastic.
the whole notion that somehow business is going to stop investing is kind of irrelevant. At the entrepreneurial level, will people not, take a gamble? We did actually create a new lifetime exemption for entrepreneurs, and there's a bunch of incentives for businesses.
Oh, incentives!
So I think it's
Nice.
I actually don't buy that. I understand why people are seeing it because they're upset and it's an easy kind of low-hanging fruit argument, but I just don't buy that it's going to hurt business investment.
You're retarded, Ben. You're honestly actually retarded.
That's not for productivity in the country. We already know Canada. I think we're second worst only ahead of Japan as far as GDP for productivity. Is there anything in this budget that says, okay, we're addressing that, and here's how we're doing it?
To be honest, I did see some things I really liked. There's about
Good for you, lady.
$1 billion in total spending on things that should juice productivity and growth, including, for instance, there's a whole suite of things that I think is worth $750 million over 5 years. The businesses can immediately write off investment in new technology. And
Yeah, like having a parking lot that supports fucking electric cars.
That's the
Wonder what? Oh god, I almost fucked up.
No! You get a credit for it. That is powerful stuff. There was also, at the margin, things like increasing grants by hundreds of millions of dollars, increasing the student grants from 3,800 to 4,200. Those are totally forgivable grants. This is good stuff. It takes long
You
to
think?
solve the problem, but this
So more people can come here and use up our schools.
So, Amanda, I'm going to ask you for a bit of a political assessment here with respect to the fact that now, by introducing this capital gains tax, you kind of take away some of the power of the opposition to look at this and criticize it, because that would make it seem like you are, in fact, taking the side of those who have that money.
I mean, you could look at it that way. It's hard to deal with taxes once they're in place because people make plans around them. So,
how many cars do you have? How many vacations do you go on annually?
We'll put this back where it was.
Are your kids in private school?
It does benefit,
Do you pay your kids' phone bills still, even though they're 30?
To be hit with this, you might have a cottage, you might have an inheritance, you might have any number of things that actually captures you, and you don't feel super rich.
Oh no, I inherited generational debt. That's what I inherited.
Probably here to say, and I will add this, Eric.
I didn't get to spend money.
More than it has, right? We're in a deficit. Unless we're going to demand that they hold the line on spending, they have to raise revenue, right? We cannot keep going deeper and deeper into deficit because that's debt that we're piling up for future generations. So if we are going to argue that they should be a balanced budget, you better look for tax increases somewhere. So we're kind of getting what we deserve in a way.
All right, let me go back to perhaps an even bigger story, Amanda. The world of chocolate apparently is in crisis. Oh my, what's up?
Well, this one has been something we've known about, but it is worsening. I mean, this is has to do with climate change. It has to do with the fact that this is a commodity that's very concentrated in a few specific regions. And so when you see droughts in those regions, as we've seen, the price of cocoa has gone haywire. We're also seeing this incidentally with coffee in certain regions of the world. And the bigger, so short term, yes, your chocolate's going to get more expensive. It's an input cost in all kinds of things. So it's going to keep parts of the grocery aisle expensive for the foreseeable future. Bigger picture, I would say we're going to see more of this, unfortunately, because of extreme weather. We're going to see other commodities that are very localized from certain parts of the world. If they get hit, we're going to have to pay a price for it. So not a lot we can do about it other than, keep our eye on what we can do on climate change if you're inclined, and maybe cut down on your cocoa consumption.
So the message I'm getting is we should all sell our shares in Starbucks if we have them.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Well, I mean, if coffee prices are going to go up, it's at one point you're not going to want to spend $7 or $8 for a cup of coffee anymore. I know there's people saying, okay.
It definitely could be an issue.
Must be nice.
It'd be interesting to see where they source, because there are different regions. If they're smart, they're actually encouraging, sustainable farming in places where they can have good coffee sources. Coffee is a little less concentrated than cocoa, but you're right to watch it. That's something that that's where we feel these things, right? When it's a commodity price that goes up, it hits all kinds of different places.
And just finally, before I let you go, I would be remiss if I did not discuss the giant story of the week next to the budget, and that, of course, is the fact that Tim Hortons is now serving pizza.
Oh, for fuck's
Oh, I
sake.
thought you were going to talk about Taylor Swift. Good heavens.
Oh
Yeah,
my God,
Tim
I'm sorry, you're right.
Tim Hortons has been trying for a while to expand its menu further into the day.
Why? So they can pay for their fucking sexual assault charges? Oh no, that's coffee. My bad.
Commuting, and so we stopped our purchasing on our commute, and they quite cleverly introduced other times of the day to us so that we could walk from our home office or go at a different time. Pizza is sort of an extension of that. I think it's very smart, and they've been it's a really good example that companies that have sort of ingrained ways of meeting their customers, they can change and they can evolve. And Tim's has been doing it.
We shall see. Amanda, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Nothing on Taylor Swift. All right.
You bet.
Talk to you next week.
Bye.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The Time to Switch event is on now. Hi, this is Sabrina from Silver and Gold for Cash. We will pay the best rate guaranteed for all unwanted or broken jewelry. We will beat all competition, and you receive cash or check for your gold and silver on the spot. Come to Leonardo da Vinci Center, Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com. Whether you're renting out a downtown condo, a cottage, or an ancestral home, in Quebec, no matter what kind of rental property you have, a registration number is mandatory. Be sure to get your number, include it wherever your property is listed, online or off, and make sure your registration certificate is clearly in public view. It's the law. Learn more at quebec.ca/hébergement touristique. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News, Talk Radio, CJAD 800, and the iHeart Radio Station. Good afternoon, it's 4:01. I'm Jason Mayoff with a CTV News update. A few showers this evening. It's 12 degrees downtown. Weather details in minutes.
It does not feel like 12 degrees. Holy shit.
The man sets himself on fire outside Donald Trump's criminal trial. A woman stabbed at a motel in BG, and you can drink the water again on the South Shore. The latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Lauren Blazer.
Pretty
busy drive on the westbound side of the Met between Lacordaire and the DeCarry Exchange. See a lot of off and on both north down Laurentian, Notre Dame up to Mirabel, delays north down 13.
What does that do?
Again between St. Rose and the 640. Westbound side of the T-Cam pretty slow. Morgan to the Latour Bridge. Delays on the westbound side of the 20. Turcotte to Norman. Again before on St. Gilbert's already at the El Perot. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge. That is backing into Ville St. Pierre. During GMC Truck Month, enjoy amazing offers on the 2024 Sierra 1500. Visit gmcoffers.ca for details. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 4:15. In the news, a man was taken to hospital after setting himself on fire this afternoon outside of the courthouse where former U.S. President Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial is taking place. New York City Police Chief Jeffrey Madry says the man walked into the park across from the courthouse.
When he's in the park, he starts shuffling around his clothes. He opens up a book bag. From the book bag, he takes numerous pieces of papers, pamphlets out. He throws the pamphlets throughout the park. And then
nervy breaking.
Pours some kind of liquid on himself. A liquid we believe is an accelerant. And he lights himself on fire.
He says civilians.
You seem so traumatized.
The fire department eventually succeeded. The man is in hospital in critical condition.
He lived!
The jury has now been seated in Donald Trump's hush money trial.
After lawyers spent days quizzing dozens of New Yorkers, a jury of 12 people and 6 alternates is in place. They're vowing to put their personal views aside and impartially judge whether Trump is guilty or not.
As if Anthony's run out.
Next week. I'm Mike Hempel.
There's no way.
Out of danger after being stabbed this morning. Veronique Dubuc with Montreal Police says it happened at a motel at Saint-Jacques and Lily Simon in NBG.
A suspect allegedly attacked the victim with a sharp object and then fled the scene before the police arrived. The reason for the attack, as
I'll be sticking around.
the two people, is undetermined at this time.
The woman was conscious when she was taken to hospital. You can drink the water again on the South Shore. The city of Longueuil has lifted the boil water advisory for St. Bruno de Montarville and St. Joubert, saying samples they sent away for analysis came back normal.
That's like
The advisory was issued on Wednesday after a drop in water pressure. The Quebec Party has announced a date for its leadership convention, June 14th of next year. Anyone who wants to run will need to gather at least 750 signatures.
I don't think close that hotel.
In 12 regions of the province.
Like, what is on the same job? Except the legal fucking criminals.
To determine whether there's enough support for leadership.
Yeah, they're all fucking criminals on TikTok. Like,
Police, though, he's stopping short of condemning Israel for a suspected retaliatory strike in Iran today that Canada had got counseled against. Justin Trudeau says Canada condemns Iran's absolutely irresponsible missile attack on Israel over the
you
weekend.
fucking
We need
idiot.
to move towards peace and stability in the region. We need de-escalation. We need not to escalate further, and that action by Iran
You just escalated it. That just escalated it.
dangers of seeing far more escalations.
He also again called for more Syrian aid to flow into
We're
the Gaza
fucked.
Strip
We're
and
fucked.
for Hamas to lay down
Yeah,
its
but
arms
Oh.
Israeli hostages. For all the news,
I get fucking bombed by our own fucking weapon.
Speaker to
I
save
know.
play CJAD 800. Your next
Baby, I love you.
news update is at 4:30.
I love you.
Okay, we're gonna die because you do.
Yay.
Until the shock wears off. The surprises keep
Well,
coming on a new episode of The
Yeah,
Masked
the
Singer.
basement.
Get into it Wednesday at 8 on
Oh no!
A very badly painted basement.
You're gonna stay upstairs and like, no! I'm never going back to the basement! Just gonna wait for it. That's all.
Well, we're going to continue continue to see those winds gusting overnight. When I was driving in today, I saw people bracing themselves because the winds are feeling quick right now, gusting up to 40 kilometers an hour.
Oh my God.
And yeah, we're expecting to see periods of rain, but it looks like by around 9 o'clock that system will have pushed eastward. It's going to sit under partly cloudy skies, a low of 6 degrees, which is mild for this time of year. Tomorrow we're seeing sun and clouds and 10 degrees as our daytime high. Once again, dealing with winds gusting up to 40 kilometers an hour. I should note that 10 degrees is the daytime high. It's slightly on the cooler side. Normally we're around 12 degrees this time of year. Sunday, also dealing with sun and clouds and 9 degrees. So it's not going to be a particularly warm weekend, but
Is it what?
No, it's not. But at least for this summer, it looks like we're not going to see any precipitation, and we have a stretch of about
I'll come get it. Hang on.
3 to 4 days where we won't be seeing any rain. So I think that's the most we can ask for this time of year. And after all, we do need the wet weather. We've been seeing some droughts across the province, and you know, and those people that are gardening in come May, they'll appreciate it when the grass is nice.
Anything beyond the weekend? Are we getting back to warmer weather next week? Do you see anything?
It looks like Tuesday we're going to be back to where we should be, but nothing like in the 20s. And we do have a couple of cooler days later on in the week. So, you know, it's not the best, but it's also going to be worse. How's that?
There is that, yeah. Thank you, Lauren. Have a great weekend.
You as well. Take care.
All right, let's go to James Menny. He's next.
James Menny, brought to you by Gilbert and Daughter, where thousands of new spring items are coming in all the time. Gilbert and Daughter, 49 Donaghy in Point Claire.
What the city is talking about. This is Montreal Now on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
That is James Menny. He is over at the Montreal Gazette. So, Jim, let me start off with the story. We'll get to the other stuff in a sec. But today, they actually announced the Provincial Liberal Party, Jim, when their leadership run is going to start.
That's right. I penciled in somewhere on my calendar. I believe it's June of 2025. I don't know what the hell I'll be doing in June of 2024, but I'm sure that they will get to that date unscathed. I'm sure the public's interest will be 30% focused. And it's plenty of other hijinks that we ourselves been watching. Maybe in the see more a larger slew of potential candidates or declared candidates. So far, nobody is declaring themselves officially for the leadership. But yeah, I don't change my position. I think they're waiting too long. I think there's a gap that needs to be filled that's becoming painfully apparent.
Painfully apparent.
I've made it clear that things can turn on a dime. Which is fine. They can turn on so maybe we'll turn on live next time. Or maybe it won't. Maybe by then you'll have an entirely different infrastructure of power there, and you guys will be so frozen out you could, you know, it doesn't matter who you get, you're not gonna you don't have a hope in hell of forming a government or perhaps even forming the opposition. But yeah, I get so uncomfortable. When I look at the dates for this, when I look at the way this is going to unfold, when I look at the details that are there. It's kind of, you know, once again, this is not at the federal level. We're the liberals, you're not. We're going to do whatever we want, and believe me, we know what we're doing. Even though the record suggests amazingly that no, you don't. You guys are running out of rope to maintain yourselves as a relevant force in Quebec politics.
So, you know, I can't remember who I was talking to yesterday about this, but it came up, and someone basically gave me the idea that even though we don't talk about it a lot, and I think Carl Blackburn was the last big name we had talked about, but I heard this person mention that he thinks so far maybe 7 or 8 people already expressing an interest in this. Have you heard that?
No.
Okay.
And I'll be straight up with you, okay? I'm a nerd. I know who Carl Blackburn is, okay? I'll bet you right now, all of our listeners out there, the little cartoon question mark went over their head. Like who? Yeah, I think this is what
that's really going to be the scenario, Jim, regardless of who ends up running. They're not profile people here. The people who
listen to.
Yeah.
Let's stop right there.
Buddy, they were talking all the experts, all the insiders, saying, that champagne bottle there in that federal minister of industry, he's going to be, they'd love to get a great get, blah, blah, blah.
No.
Listen to out there. So what's out there now may be as valuable. The fact is, it's difficult. I believe that you and I are genuinely interested in this, apart from the fact that we also get paid to talk about it. But the other thing is, I'm not entirely sure, Aaron. The general public, the general normal working public, shares our interest in this particular topic. And you have to get the public on side if you want to actually form a government. That is not happening, and I'm seeing nothing. I may be completely wrong, but I'm seeing nothing to indicate in the liberal plan, he said, making big fat giant air quotes, that's going to change.
Okay. We will leave it at that. Let me move on and talk about the other story. I'm going to go to this as our question when we come back. Big announcement today from the city laying out yet another project for the Hippodrome site. And this one, apparently, the difference is, and speaking of Valerie Plante, as we did on our podcast yesterday, this one involves, apparently, and I'm sure this is what she said, it involves federal money. So apparently money has been a big issue here, not coming from the provincial government. Now apparently all governments are on side. All three levels are. You think this makes a difference? Is this actually going to happen?
The podcast you mentioned is called The Corner Booth. We're happy to run it on the Montreal Gazette.com platform. And you posted a still from that interview with Madame la Mairesse. And Valerie Plante is renowned for her laugh. But this particular photo just captures her like almost falling out of her chair, emitting what is clearly a huge, right from the soles of her feet, belly laugh. And I saw that picture of you and her, and I said, what do you want to bet? That's exactly when he asked her, are you going to be extending Cavendish Boulevard? Okay? Because that to me is the message that we got. And a lot of people are scratching their heads today. Oh, we're going to have all kinds of housing units. We're going to have 20,000 housing units. Half of them are going to be social housing, affordable housing. We're going to have a tram, Aaron, on Jean Talon Street, which, by the way, will be turned into a Réseau Express Vélo. Okay, so in other words, it's going to be a little bicycle auto route along Jean Talon. I will bet you folding money, my friend, that I'll believe it when I see it in terms of the housing units, but everything else, the housing units, the federal money, this and that. And by the way, the only money that was announced today was for studies, God help us, okay? It was feasibility. Because they haven't had enough time in the last 7 years to check this out, Aaron. They need more time. Yeah. But the thing is, what gets me is that the housing and the schools and the little villages they're going to make are all, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of frosting that's being thrown out to cover what for Projet Montréal is the cake, which is the transformation of yet another thoroughfare in Montreal, Jean Talon Street, into a carless thoroughfare to make it bicycle friendly. I haven't been up in that area in a while. It used to be a devotee up there, actually, when Blue Bonnets used to be Blue Bonnets. But all that said, there are a lot of
what are the Blue Bonnets
companies up there that I saw in the various strip malls and the big box stores and so on that are located up there. Are they going to be attrited out of existence? Are they going to suddenly see their parking lots filled with, bicycle racks, because that's the only people who will be going to get access to their business? It's all of it very, very intriguing, but once again, I heave such a huge, as big a laugh as Valerie Plante gave you in that photo. I heave that big a sigh for the details of this plan. Like I say, believe it when you see it, but I don't think you'll be seeing it for a very, very long time.
Jim, press conference today, shovels in the ground 2025.
Yeah, shovels in the ground 2025. Liberal leader 2025. That's going to be a hell of a year.
It is.
I can't wait. It's going to be like Christmas Eve every night now, between now and then.
Listen, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do. And you just said something, and I didn't understand this. If there's going to be the tram, and I understand about the Réseau, whatever, Vélo, all the way down Jean Talon into God knows where, does that mean no cars on this thoroughfare?
Well, maybe little narrow cars.
No, seriously. Seriously,
little narrow cars. The same little narrow cars are going to have along the single lane along St. Catherine Street when it's finally done with. This is for real. This is happening. See, this is the beauty of what Projet Montréal does. They tell you one thing, and they do another, and they do it right in front of your face. And when it's done, when it's over, they go, oh, well, if you don't like it, you'll vote us out next election. But right now, this is what we're here for. This is what the city needs, and so on and so forth. You and I will not be spending time talking about Cavendish, or indeed even this government, so much as we will the fallout of the transformation of Jean Talon Street into apparently the principal and apparently only feeder into that neighborhood. The other side would have, and everyone is saying, excuse me, you guys are even talking about this before this project, that the extension of Cavendish was natural. There was a north-south access and would give people inside the island that you were creating access to other neighborhoods. Apparently that's not going to happen, because even though she said, well, we're going to work on it, we're going to get to it, it's like, you know what, yeah, sure, tomorrow's another day. And tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. It's already been 7 years. It will be at least another 7 before I think, as far as I'm concerned, the issue is broached. But Aaron, some things will never change. And the Cavendish Boulevard extension will remain that misty, fluttering piece of mythology that many Montrealers have spent their entire lives listening to.
I got a note, more like a dissertation from Marvin Rotrand after we discussed this earlier in the afternoon. And one of the things he pointed out, and you see if you remember this, Jim, he said had the Coderre administration won, right, in 2017, what year were you in? This was a plan that would have gone ahead at the time. So he's blaming this administration for having done nothing for 7 years. Do you believe that?
Oh, with all due respect to Margaret, he's got a lot of flight time at City Hall, but I got to tell you, I said, as I began this conversation, Valerie Plante is not the first mayor to put Cavendish on the back burner. It is something that has been talked about, God help us now, literally for 60 years. And to turn around and say, well, Vinnie Coderre had been mayor. Well, he wasn't. Apparently he wasn't. And this is what we've got. But Gerald Tremblay was mayor from 2000 to 2012. And that project has been sitting in front of everybody's face during that time. Not a blessed thing happened.
Fair enough.
Listen, let's be fair. And I think I've kicked the tires on this version of the project, which I find very suspect. But no, to turn around and say if only, I doubt that extremely.
Okay. Jim, you have a good weekend. Thanks so much.
You too, buddy.
All right. By the way, if you want to see that picture that Jim is referring to, so during the podcast with Valerie Plante laughing, and I wrote, you can find it on Aaron Rand MTL, which is my Instagram, whatever they call that handle, page, name. What I wrote was, there are very few things I enjoy more than being able to make someone laugh, and that goes double when it's the Montreal. She is having a really, really good laugh at something I said. I can't remember what it was specifically, but I'm pretty sure it was not directly about Cavendish. It was something else. So you can find it if you want to look there.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. It was my pleasure, actually. Let's go to traffic. CJD at 100 Traffic Center. Check on your drive. Lauren Glazer. Lauren, how we doing?
Well, Aaron, we're having a tough time on the westbound side of the 20. The volume starting to turn all the way out to Norman again between Morgan and Ile Perot. Also pretty difficult on the eastbound side of the 20 between 55th and 1st Avenue. Eastbound side of the Ville Marie, busy as well between Atwater and St. Laurent. Northbound the Cowie, you are losing time there. Shipwreck up to the top, also delays southbound the Cowie from the top to Van Horn. Difficult drive on the westbound side of the Met. The volume starting La Cordaire, running up the Côte de Liesse on the westbound T-Can. We have a work crew there. Only the left lane is currently open. More volume on the westbound side of the T-Can between Morgan and the Illitorp Bridge. Goodbye, winter. Hello, big spring tire sale happening now at Canadian Tire until April 25th. Get up to 25% off on quality brands you trust. Conditions apply. Details online. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 4:30.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Let's get to it. What we're just talking about as far as Hippodrome, Cavendish, etc. The city today, big presser, 11:30 this morning, showing finally a schematic, a diagram of what the redevelopment of the Hippodrome Bluebonnet site is going to look like, and it's pretty impressive. Then again, we've heard impressive things about this before. None of them have come to fruition, so why should we believe anything different now? You heard what James Menney had to say. He's been through this for a while. Nothing has ever come of it, wherever administration has been empowered municipally, so why now? Well, the mayor says there is money this time. Yeah. There's money from the municipal government, the federal government, the provincial government, all three levels of government are now apparently ready to spend some dough and make this thing work. And it's a pretty big plan. It involves 20,000 housing units. It involves basically what they're describing as a city within a city. There'll be a CLSC. There'll be, as I said, these housing units, 10,000 of which, by the way, will be for affordable and social housing, according to the city's plan. So my first question to you is, what do you think about the plan? Do you actually think it will happen? Do you have a better idea? We had a caller earlier when we did this after 2 o'clock I think it was Frank, who went on and on and on and on about what a terrible idea it is, and all this is going to do is just make things worse in the area. Consider as well that the only street that's getting, a bit of a change here will be eventually Jean Talon. It ends at the Carré Boulevard. They would extend it now into this development, but it's already a bottleneck around that area now. What is this going to do to make it any better? And by the way, part of the city's plan here, of course, is to eliminate as many cars as it can. You'll have a tram, if and when this is done, to take you from where you're living, to take you to the metro station at the corner of Nemers, so basically a few blocks away. What do you think of the plan? Good idea, bad idea? Do you actually think it will happen? And then secondly, Cavendish. We've talked about it a million times. Every time the mayor's here, I ask about Cavendish. She has a pat answer, ladies and gentlemen, which we have saved because we always keep this for when we have Valerie Plante on the show, and she says this.
We're doing Cavendish for sure.
Play that again.
We're doing Cavendish for sure.
Yes, but when are you? See, that's the question that we failed to ask. I failed. When are you doing Cavendish? Because in this plan that I just described to you, there is no plan for the extension of Cavendish Boulevard north to south. Not there in the master plan. Now, during the podcast I did with the mayor yesterday, I brought this up. It comes up every time we talk with the mayor. Now, she's the one who tipped the idea of, told me that there would be a press conference today announcing this formally. She hinted at it yesterday. So as soon as she said Hippodrome, I said Cavendish. It's kind of a word association game. Oh, Hippodrome, Cavendish. Bluebonnets, Cavendish. I asked her about it, and this is what she said.
The Cavendish will happen, and there's kind of different phase, but the first phase will continue. And the first phase is how do we bring public transport, and the Jean Talon will continue through the Hippodrome and connect to the north of Cavendish. That's the first phase. It's absolutely necessary to have Cavendish North connected to Cavendish South. To me, it's a no-brainer. It's not only me deciding; it's working with the CP.
I don't get it. She just said it's a no-brainer. It's absolutely necessary. That's the mayor speaking, to connect Cavendish North to Cavendish South and have it run as a thoroughfare all the way from the 40 as far south as it can go, like into Lachine. It's a no-brainer.
Sure.
Then why isn't it getting done?
Because it's ridiculous.
If the argument is that, as she said, and if you watch the podcast, you'll see it in there as well. If the argument is, well, it's not just us, I don't get to make the decision on my own, we have to talk to CP. Forget Hydro. She mentioned Hydro, but Hydro, that's not an issue. CP, they're train tracks. They're owned by CP, not by the city. And there's a rail yard there. That's where a lot of the cars, by the way, come in, right? You'll see them on the trains. That's where it is. Can we build around it? Can we not build an overpass or an underpass? This is not the only place in the city where this exists. So is that just a convenient excuse? And to Jim Menny's point, we've been talking about this and CP and the problem that it potentially poses for 20 years. We're still talking about it now. If it's a problem, why haven't we done something about it? Tell me what you think. 790-0800. And tell me what you think about the whole idea. The Hippodrome project, good, bad, or indifferent? Is it going to make a difference? Do you think it'll work? Do you actually think it will get off the ground? Your calls, your text, 790-0800. Your text at 514-800 when we come back.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert. Because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The Time to Switch event is on now.
Spring is here, and it's time for a change at Mega Kia Brossard. Opt for the all-electric 2024 Kia Niro EV or the Kia EV6 and receive $12,000 in subsidies. At Mega Kia Brossard, get your new Kia now.
Mega Kia Brossard.
Hey, Nissan.
Corinne, I got you
Flowers? Why?
We're celebrating spring and the redesigned 2024 Nissan Sentra. It features a bold new front design and is equipped with dynamic driving technology and zero-gravity seats.
Oh, like a bouquet of innovative features.
Nice. Lease the 2024 Nissan Sentra S Plus from $267 a month for 24 months and get a 3% rate reduction during our Spring into Savings event. Until April 30th, retail value of $26,917. Down payment of $2,199 on approved credit. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
At Dormez-vous, we get really excited about savings. So get ready for an incredible offer because right now we pay both taxes on everything. Whether it's mattresses, cozy pillows, stylish headboards, or soft sheets, we've got unbeatable deals and we pay both taxes. That's an extra 15% off everything you love. Hurry, ends Monday. See in-store or online for details. Only at Dormez-vous.
Galleria Borghese, buongiorno. Hi, do you have guided tours today? Sì, ma certo.
Done skin my ad?
Offers 5 streams: health sciences, computer science, science and engineering, commerce, and liberal arts. Attend their virtual information session on May 7th at 7 p.m. and learn how to earn your Ontario Grade 12 diploma and unlock opportunities to universities around the world, including Quebec. Register now at kels.ca as space is limited. The experts at Protégez-Vous tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 best pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégez-Vous's best picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer.
Tonight on CTV News.
Step back in time with a tour of Eaton's Art Deco 9th floor restaurant, and we find out why the Cosmos is under no obligation to make sense to us. Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on CTV News and CJAP 800.
Back pain taking you out of your game? Arthritis, sciatica, and degenerative disc have taken your quality of life? At Richard Kim Medicine, we get you back to the activities you love. Whether it's hockey, hiking, or the simple things with family, we have your back. Our non-surgical solutions mean no more waiting to get better. Richard Kim Medicine. Medicine that moves you. Free consultations available. Make an appointment at 514-657-8919 or at richardkimmedicine.com. When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renovco, winner Consumer's Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renovco.com, 514-856-9993.
When I hear this, what I just heard today, I want to be physically sick. Another BS virtue signal campaign about no cars, and they're going to build a 50-minute city, which is going to be nothing but a hellhole with little boxes and little big stores like IGA and Provisoire and nowhere else to go to get robbed. I mean, it's all it is. These people, they want to destroy everything. And I call her the city killer. She's killed this city. I can't imagine what a great job she's done in 8 years. But this city is a corpse compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, that's caller Paul. So I'm going to guess he does not like the idea. This is all about the Hippodrome and the city's plan today to go ahead and put 20,000 housing units there, 10,000 of which will be affordable and social housing. Plus, as he said, this idea of a 50-minute city, it's going to be a city within a city. There'll be like, a recreation center, a CLSC, a library. It's going to be very different from what we've seen anywhere else, which I thought was a good idea. And I told him as much. I said, better to deal with a housing crisis by making something available than by just leaving that tract of land sitting empty as it's been for so many years. There's no point to that. But maybe this is not the best idea, or maybe the reality of living here long enough is realizing that despite the plans and the promises and everything else, this is simply not going to happen. It hasn't happened up until now. Why do you think it would change? City says because money available from the federal government and the provincial government. Really? Okay, maybe. What do you think? 790-0800. I take one call before we go to news and then come back and read some really good texts here. Julian, what do you think?
Well, listen, Aaron, thanks for taking my call. There's a lot of problems to do with all these rail systems and infrastructure, but because it seems like there's no money to be made or it doesn't really convenience the city, they put it always on the back burner. I work at CN just across the rail tracks from CP in that same area, and there's people in that area in NDG, Côte Saint-Luc, that takes them over half an hour when it might as well take them 5 minutes if it was connected.
Yeah. You think, I mean, it would seem to me, again, this is a great idea. It should happen. It's not in this plan. Nobody's really sure why it's not in the plan for right now, why they're not. Once they're going to be developing the area, why wouldn't you extend Cavendish? I'm not sure if it's fair to ask you, Julian, is part of the problem here with CP or CN that they don't want to get involved in this, as far as you know?
Definitely. There's always very much red tape everywhere. Whenever there's involvement with the city or hydro, there's always, oh no, but it's too much work. Nobody wants to lift the fingers, not even to make a call. Even from where I work, there's a bunch of rail tracks, obviously, and just to get to work, sometimes I'm late because there's always trains passing by, and it's
like an hour.
All right. Julian, I thank you for the call. Want to hear from you. What do you think? Hippodrome, redevelopment, good, bad, indifferent. Cavendish, not in the master plan to open it despite all the promises that have been made. Your calls, your texts coming up next.
Good afternoon. It's 4:31. I'm Jason Mayoff with a CTV News update. Here's what's making news right now. A man is in hospital after himself on fire in a park outside of the courthouse where former U.S. President Donald Trump's hush money trial is taking place. It happened moments after a full jury and alternates had been seated. People rushed over to put out the flames before paramedics took the man to hospital, where he is in critical condition. A woman's in hospital after being stabbed this morning. It happened in a motel on Saint Jacques and Lily Simon in NDG. The woman's life is no longer in danger. Police say the suspect fled before they arrived. And the city of Montreal has now fully lifted its boil water advisory. If you live in Saint-Hubert or St. Bruno, you can go back to drinking the water straight from the tap again. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Glazer.
We're having a pretty tough time northbound to Carrie from Sherbrooke up to the top. Also pretty busy southbound to Carrie from the top to go St. Catherine. Tough as well, southbound 15 now between Turcotte and the Champlain. For the westbound side of the 20, also delays starting Turcotte running through to Norman, again between Morgan and Ile Perrot. Southbound side of the Mercier Bridge backing into Ville St. Pierre, also pretty busy on the westbound side of the Met. From Lac-Cordier running out to Côte-de-Liance, we do have a work crew there. More volume on the westbound side of the TCAM between Morgan and the Electorate Bridge. Northbound Laurentian, that is seeing a lot of off and on volume between Notre Dame and St. Jerome. Head to Farmer Free for their big value event and enjoy points, savings, and surprises. Now until Friday, you'll find great deals in store. Restrictions apply. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 4:45.
Your Dormayville Weather Center forecast: a few showers ending late this evening and then clearing, the low +5. Sunny tomorrow morning, then some clouds moving in the afternoon, the high 11. And for Sunday, a mix of sun and cloud and the high 10. It's 12 degrees downtown. Your next CTV News update is at 5 o'clock. This newscast brought to you by Electrica, helping you prepare for the next power outage with a permanently installed home backup generator. Call today, 514-768-7778.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free, all in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
People often wonder why Truck Month is the perfect time to buy, say, a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Well, if it were barbecue month, it'd be the perfect time to buy a barbecue. If it were Adopt a Kitten month, it'd be the perfect time to adopt a kitten. And if it were Install Flashing Neon Lights Under Your Car Doors month, well, you'd probably pass. During GMC Truck Month, get a $6,500 cash purchase credit on selected 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
While you're focused on this voice talking to you here, or right here,
or way over here,
Desjardins Business is focused on more than 400,000 businesses around you. For over 120 years, our dedicated teams have been there for local entrepreneurs, providing guidance every step of the way so they can focus on what matters most, growing their business.
Are you experiencing cracks in your walls or trouble opening and closing your doors and windows? Worried your house is sinking? Acton specializes in foundation stabilization and piling. For free evaluations and financing options, visit acton.ca. The concrete and foundation specialists. Call Acton for action.
This is Aaron Rand for Empire Gold. You've heard me talk about Empire and how they offer the highest prices for your gold or silver, and that they stand behind that pledge with a guarantee. Well, it's something they've been doing for more than 60 years in business. So before you sell your precious items anywhere else, you owe it to yourself to visit Empire, where you'll always get top dollar. No appointment necessary, and you get paid right on the spot. So make the smart choice. Empire Gold, 5593 Paré west of the Carry, online empiregold.ca.
With clear blue skies over a winding country road, you buckle up. Your new Toyota revs to life with excitement. You start hugging the curves, eagerly anticipating the next corner or construction site. Anyway, one thing's this moment isn't just a dream. It's an invitation to exhilaration. So stop dreaming. Red Tag Days are on at Toyota. Take this opportunity to shop for a 2024 Tundra. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Quebec Toyota dealer today.
A lone wolf, a survivalist, an investigator. Justin Hartley. Titular in the CTV series that will leave you breathless. Don't miss a new episode of Tracker, Sunday at 9 on CTV.
The very latest news, reported and discussed. Welcome back to Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
All right, listen, the deal today, and it's a big story, the fact the city announced what it plans to do with the Hippodrome, Blue Bonnets area, and that is a massive project. 20,000 homes to be built, 10,000 apparently will be affordable and social housing, and the city will take control of those. And basically what they're describing is a city within a city. The only thing they didn't announce was the actual extension of Cavendish Boulevard all the way connecting north to south. For some reason, the city says, no, that's not phase one of the development. Phase one is extending Cavendish from the 40, I guess, where it starts, as far as the Hippodrome. And it would end, I guess, at the rail tracks. No one quite understands why this is the case. We've been talking about this, as I said earlier, for months, for years, for decades. And for whatever reason, city, the mayor, despite always saying, we're going to do Cavendish, we're going to do Cavendish, we're going to do, I swear. And then yesterday saying it's a no-brainer, of course we're going to do it, it's important. Not getting done. At least it's not in phase one of the development, which is to me just a way to say, eventually we'll get around to it. I'm asking you what you think of this plan. Look, it's hard to argue, given the fact that we are living in a housing shortage right now here and in so many other places across the province, not just Montreal, that having 20,000 housing units is not a good idea. The question, I guess, really is this going to happen? How long is it going to take? Do you believe it's going to happen? Because it hasn't happened until now. And what's the deal with Cavendish? Maybe you know. And by the way, you missed it earlier. We're going to do this just after 5:30. Both Rick Lechner, our CJD Hall of Fame traffic reporter, and Dita Burke, who's a city councilor in Côte Saint-Luc, and have both been sort of banging the drum for this and wondering what's going on and why the city just keeps shuffling this further and further down the road. They'll both be on to talk about that. That's coming up to 5:30. From now, or for now, I want to know from you. What do you think of this development? Is it going to make a difference? You tell me. 790-0800. Gino is on the line. Gino, what do you think?
How you doing, Ron?
Pretty good, you.
Fortunately, you cannot rewrite history. Cavendish could have been open 1967 for the Expo.
Yeah!
The CLCP and the Coastal Look, the only guy that fought not to open Cavendish was Mayor Lang. I don't know if you remember. If you
I do, yeah.
No clue.
I do, because I've been on the carry for the last 65 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what?
Cavendish could be open then.
Yeah, you're right.
The deal made. Now this mayor that we have here now, she's dreaming in technicolors. Yeah, affordable house. You know how much the land is worth on the Blue Bonnet?
I can imagine it's quite expensive.
The most expensive land in the city of Montreal. Blue Bonnet is the heart of the city. Right? So you're going to put affordable house, and that's like putting a washroom next to a living room.
Well, to be honest, the city is saying 20,000 units, half of which 10,000 would be affordable and social housing.
Yeah, and would you buy a house for $50 million next to that?
Well, that's a point. Then again, the other part of this story is the city is not doing this as a regular development. At least the plan doesn't look that way, right? It's kind of like an eco-city. So this will be for people who really want to live that kind of a lifestyle. You'll be able to have a car. You won't park it on the street. There is none. but you'll be able to park it underground. But it's the idea of, everything what they call, a 15-minute city, right? You can get anything you need within 15 minutes. There'll be a tramway to take you to the metro, to wherever. I don't know. If you want to live that way, if that's something you endeavor to do, you pay a premium, I guess, to live that way. And I understand your point about you really want to live in an area where you're going to have social and affordable housing next door. It's not going to be next door. This is a very, very big site. 10,000 will be built on what they tell us is where the Bluebonnets racetrack was, and then somewhere else on that site will be the affordable social housing. They're not together. Don't know if that makes a difference, but that's what they're telling us. Gino, I thank you for the call, my friend. All the best to you. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, good afternoon, Aaron, and thanks for taking my call. Is there an election coming up? We should bring out the violins because Mayor Plant has promised the tram, the pink line, the cabinets, and now she's promising housing. Yeah, sure. But she's very good at it, closing the mountain, bicycle paths, changing all the streets in the plateau.
What?
And that's all she's good for. She's good for nothing else. I mean, Cavendish has been a dream for the past, 50 years, 60 years. And in our lifetime, we thought that would happen. Why don't you build it underground? The problem is, the boroughs don't want that through their boroughs because there'll be too much traffic. Build it underground all the way to the 20, and they'll solve the problem.
Can you imagine? How amazing would that be?
Yeah.
Not going to happen, but how amazing would that be? Joe, thank you for the call. John, what do you think? Hello, John.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Hey, first time on your show, Aaron, I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your show and enjoy the folks that come on. You're a bit of a godsend, and I hope you keep doing this for a long time to come.
Thank you, John. You read it just the way I wrote it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What do you think? What's going on here? Thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
I've got a few concerns. First of all, the railways have chopped up our city. It's one choke point after another, and no one's really called it out for what it is. And I don't quite understand in this modern time why the railways still chop up our city to tiny little pieces. And that's just the way it is. But no one's hit that nail on the head, and that is a fact. The next thing is Cavendish. I've come to learn that if you want to do it, you'll do it. If you don't want to do it, you'll talk about it. And you'll schedule a meeting, have a meeting, and get another meeting. And you'll never get it done because you don't fundamentally want to get it done. Now, as far as the housing project is concerned, my concern is, have they really thought this one through with people who know how to plan cities? A city works when things are planned out and well integrated. Things turn into slums and ghettos and all sorts of other nasty things when it's not properly planned out. So my question is, has this really been thought out and planned through with people who actually plan cities that work out well? I'm not sure that's been done. And the last thing I'd like to say is, I'm a little bit unhappy with our mayor's vision, her righteous vision of ecology and what her vision of eco is supposed to be. It might sit well with her, but for some of us, me included, it doesn't quite sit well, mainly because I don't believe it's properly thought out or planned out well. And that causes issues.
Yeah. I will tell you what, to one point, John, we've had so long to plan this out, right? I would hope that between the time we first started talking about this, one caller, Gino, was talking about Mayor Bernard Lang, was the mayor in Côte Saint-Luc at the time. We're talking 60 years ago, 50, 60 years ago. There has to be a plan somewhere that we could have updated between now and then. So I'm hoping that is the case. And I don't think, to be fair, that the city is going into this blindly, just announcing this, although I could be wrong. But I think we have enough people on board now. And suddenly when money becomes available, now think, you know what, okay, this does make sense. As a developer, there's money to be made here. And then the city has one part where it doesn't want developers involved because it wants to make affordable and social housing just that, affordable and social. I'm an optimist when it comes to that, although I know as a realist, nothing has happened up until now. Why would you believe something will? So I will simply cite what the mayor said yesterday or said today in the press conference. They expect to have shovels in the ground by 2025. That's next year, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, but next year. So that's the first target we have. If that happens, maybe more people will look at this and think, okay, I guess they are serious. John, I thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. All right, let me read some of these texts before we got to get out of here. This one says, nothing will happen on both fronts, meaning Cavendish and the Hippodrome, and we'll be having the same conversation in 10 years from now. Well, if history is a reflection of, what's happening, then maybe that's the case. Though, why would you believe otherwise? This one says, I have a family with 3 kids and they play hockey or any sports. I won't be able to have a car to drive them around. I need to rely on Montreal Transit. No, you can have a car apparently in this city within a city. They'd rather you not drive it. I think there will be a limit on how many people can have cars and how many can't. So it's not as if you can have any. But I see a couple of texts actually suggesting the same thing, right? How are we supposed to get around if we live in this place? Look, you don't have to live here. As I said, this is a choice. If what you want to do is live in an area, this city within a city, this eco-city, where there are fewer cars and you get around by walking, by cycling, by taking a tram, because that's in the plan, then you choose to live here. No one's making you live here. I'm hoping this thing happens.
Why?
We need the housing. If it turns out to be this way, and to a previous caller as well, I hope they don't all cost $5 million. The 10,000 are being built that are not affordable or social, because to me, that doesn't seem the problem. We have to stop speculation here. We have to make these available one way or the other. Or do we? I thank you for your calls. Appreciate your texts. As I said, we'll be readdressing this at about 5:30 this afternoon when you hear from Rick Lechner and from Dita Burku, Coach St. Luke City Councilor, and their reaction to the announcement today, not just on the project, and Rick will talk about that, but on the fact that the city has yet apparently again reneged on this to connect Cavendish North to Cavendish South. Let's get to traffic, see what's going on. CJD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Lauren Glazer. Lauren?
Aaron, we're having a tough time northbound 13 now between the airport tunnel and Henri Bourassa, also between St. Rose and the 640. Southbound 13 difficult as well between Côte-Liesse and on Route 20 for the westbound side of the Met. That is tough. Lac-Cordière running all the way out to Côte-Liesse on the westbound T-Can. We have a work crew there. More volume on the westbound side of the T-Can between Morgan and the Latour Bridge. Northbound the Carry, that is tough. Its length also delays westbound side of the 20 between Turcotte and Norman. Again between Morgan and Ile Perrot. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge, it is backing into Ville Saint-Pierre. For the barbecue season, enter Adonis Market for fresh, tasty meats until April 24th. Beef ribeye steak or roast at $7.99 per pound. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 5 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Lauren. By the way, if you missed Brian Callis, our producer's shopping list for the weekend, which we do earlier in the show, just before 3 o'clock, it's available online. You'll find it on CJD 800's homepage, right?
Yeah, it's there right now.
Okay, or people can actually text in, I think, and you can send it out?
Yeah, you can text in at 514-800 and I'll send you the list.
Okay, and for people who missed it, the big one this week topping the list was 2 whole chickens. Brian, where are they again?
2 whole chickens are at Metro and Maxi for an average price of $13.
That's right. And don't be looking for the second whole. All right, let's get to our news quiz for the good folks at Empire Gold. It's a chance to win $1,500 if you know your news. That's kind of a key here. It starts with a toss-up question. Once you have the answer to that, you can give us a call at 790-0800. Let me just quickly remind you again about Empire Gold. You know how I always tell you that Eddie, one of the owners there, will send a text saying, hey, someone came in here who went somewhere else, got an offer, came here and got X amount of dollars more. I got another one this morning. A woman came in, let me read this to you, thought she would sell for $100. Didn't have much, but she had some jewelry to sell. She left with a check for $650. That's why you go to Empire Gold. Right there, another example. 5593 Paré, that is a block west of DeCarry Boulevard. And by the way, that's just up the street from the Orange Tulip. It's on the same corner, Paré and DeCarry. So just up the street, 5593 Paré. You can give them a call as well anytime. And remember, too, you don't need an appointment. Just walk in. Appraisal is done on the spot, and you leave with a check in hand that same visit. That's Empire Gold. More details online at empiregold.ca. Here's a toss-up question for today. Good luck. What Middle Eastern city saw a year's worth of rain in one this week? 790-0800. What Middle Eastern city saw 1 year's worth of rain in a single day this week? 790-0800. The Empire Gold News Quiz is next.
Show 97.7 is Montreal's home for rock and roll. 60 minutes of non-stop rock throughout your workday. The spirit of rock. Show 97.7.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is $70 million, plus 13 Max Millions. An astonishing jackpot. Astonishing. Thrillingly beautiful. So exciting you won't be able to breathe. Hey, Montreal, are you ready for something truly electrifying? Then come on down and immerse yourself in the Chevrolet experience at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. You'll get a taste of the future of driving with cutting-edge Chevrolet models such as the Equinox EV, the Silverado EV, and the Corvette E-Ray. And you can fill up on adrenaline by taking a test drive of the Blazer EV. The future is here at the Chevrolet exhibit, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Don't miss the year's most electrifying event.
Got any plans for the summer?
Summer? It's barely spring.
I know, but you don't want to miss out on your spot in the sun. I was searching for weeks before I found my deal with Sell Off Vacations.
Oh no, the FOMO's starting to kick in already?
Oh yeah, and with packages to Cuba, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic at up to 50% off, you know they're going to go fast.
You're right. I'm going to block out the next hour or so for a business meeting.
Don't wait. Book with your local travel expert or at
selloffvacations.com.
At Club Piscine, we know all about pools. We know the LaPointe family's above ground pool, staying proud since 2012. We also know the Browns in-ground pool, always at 86 degrees. Not to mention all the tens of thousands of pools we've installed. So if you want a pool this summer too, come see us. We'll get to know each other. For a limited time, save up to $8,500 on your Made in Quebec fiberglass pool. Only at Club Piscine.
A little more. A little more.
Parking should be simple.
Good. A little more.
Quickly submitting and tracking a claim on the Bel Air Direct app actually is simple.
A little less.
Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Are you experiencing blurry vision, eye strain, or headaches from staring at screens all day? Are you concerned about AMD? Protect your eyes with New Nordic's Blueberry Strong. Blueberry Strong nourishes your eyes with lutein and concentrated wild Swedish blueberries with a superior concentration of color pigments and antioxidants, promoting healthy eyesight, better night vision, and less eye strain. That's why Blueberry Strong is Scandinavia's #1 selling eye supplement. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Walmart, Loblaws, Jean Coutu, and London Drugs, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
The Lumia Private Retirement Residence, located in Pointe Claire, offers you a secure, comfortable environment and a wide range of services to suit your needs. The Lumia team is pleased to invite you to the Elvis Tribute Show on Wednesday, April 24th at 2 p.m. The event is free, but places are limited. Reserve yours now by calling 514-695-6695. 695-6695. The Lumia, a cozier retirement home.
Drop into the one place where wine, food pairings, and restaurant recommendations are served up every weekend. Join wine expert Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 and unwind on CJAD 800. She'll have her wines of the week, vineyards to visit, tastings, and the latest trends. All brought to you by Morella's Restaurant. Indulge in culinary excellence 7 days a week. Steak, seafood, and so much more. Route 132 in Kanawake, next to Magic Palace. Unwind with Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 on CJAD 800.
Does your pavement look run down? Or is your driveway looking like Montreal roads? Call Premier Sealers, Montreal's leader in paving, stone, and asphalt repair and maintenance. And tend to your patio, driveway, or even your garage before the weeds start growing through. Premier Sealers, they do it all. Anywhere on and off the island of Greater Montreal. Find out more about it and their other services at premiersealers.com. CAA recommended. See you later.
The mid-season sale is in full swing at Bentley. For a limited time, take advantage of discounts of up to 60% on luggage, handbags, backpacks, and travel accessories from your favorite brands. Visit a Bentley store near you or shop at shopbentley.com.
The doors are closed. This is Todd. Todd is a horrible singer. Just awful. Despite his tone deafness, Todd knows a good deal when he sees it. This is his first drive in his new Ram truck. He just picked it up at the Ram Power Days event, where you can get 20% off MSRP for up to $14,200 in discounts on a 2023 Ram 1500 Classic. See dealer for details. Take us away, Todd.
Got a new truck!
Tracy, I'm ready. Thinking about starting insulin? You might be. Tracy, I'm ready. Tresiba is the #1 prescribed long-acting insulin by endocrinologists in Canada. Its flexible dosing means you can take once daily Tresiba at whatever time works best for you, with at least 8 hours between doses, even right after you test your morning blood sugar. Talk to your doctor today to see if Tresiba is right for you, and visit nowready.ca. Tresiba ready.
Lease the Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV ES for $469 monthly at 6.49% for 60 months with $1,899 down. That's like paying $109 weekly. Includes $10,000 in government rebates. Conditions apply. Visit your local Mitsubishi dealer today.
Last year's #1 Canadian drama is on CTV. I thought I was strong enough to handle it all.
I'd rather have control of my life than leave it up to chance.
But isn't life all about taking chances? Sullivan's Crossing. New episode Sunday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Now, it's time to play the news quiz.
Brought to you by Empire Gold.
60 seconds, 10 questions.
A $1,500 prize.
Okay, let's give away some money. Courtesy of the nice folks at Empire Gold. Tina's on the line. Hi, Tina.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Nervous?
Are you? Okay. Anything I can do to help?
Not really,
Okay.
not at this point.
Yeah, I could give you the answers, but that would be wrong. Tina, our toss-up question today is the following. What Middle Eastern city saw a year's worth of rain fall in one day this week?
Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai. You ever been to Dubai?
Yes, storm cloud.
No.
Yeah.
Big storm cloud.
Want to go. All right, let's get to it. 9 questions, 60 seconds. Get them all right. You win $1,500. Failing that, it is $15 for every right answer. Remember, if you don't know an answer, you can always say pass and come back to it if time remains. But if you answer a question incorrectly, remember you cannot come back and change it. So if you're not sure, use the option and just say pass. Clock starts as soon as you say that you are ready. So Tina, are you ready?
Ready.
How many housing units are to be built on the Hippodrome site as part of their redevelopment?
20,000.
Yes, Eric Lefebvre has resigned as a member of the CAC. What was his official position with the party?
Finance?
No, the Arizona Coyotes NHL franchise is moving to what American city next season?
Pass.
True or false? The provincial government says it will follow the federal government's lead and raise the capital gains tax here.
True.
False.
True.
Sorry?
False.
True.
How many suspects have been arrested in the stolen good case at Pearson Airport in Toronto last year?
9.
Pass.
This artist showed up 3 hours late for her concert at the Bell Center last night. Who is she?
Oh, fuck. Nicki Minaj?
Last night. Pass.
How many jurors have now been selected in the Donald Trump hush money trial?
I'll pass.
No. What federal politician called PQ leader Paul St. Pierre Plamondon remarks this week a threat to social cohesion?
Oh.
I pass. I have no idea.
No.
Good.
Okay.
Trudeau?
No. Let me give you the last one here. Tim Hortons has apologized to hundreds of customers over an email saying they had won what in the roll up the rim to win contest? No. What do you think they won? What's that? A what?
A house?
A what?
A car?
On the water? What?
A boat?
A boat. Yes, a boat is the right answer. Well done. I don't know. Oh, you got that one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Is that 3, Brian? 3 right answers, $45 for you. That's okay.
Thank you.
Tina, thank you so much. We appreciate you listening.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, you're
Have a good
welcome.
day.
Pleasure. You too. Have a good weekend. Look, before we get to the top of the hour, David Hertel is going to join us on the other side. We'll talk about a couple of things in the news, including the Liberals' announcement today that they will, in fact, be holding a Liberal leadership race starting. They actually gave us a date. But first, I want to play this thanks to a listener who texted me this earlier in the show. Sandra Oh, the actress, Canadian, was on Stephen Colbert last night, and they're just chatting about a bunch of stuff. She's going to be appearing or is appearing in an off-Broadway show in New York, and they started talking about her background because she went to school. She's Canadian. She went to school here in Montreal, the National Theatre School. So proud graduate. And the discussion kind of went this way.
It was great, living in Montreal. I don't know if anyone is familiar with Montreal. It's one of the best Canadian cities. Yeah, it is. And so to be exposed to, the Quebecois culture was great. Yeah.
The reason I asked about the French is that I was threatened with arrest in Montreal.
You were?
For the Montreal Theatre Festival. I was up there for the Fringe of the Montreal Theatre Festival.
Oh.
And I was putting up posters for our play all around Montreal, and they were in English.
Oh, really? And they were like, no.
Because they had to be both in English and French.
That's true.
And they were only in English. And
wow.
The policeman followed me around the city and saw that I took everyone down.
Are you serious?
I guess there's no other crime.
No, well. Also, that is quite Quebecois.
Very Quebecois.
That's very quite Quebecois.
Yeah.
Fan.
So embarrassed. News coming up next.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The Time to Switch event is on now.
You're listening to the voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Jason Mayoff with a CTV News update. A few showers this evening. It's 12 degrees downtown. Weather details in minutes. Here's what's making news right now. A woman stabbed at a motel in NDG. A man sets himself on fire outside the Donald Trump trial. And Taylor Swift fans got a surprise when her new album dropped last night. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Glazer.
We are having a tough time on the westbound side of the 20, Turcotte to Norman, also between Morgan and Ile Perel. Also delays on the eastbound side of the 20, starting 55th to 1st Avenue. Eastbound side of the Ville Marie, it's slowing. Atwater through to Saint Laurent for northbound to Carrie. It is still pretty tough its length. For the westbound side of the Met, busy. Lac-Cordaire through to Côte-Lias. We have a work crew there. More volume on the westbound side of the T-Can. Starts Morgan out to the Latour Bridge. For northbound 13, it's busy. Côte-Lias up to Henri Bourassa, again between the 344 and 640. The experts at Protégez-Vous have spoken. The Mazda CX-5 and Mazda CX-30 were named best picks in their category. Visit your Mazda dealer today. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 5:15.
In the news, police are looking for a suspect after a woman was stabbed this morning in NDG. Police spokeswoman Véronique Dubuc says it happened at a motel at Saint-Jacques and Lily-Simon around 11:40.
When the police arrived on the scene, they located a victim, a woman age of 39 years old. She was conscious and taken in charge by the paramedics. She was transported to the hospital. The medical authorities have now confirmed that she's out of danger.
Police are still trying to determine the motive for the attack and the link between the woman and the suspect. A man set himself on fire in a park just outside of the courthouse where Donald Trump's hush money trial is happening. New York Police Chief Jeffrey Madry says the man walked into the park, threw some pamphlets around, then doused himself with an accelerant and lit himself on fire.
Civilians, court officers, members of the police department, they run into the park. They make efforts to put him out. They use their coats. They use fire extinguishers. Eventually, FDNY responds. We're able to extinguish the fire. And from that point, we remove him to the Cornell burn unit, where right now he's there in a critical condition.
Donald Trump faces 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. He could get up to 4 years in prison if convicted. A full jury of 12 men and women and 6 alternates have been could start next week. Well, we've now got some details on the race to become the next leader of the Quebec Liberal Party. It'll begin in January and end on June 14th of next year with a leadership convention. Potential candidates will need to gather at least 750 signatures across 70 ridings and 12 regions of the province. There's a $40,000 deposit required, and maximum expenses have been set at $400,000. Former Montreal Mayor Denis Coderre has said that he is a run for the Liberal leadership. The boil water advisory has been lifted for Saint-Hubert and Saint-Bruno de Monterville. The city of Longueuil says an analysis of the water has come back normal. The boil water advisory was issued Wednesday after a drop in water pressure. Taylor Swift's late-night album release came with a few surprises.
Taylor Swift dropped her new album, The Tortured Poets Department, at midnight.
I wanna kill her.
That's a taste of the first single, Fortnight, featuring Post Malone. Fans rushed to stream the 16 songs and obsess over the lyrics, and then they were hit with a surprise. It's a double album, another 15 songs of Swift's sadness and spite. This is a breakup album, after all. The review so far, glowing. The BBC calls the album vulnerable but vicious. USA Today says it's hauntingly brilliant. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
For more news, go to CJAD800.com or download the Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast: a few showers ending late this evening and then clearing, the low +5. Sunny tomorrow morning, then some clouds moving in the afternoon, the high 11. And for Sunday, a mix of sun and cloud, and the high 10 degrees. It's 12 downtown. For all the news during the day, stream your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 5:30.
This newscast brought to you by Busta Move Moving. Are you moving soon? Shake off that stress and hire the pros at Busta Move Moving. Free estimates at bustamovemoving.com.
Mark Saltzman doesn't just celebrate technology, he demystifies it. For tech news you can use, interviews, reviews, and how-tos, tune in to Tech Talk, Saturday afternoons at 2 on CJAD 800, powered by the Epson EcoTank Pro, Epson.ca.
Giving you the perspective and insight from top political insiders every afternoon. This is Montreal Now on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
All right, it's time for us to say good afternoon and check in with David Hertel, former, of course, cabinet minister, provincial cabinet minister, now council at Fasken. And our feature is brought to you by the folks at Guaranteed Industries, reminding you high-efficiency Lennox furnaces and heat pumps. That's great, but in the summer, they can keep you nice and cool, too. So give them a call. They service what they sell. Guaranteed Industries, 514-342-3400. David, good afternoon. I thought we'd start with Jason just talking about the Liberal leadership race, the fact that we now know when it's going to start and when it's going to end. And I just want to get your comment. I've heard from a variety of people that there may be as many as 7 or 8 people already interested.
Yeah, interest can change when the race is over a year from now. Good afternoon to you, Aaron. I got to say, what strikes me with this announcement, first of all, that you announce it on a Friday afternoon. I think you would want to make more hay out of this and to try to say, hey, the Liberal Party of Quebec is organizing this race. I would make more of an announcement and more structure than just, some release and dealing with this throughout the weekend. I don't sense that the Liberals are themselves taking this very seriously. Two, doing this on June 14th, 2025, Aaron said at that time, so basically the end of winter, spring of 2025, we will be already either in a federal election campaign or setting up for one in September of 2025, and we will be in pre-election mode for the municipal elections, which will be held across Quebec in November of 2025. So in terms of money, in terms of staffing, in terms of volunteers, this is going to be extremely difficult. Just in pure organization, when you're thinking about setting up a leadership race. So if you're actually interested in this, and right now, when you're looking at pure interest, maybe Carl Blackburn, maybe Charles Milliard, but François-Philippe Champagne has an Indian. There aren't any signals from him or his people actually really considering this. Beyond that, Philippe Beauchemin, Denis Coderre, the establishment of the party, and this is my biggest point here, I think the establishment, who is definitely resisting Denis Coderre's potential candidacy in every way it can, I think by pushing this back as much as possible, I think what they're playing for is time and to maybe discourage people and not really have a race. And finally, I don't really want to get too much in the weeds here, but did you take a chance to look at the details of how the votes are actually going to be counted in this race? Each riding is worth 2,000 points, and you win the points if you win a majority of voters, of Liberal cardholders that are 26 years old and higher. And there's another set of points. You can win an extra 1,000 points per riding if you get a majority of voters who are aged between 18 and 26. This is a very Byzantine, complex system, that harkens back to the old slate votes. And it's just, why not one member, one vote? But no, you have this old liberal constitution that has never been amended that says youth wing voters get a third of the vote on everything. And so this is going to turn this race, especially in ridings rules are non-existent. You know, all these ridings where there's less than 4% of the vote that has gone liberal in the last general election or in by-elections. Well, Aaron, some candidate, and Aaron O'Toole actually did this back when he won the leadership of the Conservatives back in 2019. You could send like basically 4 or 5 guys, 10 guys, and actually win all those points in ridings where there's no organization. Instead of just saying, you know what, let's let the candidates sell membership cards, 1 member, 1 vote, and let's try to get excitement around this, as Ted Poilievre did in the 22 Conservative leadership race. And so I find this very, very, very complex and could deter people from really going after the leadership.
So, David, my next question is, when will you announce?
See, I'm not in the 7 you listed, obviously.
No, but I've heard your name bandied about.
Oh, my name is bandied about. I think the only post my name hasn't been bandied about for is Pope. So I'm waiting for that one.
Okay. So we'll take that as a not yet. All right. Let me talk about what happened in Montreal. I'm going to play part of the interview we did earlier on with Rick Lechner. This Hippodrome project, you know, I did a podcast yesterday with the mayor. And Cavendish comes up every time Hippodrome obviously is mentioned. It's like word association. She says Hippodrome, I say Cavendish. We found out today in the master plan, this Cavendish North extension is not even in the master plan in phase 1. What do you think?
I think, and I heard you, and I appreciate your optimism on this project, and especially, you know, when you've been in the desert since 2017 about this land, a drop of water can seem like the ocean, but this is just a vision, right? This is before an actual real plan. And so it is very interesting, and I'm sure for Projet Montréal voters, this is an erotic dream. This is the best you could hope for when you're of the same philosophy as Projet Montréal people. But the fact of the matter is, it fails to correspond with the reality, Aaron. First of all, just the infrastructure for this plan, and this is Projet Montréal's numbers, this is going to cost, you know, for sewers, water, sidewalks, you know, lampposts, $1.4 billion. You know how much of that money the city actually has? $300 million.
Very sure.
And the feds or the provincial government have not committed a cent. Let's go to the tramway.
Hold on, let me stop you right there. I thought the idea was the provincial and federal governments have in fact said they would contribute.
No, it is not committed. Find me in today's announcement any dollar figure aside from the $6 million for plans. There is no commitment. And I got to tell you, in terms of politics, if we're talking about the 2025 mayoral race, if Pablo Rodriguez runs, and he's actually one of the people who is considering a run, the Quebec lieutenant for Justin Trudeau, the federal minister of transport, if he actually runs, do you really think Justin Trudeau will make an announcement that's going to help Valérie Plante before the 2025 Montreal election? So let me just project in terms of politics. But the other thing is, so there is no, there's in the plan. There's, you can see space. There are schools. There's going to be healthcare centers. Where in the can you find money that is earmarked for schools and healthcare facilities in the Hippodrome plan? You know what? Zero. There is no money that is earmarked from the Quebec government to build this. Same thing for this tramway. Aaron, right now, who's going to pay for the tramway?
Yeah.
Do we know? The FTM budget has been completely amputated. It's been reduced. Where is this money going to come from? Are you seriously telling me that the CAQ government heading towards a 2026 election is going to earmark billions of dollars for tramways, schools, and healthcare facilities for the heart of liberal land in Montreal, while they are in trouble in Quebec City and in the rest of the province. They're in a total mess to finance a tramway in Quebec City, which they've delegated to the Caisse de Dépôt. So I'm just saying it is aspirational what was unveiled today, but in terms of real hard dollars, and we, I heard your interview with Rick Bleckner. You're going to play it again. We're not even talking about Cavendish, but I'm just saying, in terms of making this happen, there isn't one private builder that is committed to building this. And just last year, they went to public tender to start building. And you know how many bids they got from the private sector? 0. And you're telling me there's going to be a shovel in the ground before the next election in November of 2025? Could be. But I'm not. There's a lot of federal and provincial money that both levels of government are heading towards elections in the next 18 to 24 months. And, in terms of priorities for healthcare, schools, transportation, there might be this money, these billions of dollars, might be elsewhere than the Hippodrome.
David, thank you for shattering my dream. I appreciate that.
I aim to please.
I really wanted to cut the city some slack on this. I really did.
I get you.
But you're right. To your point, though, I will say, I was under the impression, and it sounds to me like you're right and I'm wrong here. I thought this money had already been committed both federally and provincially, and clearly it hasn't been.
I don't see the announcement. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Please, someone prove me wrong. But today, what I've read, and I've been following this since this morning, I mean, there's $6 million. Yes, the federal government is involved in the planning and the discussions. The provincial government as well. And yes, there's have to be federal and provincial money, and there are programs that exist. But can you point to, do you really, I mean, if there were the types of investments we're talking about, and this is not $1.4 billion just for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
I didn't make this up. This is Robert Boudry that said this morning alongside Valerie Plante. And so this is a Projet Montréal figure. And the $1.4 billion, if federal money, where's the big announcement? Don't you think that Justin Trudeau or Pablo Rodriguez or Mélanie Joly would be there to make that type of announcement?
Okay.
It's the same thing. Please ask Bernard Drainville or Christian Dubé when the announcement is for the schools and the healthcare facilities in the Hippodrome project. Please ask them. I'll be happy to follow that announcement.
Brian, get the mayor on the phone. Quick as you can. I need to straighten this out. David, thank you very much. And again, thank you for straightening this out.
Have a great weekend. I want Montreal to succeed. I'm just asking questions.
I can't have a great weekend anymore. All right. David Hertel, thank you, David. Let's take our break and go to traffic. CJD 800 Traffic Center. Lauren Glazer with the look. Lauren?
Aaron, we're having a tough time on the eastbound side of the T-Can still before Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latour Bridge. Delays as well between Cavendish and Papineau, also between Langelier and Anjou. For the westbound side of the Met, that is difficult. Lancourt Air through to Décarie for northbound Laurentian, off and on slow down starting Dagenais running up to Mirabel. Northbound 13, it's busy between River 2 and Henri Bourassa. For the westbound side of the T-Can, you are losing some time before Ancien-Cabotel to the Latour Bridge. Difficult still on the westbound side. Turcotte to Norman, again after Morgan running into Il Perot. Looking for performance, safety, and reliability? The Mazda CX-5 and Mazda CX-30 would be your best picks according to Protégé Vu. Visit your Mazda dealer today. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report at 5:30.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We're going to come back. As I said, we'll get to Cavendish and everything else. And thank you for that. Thank you for Alessandra for your text. Aaron, you're so naive. Bless your heart. Yeah, I was kind of hoping this thing might actually happen. I know. I know. You know, you live here long enough, you probably shouldn't be naive. We're going to hear from Joe Ortona. He is the chair of the English Montreal School Board. We had good news yesterday, in case you missed it early in the show. The MSB has been granted a stay, so a significant legal victory over parts of Bill 96 that affect English. That's right, communication in English, internally and externally. That interview coming up next.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The time to switch event is on now. The experts at Protégez-vous tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 best pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégez-vou's best picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer.
At Hydro Solution, we install water heaters, charging stations, and even heat pumps. That's how we roll. We get it done. Get it done as in we deliver, we install, we remove, we screw in, we strengthen, we measure, we level, we pet your dog because he's so cute. We unplug, we reconnect, we assemble, we calibrate, we adjust, we test, we fasten, we pick up, and we only leave once all the work is done. Hydro Solution. We rent, we sell, we install. We get it done. All of it.
Have you been thinking of moving to a retirement home or seniors residence? Liana's Senior Transition Support can help. They'll find you the best option for independent living, assisted living, or long-term care based on your needs and organize and accompany you on tours. Liana's services are free of charge with no obligation. They're proud to have provided guidance and support to hundreds of families in Greater Montreal. Talk about it with your family and then reach out to Liana's, Lianas Senior Transition Support.
Inspiring Entrepreneurs by BDO Canada is celebrating its 15th season, delivering wisdom and valuable advice every week from entrepreneurs like Samer Sab, founder and CEO of Insight Solutions company Explorance. He'll talk to us about listening to your employees to drive higher impact and performance while using data ethically. Join me, Dan Delmar, and BDO Canada's Michael Newton for Inspiring Entrepreneurs tomorrow at noon on News Talk Radio CJAD 800, then on iHeartRadio or wherever you find your podcasts.
Tonight on CTV News.
Step back in time with a tour of Eaton's Art Deco 9th floor restaurant, and we find out why the Cosmos is under no obligation to make sense to us. Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on CTV News and CJAD 800.
When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renofco, winner of Consumer's Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renofco.com, 514-856-9993.
Because you don't want to miss a thing. Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
So Joe Ortona, chair of the English Montreal School Board, we spoke right after this announcement came out in their press release yesterday about a stay in parts of Bill 96 affecting them. I asked them specifically what it's about.
This is about Bill 96, which is all of the new language restrictions regarding, the obligatory use of French and the places where the use of any other language other than French is prohibited. And that's what this is about. And so we're obviously very pleased that we were able to obtain a stay of several provisions where, as an English language school board, we would have been obliged to use French exclusively in certain matters or be forced to use both English and French in other communications. So essentially what this means for us as school boards, because it's good for all the school boards across Quebec, is that we're able to do things as we did before. It's basically status quo until we get a decision on the constitutionality of the parts of the law that we're challenging.
So when did this when did you ask the court to make a ruling? Like, how long has this been before you actually figured today that they decided this?
We had initially filed the Bill 96 challenge back in 2022 as soon as it was launched, but the challenge to stay the provisions was launched last November. So when you're asking for a stay, you're basically saying that there's an immediate irreparable harm. So there's an urgency. It's heard much faster, and the decisions are rendered much earlier because it's an urgent matter. So filed in November. This was heard in first week of March, and we got a decision last week.
So, Joe, I'm thinking, and again, I know nothing about how this legal system works with respect to this. I'm waiting, first of all, for the government to react. Have you heard them react?
To my knowledge, they have not reacted, and we don't know what they think or if they're looking at appealing or anything like that.
So they have the option, though, to appeal, though, right? Even the stay.
Yes, they can. They remember that they appealed when we were able to obtain a stay on Bill 40. They went to the Court of Appeal, but they lost there as well.
So I'm not going to ask if you were a betting man. Do you think they'll do exactly the same thing now and appeal again by virtue of the fact that they lost, or do you think that's kind of like, you know what, let's not bother. We learned our lesson, and we won't appeal here?
Well, I mean, if they're looking at the bigger picture, then they shouldn't be appealing. I mean, I think appealing a state provision that applies only to English school boards is really, I mean, if they do that, I think that's pretty petty. I think that's just, looking for a reason to stick it to English school boards, quite frankly. They're going to want to defend the constitutionality of this bill at some point when it's heard later this year. And obviously, we're going to some very good arguments as to why the law should be struck down.
To be honest, though, when you said that you think this would be petty and they'd be sticking it to English school boards, I mean, I think there's a secret desire within the department, at least the education ministry, to do just that. But let's hope they don't decide to do that. But if they did, you would not be surprised. This has already happened once before. Let me ask what this does apply to, because I'm a little confused here. Up until the stay, were internal communications or external communications the one that were affected by this law?
Both. So external communications with businesses inside Quebec. In those communications, we were required to write and speak exclusively in French. In our internal communications, any internal communications involving more than two people, we were required either French only or both English and French. And of course, who's going to bother to write an email twice in both languages? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. It's really as a means to prohibit indirectly the use of English, essentially. So it really covered, it was very broad. It covered all communications, internal and external.
Okay, and this now with the stay, it no longer covers both? Or I'm trying to understand. You can do now whatever you want just in English?
Well, we're able to do what we were doing before. It's status quo. Okay. So, I mean, there were times when certain communications would go out in English only. There were other times when it was appropriate that communications go out in both languages, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
So, based on the stay, what does this mean long term in terms of, how long will this remain in effect? What happens next?
So the stay is in effect until the hearing is heard on the merits, meaning the hearing on the constitutionality of Bill 96. So until we get a final ruling on all of that, the stay is in effect, and we're going to continue to operate. It's essentially the same thing that happened with Bill 40, right? I mean, when we were granted the stay, we got to remain school boards until we got a final judgment. And of course, that judgment from Superior Court was in our favor. And so that's why we're still school boards today.
All right. So we call this a win then. I mean, it's fair to say that, right? This stay is a win for the EMSB.
Absolutely. It's a significant win for the EMSB, for the QESBA, and all English school boards across Quebec, because a stay is very difficult to obtain. The threshold is very high, and we've been able to obtain a stay twice now against the government of Quebec. Last thing I will ask you, when we spoke last time about Bill 21 and the appeal, it's of course now going to head at the Supreme Court of Canada. It didn't take long, and I think I mentioned this to you at the time, for the government to react, saying they were disappointed. I'm not sure if that's the word they used, but let's say upset at the fact that this was actually going to be challenged. Have you heard anything since then from the government? No, and I wouldn't expect to. I mean, they're not happy that we're challenging. What can I say? Tough bananas. We live in a democracy. There is a process for contesting legislation. It's a democratic process. It goes through the courts, and ultimately, the Supreme Court has the final word in the legal process. That's just what it is. I'm beginning to wonder if we're seeing a softening in the ministry. I don't know if you heard Bernard Dranville today, not to do specifically with the EMSB, but the situation where that meeting for parents with disabled kids had to happen in French. Now the government has apologized. He's in essence said that, and he said that in the future they'll be able to do it. Maybe there's a change of heart, if nothing else. I mean, that'd be a nice thing to consider. Well, what I'm going to say about that is it shows that it's important that as an English-speaking community, when these kind of injustices are occurring, that we speak out. And I think it's because of the public outcry that people, either within the government or within the Ministry of Education, came to the realization that, hey, that this is another embarrassing situation that we need to correct. I mean, nobody likes to have egg on their face. It's not fun. I understand that. But, this is just another example of people not understanding the rules behind Bill 96, and they're interpreting them, and they don't understand that the English-speaking community, I mean, we were told this repeatedly by the government, you're going to continue to receive services in English. Well, somebody there isn't getting that memo, because what happened there with the special needs parents should never happen. I'm glad that the minister admitted that and recognized that and apologized for it. That's a good step. But really, I don't know who's responsible, if it's the Ministry of the French language or whoever's giving these directives. But they're getting it totally wrong, and that shouldn't happen. This is the basic stuff. We're not even in the complicated parts of 96, and they're getting it like so blatant.
Joe Ortona, chair of the MSP. I love when he said that, tough bananas for the government. Let's get to news on the other side of that. The Hippodrome announcement made by the city of Montreal today, and there are a lot of people shaking their heads and other people saying, what the? Dita Burke, who's city council in St. Luc, Rick Bleckner, who is, of course, CJD's traffic Hall of Fame traffic reporter, and today as well, Jason Magder, who's a reporter who was at the press conference this morning for the Montreal Gazette. All of them to break it down when we come back.
Good afternoon. It's 5:31. I'm Jason Mayoff for the CTV News Update. Here's what's making news right now. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Canada condemns Iran for the absolutely irresponsible missile attack on Israel last weekend. Trudeau fell short of condemning Israel for a retaliatory strike in Iran that Canada had counseled against. Police say a 39-year-old woman is out of danger after being stabbed late this morning at a motel in NDG. It happened in a room at the motel on Saint Jacques and Lily Simon. The suspect fled before police arrived. Police hadn't been able to determine the link between the suspect and victim. And a man is in critical condition after setting himself on fire in a park outside Donald Trump's hush money criminal trial in New York City. The court had just seated a full jury of people and 6 alternates when emergency crews were called in. With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Glazer.
Still having a very tough time for northbound to carry its length. Also delays southbound to carry from the top to go St. Catherine. Busy as well. Southbound 15, the volume between Turcotte and the Champlain. On the westbound side of the 20, it's also slowing. Turcotte running out to Norman. For the westbound side of the Met, still seeing a lot of off and on there between Longelier and the DeCarry interchange. On the westbound side of the T-Can, it's pretty slow between Cover 2 and Sunnybrook. Again, before Ancien Caboton to the Latour Bridge. Goodbye winter. Hello big spring tire sale happening now at Canadian Tire until April 25th. Get up to 25% off on quality brands you trust. Conditions apply. Details online. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 5:45.
Your Dormevu Weather Center forecast a few showers ending late this evening and then clearing, the low +5. Sunny tomorrow morning, then some clouds moving in the afternoon, the high 11. And Sunday, a mix of sun and cloud and the high 10. It's 12 degrees downtown. Your next CTV News update is at 6 o'clock.
This newscast brought to you by Electroaid, heating and air conditioning specialists for over 70 years. They service all brands, no matter who put them in. 514-333-7460, electroaid.ca.
Your afternoon lineup on CJAD 800 includes a former PQ leader,
a former cabinet minister,
and a former leader of the opposition, Jean-Francois Lisée,
David Hertel,
and Tom Mulcair.
3 political heavyweights,
3 differing points of view.
Weekdays at 5:05 on CJAD 800.
Brought to you by Guaranteed Industries.
Time to change over from heating to cooling. Go to GuaranteedIndustries.com or call Guaranteed Industries at 514-342-3400.
While you're focused on your morning to-dos, your afternoon meetings, your evening commutes, late night shifts. Desjardins Business is focused on more than 400,000 businesses at all hours of the day. With industry knowledge and specialized guidance, we help entrepreneurs rise to the challenge so they can focus on what matters most, growing their business.
So Dan, how's life in the fast lane?
Not great. I've lost control.
Are you hitting the brakes?
My internet's out of gas.
No worries. We'll just watch the race on your TV.
A bit of a bump in the road. I don't even have sports channels.
Crash and burn, buddy.
Sorry for the false start. I'm driving on empty.
Switch to Bell and get 500 internet, your favorite TV channels, including sports and Crave, for only $89 per month. Visit bell.ca to check availability. Bell. Switching just got better.
Honey, I'm going to buy tools and/or materials at Knack, the hardware store with ridiculous prices.
Wait, I'll go with you to Knack, the hardware store with ridiculous everyday prices.
Mom, Dad, you okay? You sound like a bad app.
You're being ridiculous, son.
But not as ridiculous as Knack's prices.
Good one, dear wife. High five.
Knack has made you totally nuts.
Nuts about low prices.
Another good one, dear wife.
Hey guys, what's up?
Our parents are ridiculous.
Not as ridiculous as Knack's prices.
This ridiculous ad was brought to you by the ridiculous prices at Knack.
My garage is stacked to the rafters.
We make junk disappear. All you have to do is clean.
Is this going to cost a lot?
The average garage clean out is just $297.
$297? No. I've got way more junk than that.
Our trucks can haul off 7 times as much as a pickup truck. If your garage fills your entire truck, it could be as much as $597.
Come and make this junk disappear.
All you have to do is clean.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
In the Ford Escape, you drive for a reason. To organize,
Alexa, move my morning meeting.
to prioritize,
Alexa, get directions to the lake.
and get back out there. Make your getaway in the Ford Escape with available Alexa built-in. Right now, lease a 2024 Escape plug-in hybrid for $118 weekly for 60 months. Cash value of $39,671. Plus, eligible Ford owners get a $1,250 bonus. For details, visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Crave presents the new HBO original limited series from Park Chan-wook and Robert Downey Jr.
Only the spy says there's no spy.
The Sympathizer. Stream now, only on Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Because you don't want to miss a thing. Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
All right, big press conference today. The city unveiling its newest plan for the Hippodrome project, the old Bluebonnets project. I want to have a couple of people weigh in here, but before we do that, Jason Magder, who was on with us earlier, just really quickly, and thank you for coming back on, Jason. Can you just tell us what's in this plan? What did the city announce today?
Yes, I can tell you. They announced a lot of things today, but the main thrust of what they're announcing is the master plan for the long-abandoned Hippodrome sector. When the horse racing stopped, the land ended up back in the city's hands, and it's supposed to be an ideal spot for development. The only problem is that there's a road sector that's totally congested. So the city plans to build what they call the first carbon-neutral neighborhood, 20,000 units, 10,000 in the old horse racing sector, the 10,000 very close by. And the whole idea is to not discourage the use of the car, so there will be a tramway that will be linking everyone within the sector, but also to the Namur Metro. And the idea is that it would be a 5, 10, and 15-minute city, all of that in the same area. Schools, parks, sports facilities, even the CLSC and healthcare institutions are planned for the area. Big development, and they're hoping that at least half of that would be what they call non-speculative housing. So that's supposed to mean, I think, affordable and social, and mixes of something related to that.
Okay, and how many would be like that? How many units that way?
About 10,000.
10,000, so half.
Half of everything,
Okay.
yeah.
Jason, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really do. That's Jason Magder over at the Gazette. Rick Lechner, CJD Wall of Fame, a traffic reporter, is on the line. So is Dita Burku, city councilor. Dita, you wrote me this morning. Already upset about this plan because what Jason didn't mention here, but what we talked about earlier on, is there is no extension for Cavendish north and south in this master plan. Rick, I spoke to you this morning as well. We were texting back and forth. Let me start with you, Rick. What's new here? Because it doesn't seem like anything is new here related to Cavendish.
But the mayor is 19 days late.
What?
April Fool's was on the 1st. This is really, I mean, there's some aspects to this, but unfortunately, there are some exceedingly bad aspects to this in terms of mobility. And once again, the mayor has not kept her word. And as Jason mentioned, they got the land in 2017 from Quebec. However, there was a condition, which Dita can well explain, and which most of us know now, is that they would fund the Cavendish extension or the preparations of the Cavendish extension by putting 10 to 15 million, amassed over 100 million, but they've spent the money elsewhere. So there's nothing in this plan that speaks to true mobility at a time when they are just going to make a bad situation much worse. As we know, that sector is terribly congested. Mobility is a problem. Security is a problem, because when the carriers walk, there's no other way out. So there's just so many bad things about this. But the problem is that it just does not address the real issue. The solution, I think, may be 18 months from now when there's an election.
Okay, let me leave it at that. You mentioned Dita. I said Dita Burku, City Councilor in Côte St. Luc, is on the line. Dita, you heard what Rick had to say. You know what's in this plan now, and you're most upset, as I think a lot of people are, that even though the mayor promised she'd get on the Cavendish Boulevard extension, that's not necessarily the case here, right?
Well, she's been on your show so many times saying, yes, Cavendish will definitely happen. And every time she says it, she then adds that it's complicated. And even this morning at the press conference, I just heard her interview, and she said, oh, you know, there's hydro, there's CP. There's been hydro and CP for the past 20 years. It's not so complicated. And Hydro-Quebec has told us there's no impediment. They have a major project going through Cavendish, and it doesn't impact the Cavendish extension. So all the excuses are really just that. They're just, you know, unreasonable and not truthful. The problem and the major issue is that, like Rick says, they've taken the focus off of Cavendish, taken the money away from Cavendish, and even violated the agreement that they made with the Quebec government in 2017. And now the whole focus is on a Jean Talon tramway. That's not going to solve the problem. And our position and the position of all the three cities, TMR, Côte St. Luc, Saint Laurent, the boroughs, everyone around that area, all the businesses, to build Cavendish first. Cavendish has to come first. Cavendish is the true accelerator that's going to promote development. They're not going to have development if they don't have an access along the Cavendish Boulevard. That's, to us, it's very clear.
Dita, let me stop you for a second. One thing you mentioned to me, and I was not aware of this. So first of all, what we understand in this plan is Cavendish could be extended from right now from the 40 only into the Hippodrome. They would end at the track, so it would not go any further south. But you say that's in a plan. When is that supposed to happen? Did you say 2050?
No. There is a plan that the city revealed last Aglo meeting in March. It's called the 2050 Mobility Plan. And in that 2050 Mobility Plan, there's a tramway running down Cavendish.
Okay.
It's actually running from Jean Talon South and then from Jean Talon North. But we're not going to wait till after 2050 to, even attempt to put in a tramway. You need a roadway for a tramway. A tramway doesn't just float in the air. We've got to build the road. We've got to build the base. So you need one car. They presented what needs to be done in 2022. All the cities agreed. All the partners agreed. 1 lane of car traffic, 1 lane for mass transit, 1 lane for bikes. We compromised. We said, okay, go for it. They went to the BAP. They filed at the BAP. Now what did they do? They pulled the plug again. They pulled the plug, and now their focus, their entire focus, all their financing and all their planning is based on a tramway to Jean Talon so that we can take, a tramway ride in the Hippodrome, a dead end. Really?
That tramway, by the way, if I understand it, is going to run all the way east as far as where, like the east end of the city? Peanut.
11 kilometers. Well, that's their Jean Talon réseau. They're like, it's everything has now shifted, and the Quebec government is also very much responsible and very much to blame, because at today's press conference, I I heard Kwan say, "Oh, no, it's just a Montreal." No, it's not just Montreal. The Quebec government, Minister Bachand, the Minister of Finance, and all the ministers who were responsible, and Minister Girard as well, they have to be accountable, and should be accountable for the fact that they gave a piece of land for $1 on one condition. One condition, and you know that condition, and we all know it, to build Cavendish. And Cavendish is the key to the redevelopment of the entire Namur de la Savane sector. And it's the key to joining up Saint Laurent to Lachine and bringing the workers from LaSalle who are begging us to be able to go to CAE to work on Côte d'Iliès. We need that access route, and we need it now before they start pouring in the money into all the infrastructure. And this tramway is going to go where? Côte-des-Neiges and Jean Talon? And how long is that going to take?
Let me leave it there. Rick, I want to come back to you for a second. So I know what you said. This is going to take a while to get changed because obviously there's a provincial or municipal election next year. The city says there'll be a consultation after this is done. I mean, I think a lot of us have heard that before, that idea before. We know how they turn out. What are you expecting? I mean, is this a fait accompli? They're talking about sticking shovels in the ground by next year.
I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. And I hope it doesn't happen without a proper plan. This again speaks to what we have talked about many times, which is a lack of vision and a lack of proper planning. That area, as we have discussed, is so congested. Royal Mount hasn't opened yet. They continue to build condominium projects, other projects, mega projects in that area. The place is super saturated. People coming and going are hostages, getting in and out of that region. It's just not logical to do what she's doing. The only thing that she should do that would really hopefully open the door to this is make a promise that she would keep to institute the BAP or the environmental hearings, but that's not going to happen. So I think people have to understand that whatever was said today, unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, is a pipe dream.
Ouch. You know, between Rick Lechner and David Hertel, who we spoke to earlier, basically suggesting the same thing. I'm kind of a little bummed, honestly. Speaking to the mayor yesterday, rather lengthy exchange on our podcast, and I thought to myself, well, okay, this sounds like it's going to happen. Look, I still remember back to when that press conference was held, what a kind of farce it turned out that was, with a variety of developers or contractors. They went to the site, oh, we're going to do this, it's going to be, and nothing came of that. Well, now there's a plan, there's a schematic, there's this idea. I mean, it looks so good on paper, 20,000 housing units, 10,000 social and affordable. And then to hear everyone say, here we go, yet again, this is not going to happen. So I'm going to hold out a little bit of hope. The city did say, the mayor did say that they hope to have shovels in the ground. That's never happened before. By 2025, that's next year. Will it, won't it? And as far as the federal money and the provincial money that I'd heard yesterday was going to be involved in this, I'm still trying to get an account, a detailing, if you will, of that, to see if in fact it's, as David Hertel said, that's just money the feds or whatever in the provincial government are going to put in to develop the plans. Got nothing to do with actually building anything, or they would have probably made an announcement, which makes perfect sense. So I guess I'm the one who's naive. Let's go to traffic. CJD 800 Traffic Center. Lauren Glazer to check on your Friday drive. Lauren?
Aaron, still seeing a lot of off and on slowdowns on the westbound side of the Met, starting largely through to St. Laurent, again between the Laurier and the DeCarry interchange. Off and on slowdowns as well for northbound Laurentian, Blainville up to Mirabel. On the westbound side of the T-Can, some volume there on Route 13 to Sunnybrook. Northbound DeCarry, still pretty tough. Sherbrooke to the top. Also delays southbound DeCarry from the top to Côte St. Catherine. Busy as well on the westbound side of the 20, Turcotte out to Norman. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge, it's still backing into Ville St. Pierre. Don't forget, when you insure your construction or renovation company with Beneva, you'll have a partner that doesn't cut corners. Beneva, compare us, it's worth it. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 6 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Traffic brought to you by the iHeartRadio app, reminding you that you can stay informed and up to date wherever you go just by downloading the iHeartRadio app. That's a heart, by the way, is in a heart. Yeah. iHeartRadio app. It's available on the App Store or on Google Play as well, of course. It is absolutely free. You can use it anywhere, right? You can stay up to date with breaking news from CTV, everything and anything we do here on CJD 800, and so much more. It's all free. It's there for you now. The iHeartRadio app, downloaded today. By the way, just on this Cavendish thing, I didn't get to read. There's a ton of text on this. Some of them are way too long to read, but they're interesting nonetheless. But I picked a couple here that I think are kind of interesting, saying basically the same thing. One of which suggests, first of all, let's forget Cavendish. We're going to buy a Springfield's monorail. Thank you, from The Simpsons. And another saying, and I wonder how many people think this. I've seen at least 2 or 3 texts basically suggesting the same thing, which is, as one texter writes, you know, if Cavendish had been named Archambault Boulevard, maybe things would be moving a little bit quicker. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Some of the news you may have missed next.
We're doing Cavendish for sure.
No, you're not. Stop lying. I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
And the Rockets score! Ryan Coronel Soignier!
When you need to know, when you need to get it off your chest.
Disciplining an old dog isn't going to change the habits of the dog. He's still going to take a penalty at some point if this is who he is.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is $70 million, plus 13 Max Billions. An astonishing jackpot. Astonishing. Thrillingly beautiful. So exciting you won't be able to breathe.
At Club Piscine, we know all about pools. We know the LaPointe family's above-ground pool, standing ground since 2012. We also know the Browns' in-ground pool, always at 86 degrees. Not to mention the tens of thousands of pools we've installed all across Quebec. So if you want a pool this summer too, come see us. We'll get to know each other. Save $900 on our heated above-ground pools and get a free water purification kit worth $345. Only at Club Piscine.
People often wonder why Truck Month is the perfect time to buy, say, a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Well, if it were Barbecue Month, it'd be the perfect time to buy a barbecue. If it were Adopt a Kitten Month, it'd be the perfect time to adopt a kitten. And if it were Install Flashing Neon Lights Under Your Car Doors Month, well, you'd probably pass. During GMC Truck Month, get a $6,500 cash purchase credit on selected 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
Ask the Experts on CJAD 800 is your opportunity to hear from the best in their field to get the answers you need to improve your quality of life and the lives of those around you.
Did you know you can travel directly from Montreal to see polar bears in the wild? This week, Kelly Alexander welcomes the Expedition team from Gold Star Canadian Tours. They'll discuss their signature one-day tour to Churchill, Manitoba, the polar bear capital of the world.
Ask the Experts this Saturday at 4 on News Talk Radio CJAD 800.
There are days when I tell myself I'm like the weather. I'm sure of myself, more or less. But it's as if Germaine understands me. The more things I buy, the cheaper they get, the bigger the rebates. And that's in every department. Like now, say I need a new fridge. Well, as it so happens, it's going to cost me less if I decide to admire it. Comfortably seated on my new couch. Now, isn't that nice? Live your dreams even more for even less. Germaine Lariviere. Details in store.
Innovation, performance, craft. Principles behind the making of every Lexus, only fully understood through experience. Capture this feeling with lease and finance rates as low as 0.9%. Up to 2% off lease and finance rates for 2024 Lexus RX and RXH, and 1% off other select in-stock models. Join us at the Lexus 5-day event from April 16th to 20th and make the experience your own. Reach out to your Lexus dealer now.
Are you experiencing blurry vision, eye strain, or headaches from staring at screens all day? Are you concerned about AMD? Protect your eyes with New Nordic's Blueberry Strong. Blueberry Strong nourishes your eyes with lutein and concentrated wild Swedish blueberries with a superior concentration of color pigments and antioxidants, promoting healthy eyesight, better night vision, and less eye strain. That's why Blueberry Strong is Scandinavia's #1 selling eye supplement. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Walmart, Loblaws, Jean Coutu, and London Drugs, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
How do we make precision tires? We get to know the people who use them. We travel with them. Take every pothole, patch of black ice, and surprise the open road throws at them. So whether it's, wow, these roads are so smooth they put my children right to sleep tires, or the two kids fighting over a bag of ketchup chips in the back seat when one chip flies in front of your face, causing you to suddenly pull over and take a deep breath while asking for Serenity tires. Ask for Yokohama, made precisely for you.
A lone wolf, a survivalist, an investigator. Justin Hartley. Schedule in the CTV series that will leave you breathless. Don't miss a new episode of Tracker, Sunday at 9 on CTV. You're listening to Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
Welcome back. It's a couple of the items news you may have missed. I will start by just saying, and Jim Manny mentioned this earlier, I put up a picture on my Instagram page of the mayor laughing. I mean, a real, like a guttural laugh, which I love because it's fun to make people laugh. And when it's a mayor, it's double fun. I posted this, or there's a share thing that ended up on Facebook. I'm reading some of the comments. They're not very nice. So, you know, we have to at some point leave politics aside, I think. And I think in the case of Valerie Plante, you may not agree with her politics. And I think for the most part, you know how I feel. I'm not a big fan on some of the stuff. But I think, you know what, as a human being, and as I said, some of the comments, not very nice at all. Joe, that's fine. Otherwise, just whatever. But this is bad news for those of you who posted some of those comments. She's decided, you know, there's a municipal election coming up next year. I asked her during our podcast, which, by the way, you can now sort of click a link to on our homepage at cjd800.com if you want to watch it. I asked her if she's going to run in 2025. Here's what she said.
You know, life is life. Like, if not that I want to develop any disease or anything, but I mean, you know, life could change. But I mean, in my heart, in what I want to bring forward, I want to run for another mandate. And really for two reasons. The first one is the housing crisis is what took me into politics. That's why I wanted to run. And there's still work to be done. And I want Montrealers to find a home as quick as possible. So I want to show them how we want to give more, create more housing. And the second reason is that it is a tough time in the world. I'm not going to lie. It is tough at City Hall. It is tough what I'm getting as not so much criticism, but more like cry for help. You know, whatever it's what's happening in Israel with Hamas, or whatever it's a housing crisis, or more the homeless situation. People are suffering, and I feel it. People are stressed because of inflation. I feel like the same way I've accompanied Montrealers through COVID, I want to be there for them.
She's going to be there. She's going to run in 2025. As she said, you know, health aside, and there's no reason to suggest there's an issue there. She's going to run again, just to let you know. All right, a couple of things before we get out of here. I want to mention as well, if you are a fan of Dr. Chris Labos, who joins us regularly here on the station, he's got a book signing tonight, actually, from 6 to 9. He's going to be at the Indigo in Brossard, if you want to stop by. Ken Connors is going to be with him, just to say hi to Ken as well. And if that's no good, tomorrow he'll be at Place Montreal Trust, right in the heart of downtown on St. Catherine Street. And that is tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. He'll be reading excerpts from his book, Coffee Causes Cancer, and I can't read the rest because it's too small to see, but you know the book. So he'll be there tomorrow over there. Brian, what else did we have to do?
Well, let's quickly mention
PWHL.
Yeah, PWHL, the big game happening, Montreal against Toronto. It's an afternoon game, puck drop to 1 p.m. Now, I'm on Avenco's website right now, and I'm looking at tickets. There's a pair of tickets. Section 425, row B, for $47.25.
Good price.
So check them out right now. This game is going to be a historic game. They're going to break the attendance record. That goes down tomorrow. Also, CF Montreal, that game will be broadcasted right here on CJD 800 tomorrow night. That's at 7:30. And if you want to attend that game, tickets start at about $39.
Okay, by the way, the PWHL game, if you can't go, will be on our sister station on TSN, right?
TSN 698 starting at 1 o'clock.
Okay. All right, we'll take our final break. We'll wrap it up for you next.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The Time to Switch event is on now.
The greatest American rock and roll band in history, Aerosmith. Peace Out, the farewell tour. Aerosmith, with special guest the Black Crowes. Bellsecker, Friday, January 10th, 2025. Get tickets now at FFKKN. Aerosmith with the Black Crowes, the farewell tour. Peace out.
Here's what's sitting in a $329 Milburger chair from IKEA sounds like. And here's what's sitting in a $179 Milburger chair from IKEA sounds like. Did you hear the difference? It's $150 less. Same great products, new lower prices.
IKEA. Shop new lower prices on over 1,000 items today.
Ooh, so many low prices.
The experts at Protégez-Vous tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 Best Pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégé Vu's Best Picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Alrighty, that's going to do it for me. I want to thank our producers, Dean Bertoya, Brian Howlisar, for putting it all together, and a big thanks to you for being here as well. That is much appreciated. We'll catch you back here on Monday, anytime after 2 o'clock. That's good for you. It's good for me. Until then, be good to each other. Take care of yourself and all those folks around you, especially the little guys. They are the most important people in your life. Have a happy weekend, everybody. News with Mitsumi Takahashi coming next.
Although I'm not real, said you're very ever. And everything looks so
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Still pretty slow on the westbound side of the 20 from Ongrenio out to Norman. Also delays on the eastbound side of the 20 from 32nd out to 1st. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge back into Ville St. Pierre. Also delays on the eastbound side of the Ville Marie still between Atwater and St. Laurent. Westbound side of the Met volume there between La Cordaire and St. Laurent. Again between Des Lauriers and the DeCarry interchange. Some slowdowns eastbound side of the T-Can before Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latour. Off and on between Cavendish and Papineau on the eastbound side of the Met. For the barbecue season, enter Adonis Market for fresh, tasty meats. Until April 24th, boneless chicken breasts at $4.44 per pound. I'm Lauren Glazer from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
This is the Voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800.
She was attacked in a motel room.
One suspect would have attacked the victim with a sharp object.
And this is the second violent incident in Lower NDG this week. A strike in the heart of Iran.
Israel had to respond in some way, and their war cabinet was clear on this.
So what happens next in the Middle East? And in front of horrified onlookers.
Civilians, court officers, members of the police department, they run into the park. They make efforts to put him out. They use their coats. They use fire extinguishers.
A man sets himself on fire outside the Trump trial in New
CTV News with Mitsumi Takahashi.
Good evening. For the second time this week, there was a massive police operation in Lower NDG. This time, the crime scene was a motel on Saint-Jacques Street. A woman was stabbed. One person fled the scene. There have been no arrests. Kelly Gregg reports.
Police received a 911 call around 11:40 in the morning for reports of a stabbing at the Colibri Motel on Saint-Jacques Street in Lower NDG. They found a 39-year-old woman in one of the rooms with lacerations to her upper body. She was rushed to hospital with serious injuries, but is expected to survive. Police say her attacker was in the room with her.
From the information we have so far, what we understand is that there was an armed assault that occurred inside room in the motel room. One suspect would have attacked the victim with a sharp object and then fled the scene before the police arrived. The reason of the attack and also the link between the two persons are unknown at this time.
The stabbing comes just 2 days after police reportedly opened fire on a driver in what appears to be a car theft. That happened on the same street, Saint-Jacques, also in Lower NDG. In this case, police are hoping to speak with witnesses and check security footage to figure out the motive of the attack. Kelly Gregg, CTV News.
Meanwhile, police from Quebec are in Ottawa. They're telling MPs about the rising level of violence linked to car theft. The officers say criminal organizations are recruiting people as young as 15 to steal the cars, and that some of them are tortured if they don't succeed.
What I could say is that we do see there's a certain recruitment of street gangs that do have a history of violence, of narcotics. So that is a certain clientele that are being hired by these criminal organizations to do that. But it's not 100% of the people as well. I mean, it varies.
Well, certainly we see these young people of 15 to 25 years of age, and we've seen young people from Montreal to Toronto to steal cars, and they get even tortured in Toronto if they aren't successful. So we feel it's very important to work as a team. A chief inspector from the SQ says police are trying to find the people who are shipping the stolen vehicles overseas. We have more on this on our website, ctvnewsmontreal.ca. It is widely believed that Israel carried out its counterstrike against Iran, but Israel is not officially claiming responsibility, and Iran is downplaying the attack, saying there was no major damage. Adrian Gabriel has more.
Flashes of light in the night sky, one of the few recordings of what the U.S. are calling an airstrike by Israel deep within Iran.
Israel had to respond in some way, and their war cabinet was clear on this.
The so-called attack centered around the Iranian city of Isfahan, home to a large airbase, as well as part of Iran's nuclear program. This morning, troops were seen stationed at the Iranian facility. High above, these satellite images show that there doesn't appear to be any large craters or damage at the Isfahan base, though the targeted location has caught the attention of Middle East analysts.
Basically, that is a clear message to the Iranian regime that Israel can operate anywhere, anytime.
The entire region has been bracing itself following Saturday's first ever attack by Iran inside Israel. Attending the G7 ministers meeting in Italy, Secretary of State Antony Blinken confirmed the U.S. did not take part in the reported airstrikes inside Iran.
Of course, making sure that Israel can effectively defend, but also de-escalating tensions, avoiding conflict.
Israel has yet to comment on the reported military operation, and Iran has not identified the source of the strike, leaving some to believe this may actually be the beginning of a de-escalation between the two historic enemies.
What we're seeing here, hopefully, is the reestablishment of the status quo antebellum, if you will, the status quo before all of this activity started, and that we can return to the shadow war that Israel and Iran have been conducting for decades.
This is all taking place while a very real, deadly fight continues in Gaza. According to the Hamas-run health authority, more than 40 Palestinians have been killed there in just the last 24 hours. Adrian Gabriel, CTV News, Toronto.
There was a funeral today for Jacob Flickinger. He was the aid worker who was killed by an Israeli airstrike first. The funeral was held in his hometown of Saint-Georges in the Beauce. Flickinger was a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces who was working for World Central Kitchen in Gaza. He and 6 other aid workers were killed when their aid convoy was hit by Israeli missiles. His family and friends say he knew the risks of going to Gaza, but he'd said he had to try to help.
I would love to teach everything Jacob taught me to his son, so this way he will know how powerful his father was.
He was like a hero for us because he went there and fought for his country in Afghanistan. Now he was doing that to help people, because they needed food and that happened. So today.
Flickinger was 33 years old. He leaves behind a partner and a baby son. There was a horrifying scene today outside the courthouse where Donald Trump is on set himself on fire. And a warning, the video is graphic. The man walked into the park in full view of cameras and threw some pamphlets into the air. Police say the pamphlets contained conspiracy theories. Then, before dozens of witnesses, the man doused himself with an accelerant and set himself alight. Several people ran to him to try to put out the flames.
Civilians, court officers, members of the police department, they run into the park. They make efforts to put him out. They use their coats. They use fire extinguishers. Eventually, FDNY responds. We're able to extinguish the fire.
The man is said to be from Florida. He was rushed to a burn unit in critical condition. Police say there was no security breach and the area was open to the public. At this point, little is known about his motives. Meanwhile, inside the court, a full jury was selected today for Trump's trial. There were 12 jurors and 6 alternates. Opening statements are to begin on Monday. Donald Trump is accused of falsifying financial records, covering up a payment to a porn star to keep her silence. A building in Verdun has become the bane of the neighborhood. There are late-night parties, they go all night, and it's happening at an Airbnb that shouldn't even be there. Olivia O'Malley reports.
Neighbors say this building on Bannatyne Avenue near Hickson Street is known as the infamous Airbnb.
There's usually parties every weekend.
People living close by are fed up. They say the partying inside lasts late into the night, sometimes continuing into the early morning.
My girlfriend, when she walks the dog in the morning, it's like around 6 o'clock in the morning. Parties like keep on going.
In Montreal, short-term rentals available for less than 31 days must have a certificate from the city. In an email to CTV News, the borough says this address did not receive a certificate, and following several inspections, it gave the building's owner, Karim Kamal, a $2,500 fine. The borough also advised Revenue Quebec, which has the power to hand out even heftier fines. Kamal's assistant told CTV News Kamal would not be doing interviews.
Since the implementation of the new legislation, there's been no change at all.
Housing advocates say illegal short-term rentals continue to be a problem months after the adoption of legislation to address the issue. Cedric Dussault says there are loopholes to the law, and it's why there are still so many Airbnbs across Quebec.
Now we're up to more than 31,000 in the province of Quebec, and we know that still a vast majority of them are also illegal.
The city has a squad to crack down on illegal listings, but says it needs more collaboration from the province.
We have inspector, we put pressure on, and we want to put more pressure on.
In a statement sent to CTV News, Quebec's tourism minister says everything is in place so that everyone can play their role, and says the law is already producing results. The rise in registration rates and the fines imposed today $1 million demonstrate this. The listing for Verdun's so-called infamous Airbnb has been taken down, but housing advocates say it's a drop in the bucket. Airbnb did not reply to an interview request by deadline. Olivia O'Malley, CTV News.
The STM has decided to close the Atwater Metro Station entrance on St. Catherine Street at least until the end of the month. The STM says it closed the Cabot Square entrance for security reasons. Cabot Square is home to a transient population where police are often called to intervene, but the STM says that isn't the reason for the closure. The metro entrances on de Maisonneuve and Alexis Nyon Plaza remain open. And there's yet another plan to develop the former Hippodrome site. Today, the city unveiled the concept for a new neighborhood with 20,000 new units. Angela McKenzie has more.
Surrounded by provincial and federal ministers, Valerie Plante revealed the latest of many plans to develop the former Hippodrome site.
We want to build more units, we want more density, but we want to assure that there will be a great quality of life.
A working group, Galoff, was tasked with speeding up development of the area after previous plans failed to attract interest from developers. Galoff has unveiled a concept for a carbon-neutral neighborhood with close to 20,000 housing units, half social and affordable, and schools, parks, and shops. All three governments are splitting a $6 million investment to continue to study the area's development.
So we have to understand what's required in terms of funding for the various phases so that we can have a conversation with all levels of government as to how we're going to make sure that this is a feasible plan without deviating from the social objectives.
The whole project is expected to cost $8 billion over 10 years. Among the many questions is infrastructure. The Hippodrome has none, and building it is estimated to cost $1.5 billion.
So you ask yourselves, why did things never start over the last 2 decades, well, there are many reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
So at the end of the day, do we have a business model that makes sense for the builders? So public infrastructure, interest from the builders about a business model that makes sense. 2 big questions for the next year.
The new concept includes plans for public transportation. A tramway would run along Jean Talon and extend to Cavendish, but the long-awaited Cavendish extension isn't mentioned in the plan.
Mobility is primarily and important in any development, yet here we have a project called Cavendish, which is sufficiently at the back, but has been put aside, and they're opening up a whole new way of transport that would require us to start from scratch with a tramway in terms of being able to do the analysis, the studies, as well as the financing.
Public consultations begin this spring. Final adoption expected this fall. The city insists it could break ground as early as 2025. Angela McKenzie, CTV News.
Quebec says it's working on a plan to end the infighting at the Pointe Claire City Council. On Tuesday, councillors voted 7-2 in favor of asking the Municipal Affairs Ministry to intervene. There have been complaints of infighting in a toxic environment. One councillor has already resigned. Today, the Municipal Affairs Minister, André Laforêt, said she was aware of the problem at Pointe Claire and was working on a plan to resolve it. The strike by the teaching assistants at McGill is over. The deal includes a 15.5% salary increase over 4 years. The 1,600 teaching assistants went on strike a month ago. Teaching assistants are graduate students who help assist and help supervise undergraduate students at the university. There's a new coalition of groups working to celebrate Montreal's Caribbean communities, and they're planning for a summer festival. Here's Christine Law.
The Caribbean Coalition Network of Montreal is a group of local associations representing communities from 7 different nations like Jamaica, Barbados, and Guyana. Kirk Bennett says the city has already invested in their plan.
The city gave us this permit, gave us the go ahead to do this. We were granted $30,000 from the city for this project. Our projected budget is $105. So, right now we're in the fundraising phase of raising $75,000.
Carrie Mass Vice President Cynthia Waith says their proposal was accepted because the organizations backing it have been part of the Montreal Caribbean community for decades and have long-term plans.
A sustainability proposal. And when I'm talking about sustainability, I'm talking about having a plan that's going to be in place for the next 5 years. So we talk about the marketing, we talk about fundraising, we talk about maybe having a digital footprint. But we talk about reimagining what Carnival will look like moving forward.
These Caribbean associations say they have to work together to keep the event alive in Montreal, especially since it represents such a vibrant part of our culture, says Mark Henry.
It is a community event and not a coalition event. We will oversee, we'll make sure the direction of where we're going in the carnival will lie in the hands of the coalition heads. It is a community event, and so we're asking for your involvement, your support.
They also say in a city where some festivals are in doubt, everyone is invited to make this one a success.
Francophone, Anglophone, that wants to be part of putting together a phenomenal event that this city has never seen before.
CTV News reached out to the organizers of the 2023 Carrie Fiesta that was canceled but did not hear back. Kara Mass says festivities will begin in June and include pageants, a parade, and a party in the park. Christine Long, CTV News.
Dorothy Williams is a Montreal historian and author. For decades now, she's been telling the stories of the city's Black community and its contributions. And for that, she will be awarded Montreal's highest civilian honor, the Order of Montreal.
I have to say it is such a gratifying experience at this point because it's a real affirmation about Black history, about people have been listening to what I've been trying to say about Montreal's history, that the Black community is so intertwined in Montreal and its culture and just what Montreal is all about. But you have to bring in so many different ethnic communities. I mean, it wasn't just the Black community, but we shouldn't forget this community. It's been around since its beginnings, and it's important for that point to be brought home.
The ceremony for the Order of Montreal will be held on May 16th. Funeral details have been released for Dan Phillips, the former president of the Black Coalition of Quebec. Viewing is tomorrow at the Urgel Bourget on Côte de Liesse in Saint Laurent. And the funeral is Monday at 11 o'clock at Holy Family Church on La Jeunesse. Dan Phillips was a longtime civil rights activist here in Quebec. He died April 1st. He was 87 years old. And the boil water advisory for Longueuil has ended. The city of Longueuil issued the notice Wednesday after water pressure dropped in the St. Bruno de Montarville and Saint-Hubert municipalities. After repeated testing, the water is now set to be safe to drink again. And Lauren, there's still some light rain out there.
Yeah, that's right. We're still seeing that, and it's expecting to wrap up in the next hour or so. So that's the good news if you have plans tonight to head out. You may want to umbrella handy just in case Mother Nature's a little cheeky this evening, but we are expecting it to wrap up. That being said, we're currently sitting at 11 degrees and our winds are coming from the south at 20 kilometers an hour. We are still dealing with winds gusting up to 50 kilometers an hour, and that's going to stick with us tomorrow. Here's a look at our radar and satellite. So yes, we are basically almost done with that system that has been bringing us rain later in the day today. What do we have in store for the weekend? I will have all those details to get you ready a little later.
And coming up, it is a temple of Art Deco dating back to 1931.
You could feel the investment. And, and he designed the furniture, he chose the tableware, the silverware.
And soon, people will be dining there again. And the world's largest democracy begins 6 weeks of voting.
This is CJAD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
At CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
We have delays on the westbound side of the Met starting Lac-Cordaire through to the DeCarry interchange. On the eastbound side of the T-Can, volume before Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latour, or volume between Cavendish and Papineau on the eastbound side of the Met. Southbound 25, it's slowing Bubby into the tunnel. Northbound DeCarry delays Sherbrooke to the top. Also delays westbound 20 between Ongrino and Norman. Don't forget, when you insure your construction or renovation company with Beneva, you'll have a partner that doesn't cut corners. Beneva, compare us, it's worth it. I'm Lord Glazer from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
My new exercise bike? More like my $1,500 coat rack. At Babbel, we get it. Learning something new is hard, especially a new language.
I've forgotten all my high school French.
Make it easy on yourself with Babbel. In just 10 minutes a day with fun games, immersive podcasts, and live online classes, you can start having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Bonjour, les Français.
It starts here. Go to babbel.com/radio to get up to 55% off your subscription. That's BABBEL.com/radio.
Galleria Borghese, buongiorno.
Hi, you have guided tours today?
Sì, ma certo. We have today at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30.
Imagine having Europe all to yourself during the Air Transat off-season promo. Book your flights to Europe starting at $699 at airtransat.com. Conditions apply.
6:30.
Air Transat. Travel moves us. Innovation, performance, craft. Principles behind the making of every Lexus, only fully understood through experience. Capture this feeling with lease and finance rates as low as 0.9%. Up to 2% off lease and finance rates for 2024 Lexus RX and RXH, and 1% off other select in-stock models. Join us at the Lexus 5-day event from April 16th to 20th and make the experience your own. Reach out to your Lexus dealer now.
This is CTV News with Mitsumi Takahashi on CJAD 800.
There was once a beautiful restaurant on the 9th floor of the former Eaton's department store. It closed 25 years ago, but people still talk about it, and soon it will be open to diners again. Denise Roberts reports.
When Lady Eaton commissioned this space on the 9th floor in 1931, she wanted to transport shoppers to the luxurious dining rooms of transatlantic liners. Architect Jacques Carlu made it into a temple of Art Deco design, including the frescoes by his wife Natasha.
You could feel the investment. And he designed the furniture, the tableware, the silverware. Apparently, he even consulted on the uniforms of the personnel.
For years, it was the place to go for a special occasion. But by the time it closed in 1999, it was in bad shape. Architect Georges Drolet's job was to restore it to its original beauty.
It's very personal for me, I have to say, to be able to show it now because it's been quite a process.
Any renovation project has red tape, but as an indoor heritage property, there were even more hurdles. The materials they were using, including the marble and polished metal, were no longer available, and the peach color of the walls was a relic of the 1980s.
So we only had black and white images of the original, but we could see something was not quite right. So we actually tested by scratching the layering of the paint, going back to the original color.
Now, after years of painstaking work and an undisclosed investment, its owners, Ivanhoe Cambridge, are launching it once again as a restaurant and event space. Le Neuvième will open its doors to the public on May 17th.
Yes, it's not new, but it's new in a way because it's all renovated. So, and people that came here before, they are attached to that space.
Nostalgia will also be on the menu.
We've got an offer that's, really an homage to the format that you would find in the Eaton Center menus, which was also inspired by, luxury transatlantic ocean liners.
There's a lot of excitement as opening day is, especially for Drolet, whose work here is done.
The heritage has to live to be valuable, and so it has to evolve with respect to what its qualities are, and I hope that's what we achieved here.
A monument to beauty in the heart of downtown. Denise Roberts, CTV News.
The first round of voting took place today in India, in the world's largest democracy. Today's vote covered 166 million voters across 21 states and territories. The election will be carried out in 7 phases and will run until June the 1st. 1 billion people are eligible to vote. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking to win a historic 3rd term. Observers say regardless of the outcome, the relationship between Canada and India is unlikely to change. Especially by authorities.
Can help you keep being you. Love your ears at Hearing Life. This is an ad about nothing. Nothing to sneeze at. The comfort of sweet, sweet nothing. And with Noma, there's nothing to mess up your day. After all, when there's nothing to worry about, isn't that everything? Noma Whole Home Products. We thought of everything.
Can you pass me a pen? No way! My turn!
How big is 649? The next Lotto 649 draw, the gold ball will be at 34 million.
The spring sale is on now at Maison Corbeil. Save up to $2,500 for a limited time. Maison Corbeil.
Start dreaming. Start shopping. Red Tag Days are on in Toyota with great offers on select models. Find yours at shoptoyota.ca.
I'll take a 649.
The next Lotto 649 draw, the gold ball will be at 34 million.
Your home, your news. CTV News Montreal.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Bell. Switch to Canada's fastest internet.
There are growing concerns about airline safety in the United States. There was a near collision between 2 planes at one of America's busiest airports. Sam Brock has details.
Southwest 2937, stop.
A frantic warning at DCA directed at a Southwest plane, which the FAA says had just received permission from controllers to cross runway 4, while a JetBlue plane was beginning its takeoff roll on the very same runway. A source says the planes came within 1,000 feet of each other.
Stop. Stop. Southwest 2937, stop. We stopped. We were cleared to cross runway 4.
Teresa Hoffman was on board the JetBlue aircraft.
Like you're about to lose the ground underneath you. And right about that, right before that's about to happen, we just slam on the brakes.
Thankfully, a potential disaster was averted, but now there are many questions about what might have caused the mishap in the first place.
It appears that you had 2 different airplanes talking to 2 different controllers, one ground controller and one a tower controller. So it appears to be an operational error.
Hoffman also received an email from JetBlue, which stated in part, this disruption is considered an uncontrollable disruption, meaning it's due to events outside of JetBlue's control. The FAA saying it's going to investigate the incident, and both airlines promising to cooperate fully with the federal government. Even as the FAA says runway incursions have dropped, a string of recent close calls have raised significant concerns. Like the landing FedEx cargo plane last winter, coming within 100 feet of a Southwest passenger plane about to take off that was carrying 128 people on board.
A sports writer from Indianapolis has apologized for some comments he made. It happened at Caitlin Clark's first news conference as a WNBA star. Andrew Dimbert has more.
Calls for a sports journalist to be fired after an exchange with Caitlin Clark.
Real quick, I'll allude to this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
During Clark's introductory news conference for the WNBA's Indiana Fever, Greg Doyle, a columnist for the Indy Star, made this heart gesture, which Clark frequently makes after games.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me and we'll get along just fine.
So, the exchange sparking some backlash online. Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy calling Doyle a sexist pervert as others call for his firing. Doyle apologizing, tweeting, Caitlin Clark, I'm so sorry. Today I was part of the problem, and included a link to a column featuring a longer apology where he acknowledges crossing a line. But that apology is being slammed for being self-promoting. One user writing, nothing says I'm sorry like making us click on your column so you can get clicks. And then there's this.
You just were given the keys to that. What are you going to do with it?
At the same news conference, Doyle asking the Fever's head coach about Clark, referring to Clark as it. Canadian sports journalist Shireen Ahmed saying Doyle's media credentials should be revoked. Andrew Dimber, ABC News, New York.
Weather brought to you by Gratian Staff Sunevent. Get a second pair of clear or prescription sunglasses as a gift.
Well, we saw gray skies and some light rain later into the afternoon today, and that was just one part of the weather story because we were with winds gusting up to 50 kilometers an hour. Now, that's going to stick with us as we head into our Saturday. We'll get to that a little bit later, but let's talk temperatures. It's the time of year where we're all hoping for warmer weather. So what was our daytime high here in Montreal? Believe it or not, we were exactly where we should be, 12 degrees. However, when we take a look at our low of 6, you can see that was actually mild compared to the 2 that we're usually seeing at this time of year. Now, the record that was set in 1976 of 27.2 still stands, and our sunset hasn't happened yet, but it will at 7:47 p.m. Now, let's put our futurecast in motion and get you ready for the weekend. So, at this time, we are seeing some periods of light rain, but it looks like we are just on the edge of that system, and it's wrapping up. By 9 o'clock, we should be in the clear, and we start to see some clearing overnight. However, in the early morning hours, we see some clouds build in. This is ahead of our morning, which we're expecting to see a mix of sun and clouds to start our Saturday. Throughout the afternoon, when we continue to put this in motion, what looks like some spotty showers around Montreal, but at this time, forecasting any precipitation for the weekend, we will just be dealing with mostly cloudy skies into the afternoon. So we continue to put it forward as we head into our Saturday night. We will see some clouds clearing, and then as we head into our Sunday, we are looking at start with a mix of sun and cloud. So it looks like it'll be a nice few days going into next week, which is good news. I'm sure lots of you out there are hoping for a break in We'll see partly cloudy skies, winds once again gusting up to 40 kilometers an hour, looking at 6 degrees as our low. And we'll see a mix of sun and cloud to start the day. Into the afternoon, we're calling for mostly cloudy, once again with winds gusting. Now let's talk about the rest of the region. We're calling for 11 degrees, mostly cloudy skies in Gatineau, also looking at 11 tomorrow, but the Laurentians will see a little bit more sunshine mixed in there. Partly cloudy and 10 for tomorrow in Quebec City, and 9 degrees with mostly cloudy skies for Sherbrooke. Here's a look at the next week ahead. Not a bad weekend, 3 days of no rain, so that's the good news there. We are dealing with slightly below seasonal temperatures come Monday, 6 degrees. Once again, we'd normally be seeing highs of 12 this time of year, so just something to consider. Maybe wear an extra sweater underneath your spring coat. Tuesday and Wednesday, we're dealing with precipitation, 5 millimeters on Tuesday, starting in the afternoon, a high of 14 there. Wednesday, we will see 10 millimeters with periods of light rain. Thursday and Friday, we're calling for a mix of sun and cloud, and on Friday, a high of 12 degrees. So that's the latest in your forecast, and now we have an update on Lotto for you. Tonight, Lotto Max is offering a spectacular jackpot of 70 million plus 13 Max Millions. Buy your ticket in store or online. Good luck.
Swifties are celebrating today. Taylor Swift's highly anticipated new album is out. Taylor Swift took to Instagram to announce that the Tortured Poets Department is actually a double album with 31 songs, many of them focused on Swift's love life and heartbreak over the last year. The album was actually leaked a day early, and that caused a frenzy online. This is Swift's 11th studio album. And when we come back, we find out why the cosmos is under no obligation to make sense to us. And in medical news, well, we can learn about our health by looking at our tongue.
Breaking news. What is that? It's a monster.
It's a man.
No, it's a pony.
Lunchables. What's your Lunchables? Now back in Canada.
This again? Must have pulled something working out.
It's your mattress. It's impacting your sleep. Stop playing the blame game. Speak to a sleep expert because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. Right now, we pay both taxes. Casino, a Lotto Quebec experience. Building the world's first commercial rooftop greenhouse. Pioneering agricultural production with a 100% online business model. Partnering with local producers to offer more than 2,000 products. Feeding close to 30,000 families each week using Montreal rooftops. Mohamed Aj from Lufa Farms has big ideas, and Desjardins Business is focused on one thing, helping his ideas grow.
The Infiniti QX60 exemplifies modern luxury with powerful SUV performance, 3 rows of comfort, and a sleek yet daring design. Lease a 2024 QX60 from 0.99% APR for up to 24 months. Visit Infiniti.ca.
When mental illness strikes someone close to you, everything changes. Friends for Mental Health can give you the strength you need to support your loved one and help bring your life back into balance. Call or visit us online. Friends for Mental Health. This is our collection.
We're known as Hoarders Without Borders. We got this from a small chain of islands called Hawaii. Skyscanner puts a smile on my face. All the best travel sites in one place.
He's so great at parties.
This again? Must have pulled something working out.
It's your mattress. It's impacting your sleep.
Stop playing the blame game. Speak to a sleep expert because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. Right now, we pay both taxes.
Your home, your news. CTV News Montreal. Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by Canic Hardware Stores with ridiculous prices every day. Canic helps you get the job done. Your health brought to you by Gratian Scalp Sunevent. Get a second pair of clear or prescription sunglasses as a gift.
It seems our tongues can help detect potential health problems if we know what to look for. Here's Mandy Gator.
It's a muscular organ that helps you swallow, suck, and speak, but your tongue can also reveal telltale signs of health problems.
That is part of our observable areas that we can monitor for changes.
Dr. Gabriel Gavrilescu with Cleveland Clinic, Florida says monitoring your tongue is a simple way to spot potential issues. It can be quickly done while brushing teeth.
To make sure we notice changes, and if we do notice, to see what they signify.
Significant changes may signify a problem. A whitish tongue can indicate a fungal infection, an inflammatory condition, or a potentially precancerous condition. A yellowish or greenish color tongue is usually due to poor oral hygiene and can come from smoking, chewing tobacco, being dehydrated, or taking certain vitamins. An orangish tongue is also commonly caused by poor oral hygiene or dry mouth, certain antibiotics, and some foods like carrots. A bright red tongue may indicate food or medication allergies or a vitamin B deficiency. A gray hue may indicate eczema, according to a 2017 study. And a black tongue can mean there's a keratin buildup, which can lead to a thickening of skin. If you have a blue tongue, it may indicate a lack of oxygen in your blood, and a doctor should be called right away.
We have to be mindful about what we put in our body.
Gavrilescu says maintaining a healthy tongue color means eating a balanced diet, not using tobacco products, drinking plenty of water, and visiting a dentist regularly. For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
It's a book that begins with a disclaimer that says anyone looking for answers about the universe and our place in it, this book is not for you. The cosmos, it says, is under no obligation to make sense to us. We're just a speck. Imagine if Earth was a blueberry, the distance to the sun is a football field. And we haven't even left our solar system. This and more is laid out in the book Cosmic Wonder, Our Place in the Epic Story of the Universe. It's written and illustrated by Nathan Hellner Messelman. He's been a member of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada since he was 10 years old. Nathan, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, your book is wonderful fun. It's very, very informative, but it's a lot of fun, too. Your book also makes us stop and think about a lot of things. For example, as you say, we're lucky just to be here.
Sure, we are lucky to be here. So as a comparison, if I wanted to take the probability of you and me existing right here in this specific universe right now, and I went 0.0000, we would have to have this interview for around 150 million years. But I believe that's a little bit longer than CTV permits for airtime. So I would say there's a staggering number of ways that life could have evolved, and it probably has evolved elsewhere in this universe. Notice to readers and listeners, if you want to read about those, it's in the book. But I think the odds of us being here specifically is absolutely staggering. So, yeah.
So when you said our interview was going to go that long, the control room collectively had a heart attack. So thank you very much for that. So you also say in your book that our bodies are temporary, but as temporary as we are, and despite what a small speck we are, we also have something you call light immortality.
Yeah, so that's a cool phenomenon I'd like to talk about. Yeah, in the context of the universe, we are more temporary than a Snapchat story. So we are gone so fast. But throughout our lives, we're always emitting light. We're reflecting light from the sun. We're emitting infrared light. And that light, some of that light leaks into space. And then it keeps traveling through the void forever, basically. And it gets smaller and fainter the further it goes, the farther the universe expands, but it never ever disappears. So trillions of years in the future, if someone is watching in the right place with a good enough camera, they might be able to watch our lives play out maybe us having this interview right here, anywhere in the distant future, that light never ever goes away.
That's an interesting thought. I like that. We'll just be having this interview forever. We have trouble imagining that really big picture, though, don't we? You asked the question, how could the universe end? And that's really interesting, too.
Yeah, so there's a force across the universe called dark energy. It's called as such because we have no idea how it works, really, just that it pushes space apart. And if it is getting stronger over time, then space is going to get faster and faster until it rips itself apart. And if it's getting weaker over time, then space is going to start to contract under gravity until everything collapses into a single point. And the most likely outcome, as per what we currently know, is that space will keep expanding forever in a very depressing way. The stars will fizzle out and atoms will decay until there's nothing left. But the interesting thing that could happen is there might be some energy left over enough for new big bangs to occur in the distant future, leading to new universes where anything could happen. Maybe this has already happened. Maybe you've already bought a copy of my book in a distant universe in the past, in which case, no refunds, sorry.
You want to mention your book again, by the way? I will mention it again for you, too, at the end. But, you know, if we are so small and the cosmos is so large and we are a speck, as you remind us over and over in your book, people are bound to ask, so then what's the point? Does it really matter what we do?
That's getting borderline philosophical. So what a decade of obsessive astronomy has done to me, basically, it's given me a deep appreciation for the little things, that's for sure. Like making people smile, little acts of kindness, laughing. The little things that could not possibly change the course of the universe, which we just established is a depressing destruction of everything in existence. So does it matter what we do? I mean, when you think about meaning as something that happens inside a brain, then our planet with trillions of brains on it is basically like a little pocket of meaning in a giant meaningless void. So I think by that definition, this planet matters, and protecting our planet really matters.
I couldn't agree with you more. And thank you for at least leaving us on that, at least a little bit of an upbeat note. So you're going to be at the Westmount Public Library Friday, April 26th. You're also and on the 27th as well. And thank you very much. It's a lot of fun reading your book.
Thank you so much for having me.
Quebec says it will follow Ottawa's lead and raise the capital tax on capital gains. The interview has me completely years ahead. Okay. After the federal budget was tabled on Tuesday, Finance Minister Éric Girard said he would study Ottawa's proposals. Currently, the tax on capital gains stands at 50%, but as of June 25th, that will rise to 66% on capital gains that are in excess of $250,000.
Business News brought to you by Au Vieux de Louvre, committed to serving you the tastiest grill and seafood meals.
I think I've recovered now. And now here are some of the day's closing financial numbers. In New York, the Dow closed up 211 points to 37,986. The Nasdaq was down 319 points to 15,282. And now here is the rest of the day's business news from BNN Bloomberg.
Hello there. Weakness in the giant technology companies helped to push down America's S&P 500 stock benchmark for a day. The bellwether dropped below as traders avoided riskier assets. U.S. inflation is still high, and there are niggling worries that the Federal Reserve will actually increase this year. On the markets, the Canadian dollar changed hands at 72.72 U.S. cents, up about 1/10 cent. WTI oil, the North American bellwether, was at $82.22, up 12 cents. Western Canadian Select Oil traded at $69.21, up 4 cents. And the TSX Composite ended at 21,807.37, up just under 99 points. That's the latest in business. I'm Andrew Bell of BNN Bloomberg.
The Quebec Liberal Party has set a date to choose its next party leader, and Matt, it's going to be June of next year.
That's right, Mitsumi. The new leader will be chosen on June 14th, 2025. The party has been without a permanent leader since Dominique Anglade stepped down, and so far, only two people have shown interest, MNA Frédéric Beauchemin and former Montreal Mayor Denis Coderre. We spoke with former Liberal Minister David Hertel on this, who points out that in 2025 is really an interesting time. There will likely be a federal election that year and a municipal election as well, and that could mean that this leadership race may not grab the headlines like the Liberals would hope. We're going to have a lot more on this at 11:30.
Thanks very much, Matt.
What's on Montreal? Brought to you by Tanguay, your comfort zone.
No weekend plans? No problem. Here are some ideas to get you started. Film buffs, get ready. The Hudson Film Festival is happening until Sunday. From drama, biopics, comedy, and more, there's something for every moviegoer. If you're into gizmos and gadgets, you can learn all about the latest technology at the Electric Vehicle Show. It's on until Sunday at the Olympic Stadium. It may be too soon to garden, but you can learn about flora and fauna at the Root for Nature Show. It's a sensory experience at the Oasis Immersive Studios. Or take in some music. Montreal Guitar Trio performs songs by Italian composer Ennio Morricone. The concert is on Sunday at Salle Fen Place. There's also a special tribute to Leonard Cohen's life and music. Nathaniel Ratliff performs with special guests the Wordless Orchestra and Phil Cook. Don't miss it on April 22nd at Festival. And as always, we have more on our website. For What's on Montreal, I'm Lauren Fernandez.
And when we come back, 50 million views on TikTok. The cat is a star.
Will Trent, Tuesday, April 30th on CTV. Unleash the taste of adventure with Purina Prime natural chews and meaty treats. Help satisfy their instinctual love of chewing and cravings for real meat. Together, tails wagging. Purina Prime, a taste of adventure in every pack.
New McCafe Cold Brew has officially dropped. And it's... Yeah, that's it.
Is it just me, or have you been to Uniprix? How did you know? You look great. You know, with my pharmacy, I got my vaccines, nausea pills, and travel advice all in one trip. It's that easy? Yep. All-inclusives are the best.
StructTube is your go-to shopping destination for furniture that makes a statement. In-store and online, get inspired by our selection of top-value furniture, showcasing top-notch styles at unbeatable prices. StructTube, low prices, amazing styles.
Your home is a place where you can truly be yourself.
Honey, are you coming?
I don't feel like playing robot anymore.
Okay. Great.
It deserves to be well protected, and you deserve to save.
So this is 2 times of the weapons. The ball is at the 30,
Is your internet streaming making things awkward? eBox is just what you need. 100% fiber internet at $50. At Sports Experts, the Mega Bicycle Clearance has finally started. Take advantage of deals of up to 40% off on a wide selection of hybrid and mountain bikes for adults and children. Shop from thousands of bikes. Your Sports Experts.
The greatest American rock and roll band in history, Aerosmith. Living on the set. Peace Out, the farewell tour. Aerosmith, with special guest the Black Crowes.
Little thing, let me lie to chemicals, mama, I'm sure.
Bellsecker, Friday, January 10th, 2025. Get tickets now at FFKKN. Aerosmith with the Black Crowes, the farewell tour. Peace Out. Can a subcompact SUV be both versatile and reliable? It can when it's a Honda HR-V, turning all your journeys into adventure. Lease the 2024 HR-V from 3.99% up to 36 months. It's a Honda. Hey, have you
you been to Unipre? Yeah, well, remember all the time I was spending the doctors? Well, my pharmacist can renew my prescription right there at the pharmacy. It's that easy. That easy.
I mean to fight this war and win it.
We fight for our queen, for the one true king.
Cat videos are always big on the internet, but a cat in Chicago is literally flying high. Here's Jeannie Moose.
We've done stories on an enormous cat and on a slap-happy cat slapping a judge at a cat show. But this blur across your screen?
This is the flying cat.
Meet Remy, a Chicago area Bengal cat. 2-year-old Remy went behind some hanging coats. His housemate Lucy the cat decided to come play. But when Lucy knocked a coat off the hook, Remy went bonkers.
What just happened?
Those immortal words escaped the lips of cat owner Julia Amadei's boyfriend, Nick. The cat was fine.
He landed on this.
An interactive cat toy. Commenters were awestruck, saying,
My cat has wings.
They called him the Michael Jordan of cats.
But I've never seen him get air like that in my life.
The dog of the house, Maggie, was singled out online for her chill reaction.
And just looks at my boyfriend like, there they go again.
The stratospheric leap went explosively viral, and many labeled Remy the very definition of a scaredy cat. But Remy took being jumpy to a whole new level. Like Rocky, he's gonna fly. Jeannie Moose, CNN.
What just happened?
New York.
It's very funny.
I love the dog. The dog
Yes.
is not bothered.
It's a good way to end the week, don't
Yes.
you think, Lauren? Okay, so we're looking at a nice weekend.
That's right. Definitely better than, the gray skies and light rain that we saw today. So that's the good news. We will be dealing with winds gusting up to 50 kilometers an hour. So that's neither here nor there. We're seeing it 6 degrees as our low overnight. Sun and clouds to start our Saturday. Mostly cloudy throughout the afternoon and a daytime high of 10 degrees. Once again, we will see winds gusting. So maybe pack an extra sweater and you'll be ready.
Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Stay well. Good night.
Can you pass me a pen? No way! My turn. Oh, I don't think it's 649. The next Lotto 649 draw, the gold ball will be at 34 million.
It's a really great model. Plus, it gives you 11 chances to win $1 million.
I know. I even held out on getting a new dryer until now.
How'd that go?
It's finally that time of the year when your purchase could make you a millionaire. Get one chance to win for every $100 spent. The $1 million sale is on now. Barbie's Resto Bar Grill. What a place. Love the food and friendly good time feeling. A Barbie's Resto Bar Grill. Oh, 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 Arby's.
Is your internet making things awkward? eBox is just what you need. 100% fiber internet at $50.
Can a subcompact SUV be both versatile and reliable? It can when it's a Honda HR-V, turning all your journeys into adventure. Lease the 2024 HR-V from 3.99% up to 36 months. It's a Honda.
At Beneva, being nice is second nature. And with such good people, you know your car is covered. Compare us. It's worth it. Beneva.
At Sports Experts, the Mega Bicycle Clearance has finally started. Take advantage of deals of up to 40% off on a wide selection of hybrid and mountain bikes for adults and children. Shop from thousands of bikes. Your Sports Experts.
And so it gives you 11 chances to win $1 million.
I know. I even held out on getting a new dryer until now. How'd that go?
The $1 million sale is back. Buy now for the chance to win $1 million. It's the perfect opportunity to give your yard a makeover with our outdoor selection from barbecues to saunas and patio furniture. The Tonge $1 million sale is on now.
I'll take a 649.
The next Lotto 649 draw, the gold ball will be at 34 million.
This might be the perfect place to build my future.
You gonna be a mom?
I got regrets, but it's no reason to just give up.
Life's got a way of showing you what your next move's gonna be. I'm sure I'll see it.
Sullivan's Crossing, new episode. Sunday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV. Stream on all your favorite devices.
This is CJAD 800.
For best of audio and a list of podcasts, go to CJAD800.com.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Still slowdowns northbound to Cary from Cousin Luke Road to the top. Also delays southbound to Cary from the top to go St. Catherine. Slowdowns as well. Westbound side of the 20 on Grinnell to Norman. Also delays on the eastbound side of the 20, starting 32nd at the First Avenue. Up and on volume for the westbound side of the Met, Lac-Courtier through to Papineau, again between Des Lauriers and DeCary. Head to Farmer Pre for their big value event and enjoy points, savings, and surprises. Now until Friday, you'll find great deals in store. Restrictions apply. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 7:15.
The way we've been listening to music has really evolved over the years. First it was the record player, then the cassette tape player, the CD and MP3 players, and now the turntable is back in style. But we've heard that song before. Over time, all those devices become outdated or can no longer be used. The best way to make sure they're still useful is to bring them to one of the authorized drop-off points of the Quebec Electronics Recycling Program. Because recycling old electronics is not a waste of time.
The mid-season sale is in full swing at Bentley. For a limited time, take advantage of discounts of up to 60% on luggage, handbags, backpacks, and travel accessories from your favorite brands. Visit a Bentley store near you or shop at shopbentley.com.
The experts at Protégé Vu tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 best pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégé Vu's best picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer.
Last year's #1 Canadian drama is on CTV.
I thought I was strong enough to handle it all.
I'd rather have control of my life than leave it up to chance.
But isn't life all about taking chances?
Sullivan's Crossing, new episode, Sunday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
At Club Lucin, we have the largest selection of patio furniture in Quebec. Great sets for lounging, dining, sunning, chatting, or chilling together. Plus gazebos and thousands of stylish accessories. So whether you're into modern, classic, or boho, we have something the whole family will love. Yes, even you, boo. For a limited time, save the equivalent of both taxes on selected furniture. Only at Club Lucin.
Oh, such a good boy.
Hey, Hey, Montreal, are you ready for something truly electrifying? Then come on down and immerse yourself in the Chevrolet experience at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. You'll get a taste of the future of driving with cutting-edge Chevrolet models, such as the Equinox EV, the Silverado EV, and the Corvette E-Ray. And you can fill up on adrenaline by taking a test drive of the Blazer EV. The future is here at the Chevrolet exhibit, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Don't miss the year's most electrifying event.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Hey, Montreal, are you ready for something truly electrifying? Then come on down and immerse yourself in the Chevrolet experience at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. You'll get a taste of the future of driving with cutting-edge Chevrolet models, such as the Equinox EV, the Silverado EV, and the Corvette E-Ray. And you can fill up on adrenaline by taking a test drive of the Blazer EV. The future is here at the Chevrolet exhibit, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Don't miss the year's most electrifying event.
Jim.
And happy weekend to each and every one of you who are enjoying on podcast. I'm the aforementioned broadcaster. Gonna get into a crazy day in New York. The trial of Donald Trump. You didn't know what's going on. 12 jurors have been seated. This is a trial that's all about his hush money. And man, are things moving fast. They got the jury in a week. They thought it could take up to maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And you know what? I'll tell you how fast things are moving. He's already threatened 3 of them. Teachers in Tennessee are allowed to carry guns? Well, it hasn't gone that crazy down in Tennessee. It's not like they're allowed to have books or anything. And a list of the happiest places in America is out. Don't worry, Buffalo, you're not on the list because, well, it's not during the football season. And a Texas woman let her kids spend a lot of time alone on a cruise. A pair of bumbling thieves tried to rob them, led by Joe Pesci. Boy, did that go wrong. I'm Jim Richards. Boy, did this go wrong.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
Man, I have been threatened within the inch of my life if I do not get Swifties on today with the release of that new album. We will get to that momentarily here on the iHeart Talk Radio.
Jim Richards has issues on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Let's celebrate the great stories. We always celebrate or talk about when things go sideways. When you go to a ball game, we've heard some stories, or any sporting event. If you're, if you spend any time at a Senators game or a Montreal Canadiens game, when the CFL, there's always some loud, drunken Lugans, right? And they're always like, why don't we have to sit beside these people? Is there any way we could move? Well, that's kind of the story of a woman who has made the news. She didn't even know she made the news. She's from Gananoque. And her husband and family, they love baseball. They're planning to come to the home opener. First time they'd ever seen the Jays. And unfortunately, Bob got sick. But Bob wanted his wife to still go to Toronto and watch a game nonetheless.
On the Wednesday, April 10th, and he wanted me to go to a Blue Jays game because I've never been to an opener before. And he said, go. So he got me tickets, and off I went, and sitting up in the 500 section, you never know who you're sitting with.
True.
And I just got to, got great seats, and I had great company.
That is, well, she didn't know that at the beginning. Because up in the 500 section, things could go sideways. People could have too many wobbly pops, giving a little woo-wee to the baseball. But she sat down, 7 guys, then crowded into her aisle, and she's like, oh, what's going to go wrong here?
And then another mother and son came and sat beside me, and we had struck up a conversation. And then it was getting almost like first pitch time, and still nobody was in these 7 seats beside me. And, up in the 500s, it's quite tight. And I was like, ooh, maybe we can move over and get some extra room. But then all of a sudden, 7 gentlemen with glasses of a beer or drink in their hand came through and said, excuse me. We all got up and let them sit down.
And you know how that's going to go, right? These young loudmouths.
I was like, oh, gosh, they just came from the bar. I think it's going to get rowdy. I don't know what's going to happen. And the game starts. And they were absolutely wonderful.
Keep in mind, she's at this game. Again, her husband was supposed to be there, but he got sick. Couldn't accompany her. So he said, hey, go. You haven't been to a home opener ever. It's a special time. Go have fun. And then, she didn't know what to expect, and she started telling these guys about her husband.
So usually I go with my boys, and they couldn't come, and Paul said to me, he's the gentleman sitting there, he says, I said, my husband is in the hospital, and he asked me and urged me to come, and I've never been alone, and I was really worried, and I told him he was in liver failure, and I'm not sure if he was going to be able to come home anytime soon, and it was hard for me, staying up there all week and sitting at his side. So he wanted me to have some fun. And that's how the story goes.
These 7 guys, though, were raised really well. They heard that story. And what happened?
So they went and excused themselves, and they went back into the bar area. And a little bit later, one gentleman came out named Paul, and he sat beside me. He says, the boys and I were thinking about what you were going through, and we wanted to get your husband a jersey, his Springer jersey. They had quizzed me during the games, who's your favorite player, who's your husband's favorite player, and so they knew it was Springer, and they went and got a beautiful shirt for him out of the J store, and I was just shocked, and the tears were rolling down my face, and he was so kind. He gave me a hug, and he wished me and my husband well.
What a sweet story. I mean, you can never judge a book by the cover unless the book cover says, this is a really bad book. Then I would judge the book by the cover. But what a sweet story that is. And 5 days later, it goes viral.
So the lovely lady sat beside me on the other side, named Laura, heard the story and was moved by it, and she decided to write on Twitter about this emotional thing that happened at the Blue Jays game. And all of a sudden, it just kind of went viral, and the Blue Jays fan club picked it up and put it on there, and everyone seemed to be looking for me because people had reached out from Springer's agency to say that he wanted to sign my husband's T-shirt.
Which is pretty cool. Imagine that. Everybody's looking for you, and you don't even know it because, well, you know what? Smart people aren't on Twitter, and she's not on Twitter.
So when they put it on the Blue Jay site, I mean, so many fans, wonderful fans, and of course in our small town of Gananoque, one of my friends knew that Paul was in the hospital, saw it, posted it, and said, that's you, Carla. And I had no idea. Like, she sent it to me, and they were looking for me for 5 days. I didn't even know nothing about it.
But what happened next? George Springer finds out, and...
Yeah, so what happened was this lovely lady, Laura Brady, she connected with the gentleman that posted from the Blue Jay site, like the Blue Jay fan site, and he put it out there, her Twitter post. And I connected with him, and I said, "Hi, I'm the lady that," and he connected to Laura and then hooked us together. And they were going through Laura Springer's agency. And then I also got a lovely thing from Schneider's sister saying that he would like to do something. And then all of a sudden there was more people. And then Geddy Lee wanted to do something for Paul.
Geddy Lee of Rush Geddy Lee? What did he do?
Fans we are. He wanted to give Paul his new book he just put out and get it signed. And it arrived a few days ago. We are like so blessed.
And all of that is pretty cool. And you can imagine if you send next time I ain't sending my wife off to there. Act like you get Geddy Lee and you get Springer, you got to be there.
Oh, he has more. He's got more spirit. He wants to fight. He wants to fight harder, and it just raised his spirits. And he was so thankful of these gentlemen that took good care of me at the game and made me feel so special because he couldn't be there for me. And he's just honored that they did something so nice for him and for me.
So Bob is the name of the husband. How is he doing now?
Well, he had a biopsy and he is in isolation. So we are very hopeful that with the right medications that he should be able to come home in a few weeks.
That's amazing.
I know. We're keeping our fingers crossed.
What a great story. That is courtesy of The Rush in Toronto. And shout out to that family in Gananoque. We'll do the rundown in a matter of moments. I'm Jim Richards. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening. The roads are still wet up there, so be cautious. The Carry northbound is still congested from the MDG tunnel through up until the Jean Talon exit, so that is costing you some time. And also something cooking on the flip side. The Carry southbound end of the Jean Talon exit looks like a right lane protected stall, so be careful. The flares are down, and it's tight getting on at Jean Talon on the southbound side. The Carry eastbound side of the Met, incident in the Anjou interchange in the right lane, putting the finishing touches to getting rid of the scene, and the remnants of flares are down. We have far more emergency vehicles until a short time ago, and it's heavy still from Echo That. Until that point, the Met West is off and on. TNF to the Carry, most of the TNF to Belleville at this point, and then solid Leckett lead to the Carry Circle, off and on the eastbound side from the Carry to Saint Anne and Tour and Echo That on route to the Anjou interchange. How about the La Fontaine Tunnel? It's a slow mover, 20 minutes from Sherbrooke, cut in half via Sydney East, and they'll close the tunnel in both directions tonight, come 11 o'clock, reopening at 8 in the morning. Outbound Champlain, feeling it from Nuns Island, 136 East. Earlier crash in the tunnel is gone. Damage done from Atwater, and that 136 East Guy exit will be off the limits as of 11:59 tonight until the end of the fall. There are days when the traffic is ridiculous. At Canuck hardware stores, the prices are ridiculous. Every day, visit canuck.ca. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 7.
When news breaks, be the first to know with CJAD 800.
Israel carrying out a pinpointed retaliatory strike on Iran overnight near the central city of Isfahan. That according to a U.S. senior official.
Get it first on Instagram and Twitter. Email to your inbox and on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
At Club Lucien, we have the largest selection of patio furniture in Quebec. Great sets for lounging, dining, sunning, chatting, or chilling together. Plus gazebos and thousands of stylish accessories. So whether you're into modern, classic, or boho, we have something the whole family will love. Yes, even you, boo. For a limited time, save the equivalent of boat taxes on selected furniture. Only at Club Lucien. Oh, such a good boy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
Innovation, performance, craft. Principles behind the making of every Lexus, only fully understood through experience. Capture this feeling with lease and finance rates as low as 0.9%. Up to 2% off lease and finance rates for 2024 Lexus RX and RXH, and 1% off other select in-stock models. Join us at the Lexus 5-day event from April 16th to 20th and make the experience your own. Reach out to your Lexus dealer now.
Hi, this is Sabrina from Silver and Gold for Cash. We will buy all your unwanted gold and silver at the guaranteed best price. We will beat all proven offers from the competition and pay you by cash or check on the spot. Come to Leonardo da Vinci Center, Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com.
Are you tired of dealing with water in your basement? Acton is the leader in foundation waterproofing, repairing cracks, and installing French drain systems. Free evaluations and financing to fit your budget at acton.ca. The concrete and foundation specialists. Call Acton for action.
When big news happens,
Increasing violence on the metro.
Montrealers know where to turn.
The government is moving forward to improve access to the health network.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
The experts at Protégé Vu tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 best pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégé Vu's best picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer.
More news.
More talk.
More talk.
More Toronto.
Get up.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
It is so true, folks. Don't forget, in a half an hour, does Richard Krause like these movies? This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network, and I'm Jim Richards. This is our rundown where we talk about some of the big news stories of the past 24 hours with the likes of CFRA's Andrew Pinson. Enjoy his vocal stylings tomorrow between 6 and 11 on CFRA or the iHeart app. Jimmy Zubris as well. He's a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm very good.
Okay, Jimmy says he's very good. Jimmy says he's very good. We'll ask why in a second. But sorry, Jimmy, you were kind of blown away there by Andrew going, "Oh, thank God it's Friday." What's going on in Ottawa for you, Andrew?
Oh man, just like the federal budget. There's been a lot of noise. There's been a lot of noise this week, so I'd be happy to get to my quiet little weekend show for 5 hours tomorrow.
All right, I think we all understand that. We'll get into some of that in a second, but first, I would be amiss if I didn't ask both of you Swifties what you've thought of the double album that was released at midnight earlier today. Jimmy?
Let me tell you something. I have a 22-year-old daughter at home. I know everything there is to know about this album. You can quiz me, because if I don't know...
Oh, really? I thought I was just joking around off the top. I didn't think I'd get a serious answer. By the way, people might be laughing at Queen's University having a course in their law program about it, but I'll talk to the professor who's behind it a little bit later on, and might be nothing to laugh about. But honestly, Andrew, I wasn't looking for anything, but Jimmy gave us something there. What about you? Is this even in your orbit?
No. It is in my orbit. I just haven't listened to the album yet. But yeah, no, it's interesting, even from that professor's perspective, right? In a sense of how she kind of has transcended pop culture in many ways. Like, we're talking about her during the Super Bowl, one of the biggest concert tours in terms of profit of all time. So it is interesting how she's built this empire from, I remember, a teenage girl with her guitar back in the day, right?
Here's where we are when it comes to the political discourse in this country right now. I'm not sure if the outcome is going to be the same Would Pierre Poilievre or Justin Trudeau be a better party host or airline seatmate? Who would you guys think that Canada would rather sit beside? You know, I have to say, maybe I won't. Can I take neither? Is there? Can I can I get bumped from the flight? Because if that's my only option, can I get bumped? Or maybe I'll just act up so I get dragged off the flight. I don't like either of those, but what do you guys think, Andrew?
Well, yeah, no, I'll definitely take none of the above. I always wonder, do campaigns actually pay serious attention to these polls? Because the idea of the person being likable, the candidate being likable, is an important part of the campaign, right? I always just wonder these specific questions. If campaigns actually care about it, if they actually mean anything, or if it's just background noise. Because we see the same thing every campaign, right? Which one would you rather have a beer with?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the person that you want to have a beer with isn't the person. Like, I don't want to have a beer with my accountant, right? But I want my accountant.
And we've all got friends that shouldn't be prime minister.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to hang out with somebody who's a lot of fun, but they might not be the people that you want to hang out with. What about you? I mean, you're in politics. You're an advisor to a mayor of one of the biggest cities in this country. Jimmy, how do you look at this kind of stuff?
Well, I would look at it because I think we're all, when you're in politics, you become a numbers geek, right? Any poll, anything, you're always looking for a little advantage or something. And a lot of times, it's really not that important. But, when you look at the federal election right now, and they have a lot more money than we do at municipal, and certainly if you look at the U.S., everything is measured, right? Pierre Poilievre, for example, I'm sure they did some polling or some focus groups, glasses came off. Justin Trudeau shows up at events. The sleeves are always rolled off. The jacket is off. Even Stephen Harper at the end of the campaign went that way. So I got to believe that they're looking at this and sort of saying, all right, we got to put, our guy is likable. So we got to put him in a venue where, he's having beers with a couple of people so people can relate to him. The Jack Layton effect, right? What was the great thing about Jack Layton? Is people thought he was the guy next door, my best buddy. So I think people look at it, but I think it's really inside baseball. I think we overreact a little.
Yeah, because some of these numbers, I'm not sure how you would apply them, because Justin Trudeau is certainly not the popular one of the two of them, but a full 44% say they would want Justin Trudeau to host a party, compared to 27% would want to go to a party hosted by Pierre Poilievre. So you might say, hey, that person looks like they are more fun, or their friends or family or whatever would be more fun. But Pierre Poilievre, if you were negotiating something, trying to get a discount, 42% want him to negotiate the discount versus the guy that has been spending billions of dollars left and right. I have no idea why they think that Justin Trudeau wouldn't be able to haggle a discount on, say, like something like a Rive Can, Andrew? You don't think he would be the guy that you would want to negotiate a discount?
Yeah, maybe talking about him with taxpayer dollars and talking about Trudeau with taxpayer dollars, maybe that's why some people want to sit down for him with a beer. I don't know.
Do you guys think that the discord around grocery chains, the major chains, where we have Jagmeet Singh telling people that there should be an excess profit tax, do you think that discussion is fair? Certainly there are record profits, and they'll say it's supply chain, and because all of the products to make the cracker cost more, that's what we're hearing. But when we're talking about any of the big grocery chains, I think it's still at 3 or 4%, which sure is more than before pandemic. But now there are posters popping up in some cities that are trying to mark steal from, I don't even want to mention the grocery chain, but it's promoting, hey, this day will be the day that you go to this grocery chain and you steal from, like they're organizing that. Is that fair? Jimmy?
No, not fair at all. Look, we went in this country from having certain brands, certain Canadian brands, and Galen Weston is a good example. If you go back, and we talk about polling. If you go back a few years, he was doing commercials. He was the face of his supermarket. the family's been around forever and everything. And all of a sudden, we turned it around, and politicians went after him and said, "Oh, hold on a second, you're making so much money." It's not necessarily the problem isn't necessarily that the grocery stores are making the 3-4%. I think it's the obscene amount that some of the executives are making.
Yes,
right.
Well said.
And I think that's what they've gone over. So here's a guy who, a few years ago was looked on different than he is today. I don't want to single him out. It's not just him. It's a lot more. It's just that he's more of the public face of who Jagmeet Singh has gone after. So I think this is a terrible campaign. I think it's a terrible message. You want to hurt them. There are other ways to do it, but this is not the right thing.
I would agree with that. What about you, Andrew?
Well, this isn't going to hurt them. All you're going to do is hurt yourself down the line when you get into trouble, right? So it's literally sending a message to nobody and getting yourself in trouble in the long term. So I think it is kind of a misplaced passion about this campaign. I think it's worth a discussion in terms of the kind of profits tax and higher profits tax. But we saw this week in the federal budget, the capital gains tax. So kind of instead of on the taxpayer, I would much rather that conversation be on something, making billions of dollars in terms of Loblaws or something like that, or another grocery company, what have you. I would much rather that conversation than something around capital gains. I think both are worthy, but I would much rather that conversation.
It's interesting that so many people who were the unintended consequence of that shift in capital gains have been talking about, hey, you know what, I'm a hardworking dude, haven't made more than $100,000. Actually had this text earlier this week from a guy who's like, yeah, and I bought a cottage, and now it affects me. The unintended consequences of what was supposed to be the, 0.13%, not even the 1%ers, the 0.1%. I guess we can talk about that in a second, but it doesn't seem like that was crafted as well as the Liberals thought it was. We're back with Jimmy Zubris and Andrew Pinsent in a moment here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Well, aren't we in overtime on your drive home heading into the weekend? And we've just picked up another trio of incidents. The latest switchboarding westbound before the ancien combat town exit, right lane blocked for a stalled vehicle there. 40 east heading onto the Elitort Bridge. Just beforehand, there's an accident in the right lane, and it's a dozen minutes before Chemin de Chenot getting over the single lane span. 13 south at Côte-Vertu, a fresh stall on the right shoulder. MTMB is en route there as it is protecting a stall at the end of the Jean Talon entrance onto Gary South. Slow until that point on the stop. Northbound, dealing at Côte Saint-Luc to the Edouard Montpetit entrance. Met West busiest between the 215s. Eastbound, brake tapping at St. Croix, at least the incident on the 40 East and the Anjou interchange is history. 15 minutes outbound La Fontaine before the Hochelaga event on the 25 South. 11 minutes via Souvigny East. Both of those stretches will be closed. Outbound La Fontaine, inbound La Fontaine and Souvigny East between Dixon and Honoré Beauchamp. Overnight as of 11 o'clock for both sides of the tunnel, a touch earlier for Souvigny East. Champlain still a slow boarding process from Nuns Island, but getting better all the time. Head to Farmer Pre for their big value event and enjoy points, savings, and surprises. Now until Friday, you'll find great deals in stores. Restrictions apply. I'm Mark Shalhoub, CJAD 800 Traffic and Transit every 15 minutes. Your next report at 7:45.
CTV News continues in a moment. Crave presents the new HBO original limited series from Park Chan-wook and Robert Downey Jr.
Only the spy says there's no spy.
The Sympathizer. Stream now only on Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe at crave.ca. When the time comes to choose a new Toyota, never compromise on quality. Buy or lease your new Toyota at Spinelli Toyota.
It's the Red Tag Days at Spinelli Toyota. Take advantage of a $2,000 Spinelli exclusive cash rebate on selected electric BZ4X, starting from $139 per week on a 60-month lease at 6.29% with $0 down. A 100% electric SUV from $42,560, including government rebates.
Spinelli Toyota, the address of choice for all automotive services in Lachine and Point Claire.
So, Dan, how's life in the fast lane?
Not great. I've lost control.
Are you hitting the brakes?
My internet's out of gas.
No worries. We'll just watch the race on your TV.
Bit of a bump in the road. I don't even have sports channels. Crash and burn, buddy. Sorry for the false start.
I'm driving on empty.
Switch to Bell and get 500 internet, your favorite TV channels, including sports and Crave, for only $89 per month. Visit bell.ca to check availability. Bell. Switching just got better.
CJAD 800 presents Life Unrehearsed.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. This week, the life of a CTV Montreal news reporter with Christine Long, celebrating Earth Day, advancements with emergency medicine simulation centers, and designing cards with autism.
Life Unrehearsed. Sunday afternoon at 4 on CJAD 800.
Brought to you by Leanna Senior Transition Support, specialists in home care and senior residences.
Drop into the one place where wine, food pairings, and restaurant recommendations are served up every weekend. Join wine expert Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 and unwind on CJAD 800. She'll have her wines of the week, vineyards to visit, tastings, and the latest trends. All brought to you by Morella's Restaurant. Indulge in culinary excellence 7 days a week. Steak, seafood, and so much more. Route 132 in Kanawake, next to Magic Palace. Unwind with Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 on CJAD 800.
Meldrum the Mover.
Well, a Meldrum move is a mighty fine move at a price you can't afford.
Yeah, we pack it, we ship it, we unpack, we set you up again. Meldrum the Mover. There's no better mover. Local and long distance, short or long-term storage. Call 514-481-1122. Meldrum the Mover.
Hey, Nissan, it's finally spring.
You know what that means, Karine?
Road trip season.
Why not kick it off in the new 2024 Rogue? It features a 1.5-liter VC turbo engine and great fuel efficiency to power you through every getaway.
Okay, give me the keys.
Lease a 2024 Nissan Rogue S with all-wheel drive from $399 a month for 24 months and get a 2.5% rate reduction during the Spring into Savings event. Until April 30th, retail value of $36,497, down payment of $1,649 on approved credit. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Welcome back to News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
It is the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Hi, everybody. I am Jim Richards, along with Jimmy Zubris from Montreal. He's a special advisor to the mayor there, Andrew Pinson. You can hear him Saturday and Sunday morning on CFRA from 6 to 11 in the morning or on the iHeartRadio app, running down some of the big news stories of the past 7 days. Guys, before we leave this week, this budget, I think it's fair to say, didn't land the way the governing party wanted it to. What are your thoughts on it, Jimmy? It doesn't seem like it's moving the needle a lot. Thus, people are talking on all of the shows about, well, how much time do you give Justin Trudeau then if this thing didn't work?
Well, I think we spoke about it last week where they did their rollout, especially in housing, which is the number one issue. Affordability is the number one issue, but housing is related to it, before the budget. And I found that a lot of their announcements were quite good. In fact, I got to tell you, we were quite happy in Montreal because we're dealing with that issue right now, as is every level of government. So I think the needle moved before and didn't move now. And then the stuff that came out that maybe was a little tougher in the budget, I think maybe now has stalled the needle. So I think the Liberal Party, I think Justin was on a good roll up till there, sort of picking up some steam from Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, but it looks like it's stalled right now. The capital gains thing, I think, is backfiring in this race quite a bit.
Well, you bring up the capital gains. That was supposed to be the thing that got Pierre Poilievre fighting mad. He was supposed to bite on that as if he was defending the 1% or the 0.13%, and that hasn't happened, Andrew. So people talking like, okay, now you got to have the summer barbecue circuit coming up, but if Justin can't move the needle, then does he have to go?
Oh boy, I think at the end of the day, it's his decision. I think there still remains to be seen. I think personally that he stays on, but I think it still remains to be seen. There's a lot of people that don't. So we'll see kind of what happens. I think this is what happens also, just the strategy of, we talked about last week a little bit as well, when you play your best cards up front in terms of some of these housing affordability announcements, what's left on actual budget day that reporters are going to hone in on is is some of the other stuff like revenue streams and taxes and things like that. So we saw the same thing with Doug Ford, right? We got all of the good announcements before, but then we realized the deficit went up $7 billion. So I think it is kind of the part and parcel with kind of playing this strategy. When it comes to, it kind of feels like Joe the Plumber, that old kind of adage in the U.S., whether or not this kind of comes into play for this capital gains tax. To use a throwback. But to see if that kind of comes into play for this capital gains tax, I think there's some room there for Poilievre to maneuver, but I don't think the Liberals move the needle at all in this budget.
I heard our friend Scott Reed earlier today, hosting on the iHeart Talk Radio Network, talking about Dominic LeBlanc, being asked about Trudeau's leadership, said he was running. Dominic LeBlanc is going to run and support Trudeau in the next election. I don't know how that got people going from that to Dominic LeBlanc should run, be the next leader, but that seems to be where the conversation is, and people are looking under rocks. But I wonder, as great as Dominic LeBlanc is, and I've heard nothing but great things about him being the Liberal fixer and the guy who's great at communicating on all different portfolios, Jimmy, I don't know that you can be associated with this government. I think they almost have to rebuild the party around somebody else like they did around Justin.
There are no Justins. The problem with rebuilding a party around Justin is you need another Justin, and I don't see one unless you want to go in another direction and a Mark Carney who comes from the outside. And the one thing that's clear, and I think Andrew hinted at it, is that this is Justin's decision. It's not a case of Chrétien where Paul Martin was chomping at the bits, or John Turner where Chrétien was, circling around. Christina Freeland is definitely going to, I think, be the front runner, but I don't think she's a strong front runner, meaning that I don't think it's a fait accompli that she would win. I think she'd have to work at it. You got a couple of people here from Quebec that are probably going to jump into the race, and certainly Dominic LeBlanc, who probably thinks he can come up in the middle. But the party is Justin's party. It's up to him when he decides to leave and when he doesn't. And the one thing that I find very interesting is that a few Liberal organizers I've spoken to, they almost have this, I don't know if it's a hope, or they sort of say, Justin can still pull it out of the bag. Like, we have faith in Justin. And I think there is that feeling. And I don't know how long that's going to last, but at some point, the poll numbers just don't lie.
Yeah,
they could be wrong, but they don't lie.
Pierre
I was just going to add to that I think just in terms of specifically Dominic LeBlanc, like rumors have been swirling in terms of him being a possible, if Mr. Trudeau or if the Prime Minister were to step down, that he'd be a possible interim leader. Now, I've just heard rumors and kind of talk at this point, but I think that's why the kind of question of leadership is kind of getting directed towards him as well.
I just have to think that anybody, if I was the next Liberal leader, I would just go out there and go, okay, we're going to get punched in the face in the next election, but we're going to be here we're running in 5 years. We're not running right now. I mean,
the Ontario Liberal strategy, right?
Yeah, I think you've got. I mean, you're naive. I think if you don't, I mean, that might be a stupid strategy. Nobody wants to. These MPs probably, it's their job, and they want to know that they're going to be employed, so they're not going to be huge fans about that. But that is the reality, I would say. I was interested and talked a little bit about a story. The Lachine Canal, which is a beautiful place for a long walk or festivals, and spend a weekend for a stroll, the way that has been redeveloped and used in the great city of Montreal. But I was shocked that Parks Canada, Jimmy, thinks that removing 30 garbage cans or stations along the 14-kilometer trail is going to incentivize civic responsibility. Anytime I go for a hike or a walk in nature, I see all sorts of coffee cups and beer cans. It sounds like people have greater faith in humanity than I do.
It's one of the things is that, first of all, this is the federal government that decided this.
Yeah.
And one thing we saw, especially during COVID, but even a bit before, is that a lot more people, and we've invested very heavily in parks, are spending time in parks. And it was an issue even for us that we had to, put extra resources on Monday because the garbage cans were just being overfilled and everything. But in one case, in one of the boroughs, they tried it in one park where they put no garbage cans because people were just leaving their garbage even though the garbage can was full, whatever. It actually didn't work that badly there.
Really?
But we're talking about one specific case, one small houses nearby. People were, able to have other options. This Lachine Canal here, guys, I think it's a disaster between you and me. I think we're gonna end up with garbage all over the place. It's a beautiful thing. It ends up in the water. And when you do something like that, to do it along the whole stretch, one shot, no warning, nothing, like, whoa, like I gotta agree with you here. I think it's a false good idea, if I can call it that.
I just wonder if you think, Andrew, there's something in your head that might click if you're out in nature versus, walking down the street in Ottawa, Montreal, wherever, and, people will discard things if the garbage is full. But that's the other thing. I thought these guys would just maybe want to cut back on sending people out to empty these things.
But it definitely is one way to do that, for sure. But I think we always have the hope that people are going to be very responsible. But unfortunately, right, when you look on the sides of roads, when you look outside, people are oftentimes not responsible, right? Like we see Tim Hortons cups often are kind of one of the biggest offenders. So I think it's a great concept, but I think it has to require people buying into it. And I'm not quite that optimistic about the human race at this point.
All right. I'm about to pollute the airways for another 3 hours and 15 minutes. And hopefully people will not be civically responsible and leave the radio on. Jimmy, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend, guys.
You too. Jimmy Zubris is a special advisor to the Mayor of Montreal. And Andrew, have a good show this coming weekend, Saturdays and Sunday mornings from 6 to 11 on CFRA. Andrew, thank you for your time as well.
Thanks for having me. Pollute away.
And when we come back, Richard Krause is going to join us. What is new at the theaters? Or does Richard Krause love these movies? On the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening. Man, the incidents just keep piling up. 40 West, the metropolitan portion, is busy between the 215s. Soon thereafter, towing off just before Cavendish, protected in the left-hand lane to carry south end of the Chantalon entrance. Still a stalled vehicle waiting to be towed away over there. A little curiosity on the flip side from Queen Mary through until the Chantalon exit on the Carry North. At least Champlain is cleared out. 40 westbound, just before the Ancien Combattant exit, we have a right lane stall there. It's awaiting some protection. Tow trucks on the scene. 40 east before the Illitour Bridge, right lane crash. And 13 south, finishing touches to a towing up at Côte Vertu. La Fontaine Tunnel, to and from the South Shore, will be boarded up overnight, 11 p.m. until 8 a.m. Right now, 15 minutes outbound from the Hochelaga Bend, 10 via Soothing East, which is hopefully closed overnight as well. And the 136 East will be looking at a key closure at the Guy exit as of midnight. It'll be locked until the end of the fall. Beneva reminds you that when you insure your retail business with good people, you'll be doing the right thing. Bottom line, Beneva, comparison. It's worth it. I'm Mark Schubert, CJAD 800 Traffic and Transit. Every 15 minutes. Your next report at 8 o'clock.
This is CJAD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
At CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
Shopago saves you money on restaurants, entertainment, products, and services. For example, get $450 off at Otantic Marketing to create, modify, or maintain your company's website. Or get 50% off several fireplaces, smokers, and barbecues at Trevi Norea Sherbrooke, including the Royal King Regal S520 Propane Barbecue. Find these and other great local deals at shopago.ca.
Now is the time like never before to buy or lease a Lexus at Spinelli Lexus.
It's the Lexus 5-day event from April 16th to 20th at Spinelli Lexus. Treat yourself to the 2024 RX 350 all-wheel drive F Sport Series 1 starting at $728 per month on lease at 0.9% after a 2% rate reduction with a down payment of $76.90. The pinnacle of luxury starting from $67,423.
Spinelli Lexus, the address of choice for all automotive services. Mark Saltzman doesn't just celebrate technology, he demystifies it. For tech news you can use, interviews, reviews, and how-tos, tune in to Tech Talk, Saturday afternoons at 2 on CJ the 800, powered by the Epson EcoTank Pro, Epson.ca. A lone wolf, a survivalist, an investigator. Justin Hartley, Schedule in the CTV series that will leave you breathless. Don't miss a new episode of Tracker, Sunday at 9 on CTV.
Galleria Borghese, buongiorno.
Hi, do you have guided tours today?
Sì, ma certo. We have today at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30.
Imagine having Europe all to yourself during the Air Transat off-season promo. Book your flights to Europe starting at $699 at airtransat.com. Conditions apply.
6:30.
Air Transat. Travel moves us.
This is What's on Montreal, powered by Tongay, your comfort zone.
No weekend plans? No problem. Here are some ideas to get you started. Film buffs, get ready. The Hudson Film Festival is happening until Sunday. From drama, biopics, comedy, and more, there's something for every moviegoer. If you're into gizmos and gadgets, you can learn all about the latest technology at the Electric Vehicle Show. It's on until Sunday at the Olympic Stadium. It may be too soon to garden, but you can learn about flora and fauna at the Root for Nature Show. It's a sensory experience at the Oasis Immersive Studios. Or take in some music. Montreal Guitar Trio performs songs by Italian composer Ennio Morricone. The concert is on Sunday at Salle Fen Place. There's also a special tribute to Leonard Cohen's life and music. Nathaniel Ratliff performs with special guests the Wordless Orchestra and Phil Cook. Don't miss it on April 22nd at Place des Arts. And as always, we have more on our website. For What's on Montreal, I'm Lauren Fernandez.
What's on Montreal, powered by Tongay, your comfort zone.
Hello, I'm Walter Asti, president of Renofco. When it comes to renovations, you don't just need assistance, you need a job done, and you need it done right. For over 20 years, Renofco has been your go-to for full-service turnkey renovations. We come with a full team of professionals, including designers and a project manager to organize it all, and you get the bathroom or kitchen of your dreams. Come see us at our design center or call us at 514-856-9993 or visit us at renofco.com.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
We have recruited 4 very picky, what they call Swifties, to render a verdict on this new album that everybody's going nuts out for. The new Taylor Swift album. We'll talk about it with a panel of 4 Swifties. That in 15 minutes time. Then I try to make a farce out of an interview with a professor from Queen's University on why the hell are you doing a Taylor Swift course? Queen's University is one of the most highly regarded universities in this country. A Taylor Swift course? That later on the show. But first, as we do each and every Friday, Richard Krause joins us with Does Richard Krause Love These Movies? He gives us the movies that are coming out. We try to guess what he will give them out of 5. So, Richard, what is your first movie?
In Abigail, a new supernatural thriller now playing in theaters, a group of would-be criminals kidnaps the 12-year-old daughter of a powerful underground figure. Holding her for ransom in an isolated mansion, their plan starts to unravel when they discover their young captive is actually a bloodthirsty vampire.
A ballerina vampire. Okay. How do we kill a vampire? What are we talking about? Like an Anne Rice or True Blood? Twilight? Stake through the heart. Daylight is a big one.
All right, let's go kill us a vampire.
I don't know why I think this is not my genre again, folks. Oh, because you're scared? No, I just don't think that most of these things are very original. It's like you've seen one, you've seen them all. Although, you raised it up a level. Ballerina vampire, huh? I'm going to say Richard Krause gives this a 3. Noah?
I'm going to say a 1.5.
1.5? 1.5? What about you, Tony?
Yeah, I'm looking at about a 2.5 myself.
Well,
Can't give it that much.
Richard, what do you give Ballerina? What is it, Ballerina Vampire?
Directors Matt Bettinelli Olpin and Tyler Gillett blow the plasma budget in Abigail, filling the screen with gallons of bloody goo and arterial discharge. In its last half, it is a splatterfest that provides the satisfying guts and gore that horror fans expect. But in its own limited way, it's also a family drama, a study of lost, lonely people looking for approval from loved ones. That's the element that gives the movie a nice grace note, but the focus here is popcorn thrills and chills, and that's why I gave Abigail 3.5 stars out of 5.
All right, 3.5. Splatterfest? Keep it PG, please. Richard Krause, does he love these movies? What's your second movie, Richard?
In Sasquatch Sunset, a new Bigfoot movie now playing in theaters, a family of Sasquatches finds themselves on a collision course with the ever-changing world around them.
Okay, this is about This is about Sasquatch. Sasquatch Sunset. I have no idea what he will do with this. I'm going to say he'll give it 3 stars. What about you, Noah?
I'm going to go 2.5.
3 stars, 2.5. We got Tony is your name.
Tony is the name, and I'll give it a 3.5.
Okay, well, Richard, what do you give Sasquatch Sunset?
If nothing else, Sasquatch Sunset is unfalteringly dedicated to its premise. It has more of a focus on feces than your average National Geographic doc, but Wiley Keough and Jesse Eisenberg dive in Bigfoot first, delivering what will surely be the strangest but most committed performances of their careers. You will believe a Sasquatch can throw their poop. But will you care? Depends on your level of commitment to the premise. It is both poignant and repugnant, ridiculous and genuine. It will not be for everyone. The slow pacing and the sheer audacity of the idea will separate the movie's friends from foes, but even skeptics will have to admit that making and releasing a Bigfoot movie this odd in 2024 is no small feat. And that's why I said that Sasquatch Sunset, now playing in theaters, is unrateable.
Okay, he's never done that before. That was a bit of a...
He has done that once.
Has he done it?
I don't remember what the movie was. I don't remember what it was. A very popular movie. It might have been Ghostbusters. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it was a remake or something like that. But he made it unrateable. And I remember, I think it was David Cooper who was on the air overnight with us, and we were just screaming, "How can you do that to us?"
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I like the fact that he said the sheer audacity of the idea. Like, people who have ideas and everybody says no and that's dumb. Like, that I do admire, but I also admire the fact that it's a Bigfoot movie, and he said it's no small feat to make the movie.
And jumping in with your Bigfoot.
Yeah. Okay, Sasquatch Sunset now playing, and unrateable is what he said. It doesn't sound like it was really quite unique. What's the third movie here, Richard?
In Irina's Vow, a new World War II drama now playing in theaters, Polish nurse Irina becomes a German army major's housekeeper during World War II and risks her life to conceal a dozen Jewish people within the major's home.
From now on, you'll be working to contribute to the German war effort. Your name?
Irina Gut.
You will be in charge of supervising the Jews. Your survival will depend on that.
We have no place to go. I saw a place where I can hide you, where no one would ever think of looking for you.
Wow, these movies are clearly heartbreaking and hard to watch, but probably very important to watch. So I'm going to say Richard gives it 3.5. Noah?
I'm going to go 2.5.
2.5. What about you, Tony?
3 for me.
3. Arenas Now, I think is the name of the movie. What do you give?
Arena's Vow.
Okay. Arena's Vow. Arena's Vow. Richard, what do you give it?
Arena's vow is headlined by a committed and empathetic performance from Nelise, as Arena improvises a daring and years-long scheme to rescue her former co-workers. The scenario occasionally challenges credulity, but Nelise makes sure that Arena's compassion, bravery, and intellect are present and ground the compelling story, which is why I gave Arena's vow, now playing in theaters, 3 out of 5 stars.
3 out of 5. That's pretty good. So Arena's vow, different than Arena's now, which I think is what the Senators want, a new arena now. So Arena's vow, 3.5. Sasquatch Sunset, Unrateable, and Abigail, the story of the ballerina vampires, 3.5 stars if you are looking for something to do this weekend. All right, we will assemble our jury of Swifties, the new Taylor Swift double album out overnight. What do they think? Swifties unite now, that in about 5 minutes time. Then we'll find out, can people who live in great cities like Montreal and Ottawa cheer for other Canadian teams? If it's the Toronto Maple Leafs, the answer is probably no. Playoffs are underway this week, and we'll talk about who your allegiances go to when your team isn't in the playoffs. And 420 is tomorrow. We'll celebrate tonight on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Brenda Molina-Navidad. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is stopping short of condemning Israel for a suspected retaliatory strike in Iran, although he's continuing his calls for both sides to take steps towards de-escalating tensions. Speaking in Victoria, Trudeau referenced a G7 statement that touches on the Israel-Hamas war, the humanitarian plight in Gaza, and attacks on ships off the coast of Yemen.
We actually gathered as G7 nations just yesterday, as our foreign minister was there to speak with her counterparts, and all agreed that everything needs to be done to prevent further escalation in the region.
The G7 foreign ministers also condemn Iran for attacking Israel and note reports that Israel is behind a drone attack on a major airbase in Iran. Poland's president says members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, including Canada, must raise defense spending to 3% of GDP to deter Russia's war in Ukraine from spreading. Andrzej Duda says the West needs to significantly invest in its industrial capacity to produce military aid for Ukraine and deter Moscow's threats on the rest of Europe.
The West has a lot of gaps to close in this respect. We need to ensure that our industrial base is mobilized as soon as possible and that our production capacities are increased.
In 2022, Canada spent 1.2% of its GDP on its military. Nova Scotia Justice Minister Brad Johns has resigned 1 day after he made comments downplaying the severity of domestic violence. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's trial on charges of falsifying business records to funnel money to an adult actress before the 2016 election is set to move forward next week.
Opening statements will be Monday in former President Trump's criminal hush money trial. Judge Juan Merchan admonished the defense to stop filing letters, quote, targeting individual decisions one by one by one. The judge said he's entertained their motions and arguments, and there's nothing else to clarify or argue. Earlier Friday, the 12 jurors and 6 alternates were seated. Brian Clark, ABC News.
TikTok is testing an app that rivals Instagram in Canada.
The social media company says TikTok Notes, allowing for users to share photos and text, became available for download and limited testing this week in Canada and Australia. Concern has been mounting around TikTok over Chinese law that forces companies in that country to help its government with intelligence gathering. TikTok's owner, ByteDance, is based in Beijing. The U.S. has been edging toward banning TikTok unless ByteDance sells its stake in the business. Canada has been conducting an ongoing national security review of the company. Lisa Laporte, The Canadian Press, Toronto.
This is The Canadian Press.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening. We have a heavy go on the Metropolitan westbound between the 250s because folks trying to merge onto the carry south are running into, not literally, but figuratively, a stalled vehicle towing operation finally in full swing ahead of the Jean Talon entrance, where the right-hand lane is blocked. It's busy off the top to that point. A little bit of curiosity on the flip side. 40 West towing up at Cavendish to Touchman Ford in the left lane. It's protected. Incidents before the Illitor Bridge on both sides of Highway 40 have been dealt with. The residual volume still on the Tour itself, coming to Montreal for about 10 minutes. Southbound Champlain clear, a dozen minutes outbound La Fontaine from the Hochelaga Bend. Cut it in half is Souligny East. Souligny East will be closed between Dixon and Honoré Beaugrand overnight come 10:30, and an 11 p.m. closure in both directions at the La Fontaine Tunnel, wrapping up tomorrow at 8, and they will close the 136 East Guy exit long-term come the stroke of 12 tonight until the end of the fall. They'll let the cold weather come and go again, and then next spring they'll close it until the end of 2025. What's better than an Ottawa summer savings pass? Getting one for 30% off. Save on a 3-day family pass at visitOttawaPasses.ca. Limited time offer. I'm Mark Schubert, CJAD at Under Traffic and Transit. It's coming up next at 8:15.
Montreal's got a whole new way to weekend.
Weekends with Joanne Brackus.
News, conversation, your health, and more.
Saturday and Sunday mornings from 6 to 9.
On News Talk Radio. CJAD 800.
CJAD 800.
When the time comes to choose a Kia, never compromise on quality. Lease or buy your new Kia from Spinelli Kia.
Available now at Spinelli Kia. Treat yourself to a 2024 Sportage LX front-wheel drive from $104 weekly on a 60-month lease at 7.29% with $0 down payment, including a 1% Kia loyalty rate reduction. An SUV that has it all, starting from $33,017.
Spinelli Kia, the address of choice for all automotive services.
While you're focused on this voice talking to you here, or here, or right here, or way over here, Desjardins Business is focused on more than 400,000 businesses around you. For over 120 years, our dedicated teams have been there for local entrepreneurs, providing guidance every step of the way so they can focus on what matters most, growing their business.
Take your business to the next level with a TV commercial. CreativeServices.ca can help for less than you might imagine. We're the pros at CTV Montreal, so we know TV production. Now, let us get you there. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network, where we play attention. Were you paying attention to the iHeart Radio Network this past week? We ask questions about important topics. Is stoner a derogatory term for people who smoke pot? Some people say so. Sens and Canadian fans, do they hate the Leafs more or Boston? But we start off with our jury of Taylor Swift fans and what they think about the new album, The Tortured Poets Department.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
Smallest man who ever lived, wasted by some.
Steph McCusey is with us right now. When I walk in the halls here at the iHeart Talk Radio Network, everybody's like, well, you got to talk to Steph McCusey. I'm not talking to you about Taylor Swift. You got to talk to Steph McCusey. Steph, thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
How the heck did you get the reigning King Swiftie here at the iHeart Talk Radio Network?
I've just been a huge Swiftie since day one.
All right. So the jury in on the new album. What do you think?
Oh my gosh. Well, it was a wild ride this morning, finding out that it was a double album because I was sleeping when that dropped. But it's been great. I mean, Taylor Swift's a genius. Her poetry and lyrics are just out of this world, and I'm having a great time listening to it this morning. I think it's definitely a breakup album. I think it also really dives into a lot of feelings about how the media perceives her and just her life in the last few years. But I think what makes Taylor Swift really stand out, especially to her fans, is that she's just so authentic in the way she tells her story and is still, even though she's a billionaire, like completely relatable to everyone else kind of going through the same thing. And she takes that dramatization of that you feel while you're in relationships and then just in life in general, and she really knows how to just put it into words, into a perfect song.
I'm almost afraid for her in that I'm not like, I don't know a lot of music or anything, but you can't not admire what she's accomplished, right? But I just wonder, like, is she at any point going to be overexposed and people just kind of get sick of her, even though what she's doing might be just as good as what she's ever done?
I know, and that's definitely something that I've thought about too, you know, especially there was all these rumors about her releasing a double album, but a lot of the times the fans are wrong with those things, but this was right, and 31 songs is a lot, and I was thinking the same, you know, are people going to just be like, this is too much, you know, we're kind of over it, that's just like too much to dive into, but I don't know, the Swifties are diehards and very loyal, so I think for a long time she's going to have a lot of people backing her for this.
Emily is with us now after the big Taylor Swift album dropped. We're doing a jury of Swifties. What is your verdict, Emily?
Well, Jim, I love the album. I think it's one of her best. That could be an unpopular opinion, but honestly, 10 out of 10 album, like no skips so far.
Okay, why do you say a unpopular opinion? Have you heard some people saying bad things about it, or?
Yeah, because there's back and forth over like, is it a skip album? Is it a no skip album? And I've heard a lot of people say it's a skip album. Well, because it's a 31 song album. So I don't know if you know that, but she came out with like a part 2 at 2 a.m. because she's been hinting at the 2s. And like at 2 a.m. she dropped 15 more songs. So for her to release 31 songs and not get criticism, I feel like it's a little impossible. But in my opinion, all 31 songs just are 10 out of 10, like amazing.
Is it, if you're a Taylor Swift fan, is it a little different or more of the same? Because artists like to evolve and sometimes they leave some of their fans behind. But what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it's honestly a lot of her, or very similar to her other work, I feel like she took a lot of different pieces from like her whole life, I feel like, in this album. Like, I'm hearing a lot of like storytelling, like her old album Folklore, I guess it was a few years ago. And just like her other album Midnights that came out 2 years ago. Like that kind of the same sound that Jack Antonoff loves to do, just kind of like the synth pop. So I feel like she's like leaning towards more it's that like storytelling, like sound of her life. But I feel like this is kind of like, in a way, like a closing of the chapter, I feel like, of like all her past relationships and traumas and whatever she's been through. So I feel like that was kind of her way of like closing that chapter. And I feel like since the Eras tour and everything, I feel like it's very similar. So it's like kind of like a closing of that chapter. So I feel like it is very similar.
Emily, thank you. Enjoy your weekend listening to the album.
Thank you so much for having me.
Zoe's with us right now. Zoe, you were up all night listening to the new double album?
That is correct. I stayed up until obviously midnight to listen to the first half, and then I saw that apparently there was a surprise at 2 a.m., so obviously I had to stay up. Then I listened to the whole second half of the album until 4 in the morning.
The surprise is that you don't get to go to sleep because if people don't know, again, we just heard, but she released the first album and then surprise 2 o'clock in the morning, the second half. So what is your verdict?
My verdict is that I think this is probably her best album yet. I think it is a combination of some of her best albums that she's already put out, basically all combined into one. And I think it's a really awesome kind of different route that she went with this synth pop take.
Okay, so I haven't heard much of it, but what is different about it that still doesn't lose the Swiftie fan?
So I think she here really, like with her lyrics, she tells a lot of truth, and she's normally pretty good at that, but I think her lyrics specifically are extremely raw, and they really encapsulate everything that she's went through, and she puts you there through her storytelling. And also like the beat, like her lyrics can be some of the saddest lyrics out there, but her beat just makes you want to dance and sing while sobbing at the same time. I think that's what it is.
So I guess that's what it is.
Okay. Hot. Yay. Hey, what's wrong with you? Hell. You okay?
fresh?
Just don't eat the white ones.
Why not?
They're hot. All the others are colored.
You eat your breakfast.
Well, you're good. You can pick at it. It's okay. I'll be right back. Just ready to SEQ.
Oh, what?
Just ready to SEQ. Because I don't have to go to the store. Or I don't have to go.
You got money for it?
I'll get back to you tomorrow. I'm going to pick up smokes.
You have smokes?
Do I buy a pack or do I go get a pack of Doms? We don't have any.
What?
But no, I'm not spending $50 on alcohol. No, I'm paying Mickey. $18. What? 18. For Mickey, a rum?
Oh, you're getting rum.
The tequila is 20. What's 26? What is $26 for a Mickey?
Oh no, I think it was the Moskovskaya vodka.
So all I heard was vodka.
Moskovskaya
Okay.
is the name of the vodka. Yeah, I bought you it once.
Did you?
Yeah.
I usually don't
The
drink
green vodka bottle. Green vodka bottle. You wear it down with it. Hey, we don't look at the fruit. It was vodka.
Vodka's my my no-go. That and gin.
Was it apple vodka?
Yeah, maybe. That makes more sense.
Here you go, go.
No, I need a Coke.
Oh, you need Coke?
I need my Coke.
I don't know where it is. Where is it?
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Take your phone with you.
Why do you give me attitude?
I really wanted to.
Why are the SAQs closed at 9 now? I don't get it.
It's always closed at 9.
The use closed 11.
No, there's only there's something section downtown that closes at 11.
You're fucking trying to sell alcohol, like.
Try it.
Huh? It's the rest of your joint, yeah? I'm doing my first batch of gummies, but they're like, yeah, not great. Not sticky enough. Okay, be right back.
Bye.
Oh my god.
What?
It's windy.
Oh, God.
Baby, I love you.
I love you.
You been okay all along?
I don't know.
What do you don't know? What do you don't know? Keep an eye on him. I know this kid. Okay, good.
Wow. course. Are you yelling? Baby. Put the volume down. I thought it was you yelling for murder. Yeah, I thought it was you yelling for murder. Jesus. Hi. I thought you were yelling for murder. I noticed it was Jesse Stewart.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You okay?
Yeah.
Are you crying? Why? Why are you crying? What?
What?
Why are you crying?
Cause you scared me.
Jesus. Well, I told you before that the music is louder from your car outside than inside, probably. Again, when you get here, it's loud. But then this time, I thought you were yelling for murder. I thought something happened. So I came out. Are you tired?
What?
Are you tired?
Yeah, a little bit. Wait.
Come here. Little Bobby. No, it's because you're scared of shit with me. Oh, maybe you hit it on a kid in front of the house or something.
Before, so I can look.
That's what, like, seriously, they yell like that. That's his singing, right? And
Okay.
from here, though, Jesus Christ, probably killed someone. What's this?
I bought a rock.
Nice. It's a light.
Yeah.
It's a rock light. Is it heavy? Get it? A light rock?
I walked out.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I got
A
it.
light
Yeah,
rock.
I got it because I was looking at it while walking out. Like, I feel really stupid.
But why? It's yay. It's a rock.
I feel really stupid.
Why?
I don't know.
How much is it?
Like $4.
Where'd you buy it?
Because they need a light for my.
Where did you go?
I went to SAQ store, and then I went to the dog food store.
You went to Dog and stuff?
Yeah.
You give you a new pack?
So he gave me one pack.
You ate another half a Caesar and some treats, and he didn't want to eat the other half a Caesar. So he didn't though. When my girlfriends go crazy, she buy lights and rocks.
I think I bought regular light, just shove it in the rock.
Well, this one seems to
I'll keep it.
like. I mean, if you roll on it, I'm not sure it's gonna break.
My two favorite fish time people were there today.
Yeah.
The guy with the glasses, not the big fat guy, guy with like the long greasy hair. Really geeky. He's the one who actually was like, I'm not supposed to take hundreds of 50s, but I have smushy, so and I have enough money in my cash, so it should be fine.
I kind of want to go do a photo company as a fat guy.
Why?
God damn it, he's always on break. He's always outside, and every time there's a client comes in,
Oh yeah,
it's fucking bugging me, man. It's fucking
do
bugging.
that then.
Yeah.
Because not only that, I like the guy at the paint store. Me and him were talking about it, where he looked up the bill, whatever. I'm like, oh, you could actually still tell from like looking at the light. He's like, yeah, it's just like so. Just it's like it's nothing against you. Like no, at least you actually take it. There's a lot of places that aren't taking like 50s or 100s, like goose cards, and like I thought that's illegal. I thought if it's Canadian currency,
You can see the towers behind the face of the queen.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's what it is. You can see the queen on both sides.
He's like, yeah, he's like,
Fake
oh,
bills,
it's
you
the
can
same
only see the
thing.
queen on one side.
Like he's like, it's bullshit that you can't
Look
fucking.
at that. You think about it? It's the queen on both sides.
Like I understand like the Asian dep at the end of the street. Like I understand why they wouldn't take 100s or 50s because they probably don't actually have that much money in their cash to change. Like that's understandable.
Most underground dep does not.
Which is fair, but wasn't that the whole point? What you got?
What part?
Like wasn't that the whole point of?
Oh, I wasn't sitting here inside. I was playing my game.
Hi.
Travel rabbits?
No, that was poop. This is from home. What? It's a little one? Yeah, I don't trust you with these.
He's okay.
Yeah.
There's a bugs all around the house, so don't trust him or not. Where they all big.
What? What? Don't know what you wanted.
I don't want to pick it up.
You don't pick it up.
That's what I said.
That's my finger. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I made a mistake earlier. $26 wasn't it? Was the thing, but what I was thinking of is $21. Your thing is $21. The last Senza thing.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I got the Captain Morgan for 15.
Spice. Captain Morgan Spice. I ate one bite of donut, and I didn't remember which one was the weed one, so I stopped eating it. I ate the blue one.
That's fine.
Then my tongue blue. Well, I drink a bunch of water, but it did make my tongue blue.
That's cool. I'm trying to make purple. What is with the dumb taste you're making?
You're purple. Huh?
It came out black.
Except you're purple.
I don't know. I feel defeated.
I think you're having psychosis, color psychosis.
Of
You think it's a thing?
I don't like losing.
I'm sure it's a thing.
Especially to.
And after that, you can shit rainbow.
No, my goal is to learn all the names of all the colors. That would be the first thing I do.
That.
It would be the first thing that I do if I worked at a paint store. I would learn all of the fucking color names.
Many color names.
And there are a lot of stupid ones, like really fucking stupid ones.
Yeah. Like you don't have white. White is not a thing.
That's not for you.
I gave you treats. Eat your food. Eat your food. Where's that for?
Hmm?
In the car?
In the driveway. In the driveway where the old one was. So I could see where fucking where the driveway is. But like I didn't want to put anything on the fence. And I didn't want like the stick that's like at the end of the driveway. First of all, it doesn't work. Second of all, it's kind of like I don't want to distract other people. What? It's different.
Well, the thing that distracted was the music. Because fucking Jess Stewart yelling for murder. It's a cool yell though when you do these things.
I never seen that video of him singing.
I don't think they wanted it to be on. I think it just got because it's a
Yeah, and he was on heroin. He was very much on heroin. You could see his like eyes weren't even open though. Like the whole time he was asleep. But wonder if that made him a better musician.
Yes. It made all of them better musicians because don't feel the pain.
Yeah, I remember he cracked a bottle over his head once.
Why did you do that?
Because he thinks that he wants them. They're peanuts. I know what you want, stupid. They're peanuts.
Hey. Hey, you. Hey. Who was that?
Maybe go pee?
Okay.
Something bad. There you go. And you ran downstairs and you ripped your sweater off.
Wow.
And you just laid down on the couch.
Jesus Christ.
I was like, what?
I don't know.
It's like, are you gonna be sick? You're like, no, I'm okay. Like, I don't understand what's the matter with you then. Like, you're like, okay. The good bedroom. Yeah, I know.
You got that.
I was there. I was literally downstairs. Like,
I don't know. It was kind of a trap in a boat, maybe. Kind of dream. Trapped in the bottom of a boat. You know, what do you call that?
oh, yeah.
You know where the rats are and shit?
Yeah.
I think I dreamed that. We had a bunch of rats on me. Somebody died. Yeah. I don't know who, but somebody died. Every time my grandmother dreams of rats, somebody died. I'm dreaming of rats. Yeah, when my grandmother dreams of rats, somebody dies. I was going to panic dreaming of rats. So.
That's kind of fucked up. I've never been able to say that.
Every time she was waking up of a dream, seriously, it happened like 4 times. Every time she was dreaming of rats, and she was like uneasy in the morning. She's like, I had a dream about rats. I'm waiting for a call. And I'm like, what? And then the call comes in, and it was somebody announcing somebody else's deceased. 4 times that happened. She never dreamed of rat like outside of that. Isn't that weird?
That's so fucked up. I've never heard that. That's some crazy shit.
These people do magic with shit. Hey, Giacomo! Hello, Giacomo! What's up, Giacomo? Hey, Giacomo! Wanna go pee? Go pee! Go pee! Go farther, go pee.
Go outside, go pee?
Go pee. Go outside, go pee. Go. Go. You don't want it. My foot hurt. Oh.
Hi.
Oh. Ow.
What are you doing?
Eating the old eggs that are over there, I guess. There's eggs around over there.
What are you doing? What? What?
Why don't you go eat your food? Eat your food up! You're not hungry, Jack. You're doing it. I hope she's got bad poops. It's only when you get so. What? What? Wait.
I also noticed he's super off key or off note when he's on heroin.
Yeah.
Like he's very fucking not kid. Like it doesn't sound anything like the song that he would usually sing. That's fucked up. It's not bad. It's just not as we call it.
Could never tell my mom was on heroin.
What?
Could never tell my mom was on heroin. Running all over the place. Heroin was getting her high.
I didn't know she had heroin.
My mother?
And like thought she
She's
just.
a heroin and crack junkie.
Oh, I thought she was too crack.
No, after that she stopped doing crack and she just continued doing heroin. Because with the HIV, it just kind of kept her alive. Heroin keeps you alive. That's why they seem like they don't age. And then when they stop, BAM! They look like 7 years old, they're 30 something. But they look like they're 18 when they get into their 40s. You're like,
That's true, actually.
look at Keith. He looks like he's going younger in his looks, but he's getting smaller and skinnier. Skinnier as fuck, man. He must have lost like
I said that to him last
30
time.
pounds.
After I saw him, I was like, "You're really thin."
So maybe because you have less sweater.
He took it as a compliment. I'm assuming it's a sad life being Keith. Well, fucking. Okay, it's like middle age. He hangs with people who are our age because he can't have a stable relationship.
Yeah, you hang out with Brad and Pam. They're his age. They're over 40, right?
Yeah, but they're not anything like his.
No, they're not his age. Like a fucking generation older.
And it's also like not really his like kind of scene. Like he's going to a
Oh,
fuck. I'll do it. Give me, I'll do it.
It's just not my fucking pants.
I think it's harder with the 1 feet.
Now that we roll bigger joints, I find it too.
They're so small. Wow.
Read, fuck. No, alright.
Yeah.
Better not just in a heart attack.
Was he vaccinated?
I don't know.
Probably not. Let's go ahead and just get vaccinated.
I don't know.
I don't think we can make things a bit smarter than that. Actually, I don't know why. I've been thinking of an old friend. His name was Andrew. And we were friends for a really long time, but it's really typical that whenever he gets a girlfriend, he kind of like dumps everybody he knows. I'm not sure why I thought I'd be like an exception.
I kind of did that a little bit.
No,
Some
but
girlfriend because my brother, because he was super judgmental, he didn't like my girlfriend. So go fuck yourself.
no, he gets like obsessive, very possessive of his girlfriends. But like he'll literally give them anything they want. Like even if he has to steal it, like his new girlfriend is
So
from
if a
Singapore.
girlfriend wants to get beat up, is he gonna beat up his girlfriend?
Probably yes.
He's got a problem.
Oh, Andrew, he's got many problems. Very much many problems.
That's how you get mind break.
Well, his newest girlfriend is from Singapore or the Philippines or something.
His new girlfriend?
Well, the last.
She updated her.
Well, no, it's been a long time, but it's one of the last things he said to me. It was like.
Is it a relationship like Push-Up Matt was doing with that chick in Japan? You know, he was in a. You wouldn't know who it is when I showed to you in the parking lot in Freetown. Okay. And he had a lady friend. He learned Japanese, man. He was speaking Japanese to her on the phone and all that. And at some point, he was like, "Okay, so I'm gonna come in Japan."
Yeah, he went to see her. He went to like fucking the Philippines to see her.
And then the other girl was like, "Yeah, but we're not boyfriend and
really?
girlfriend. We're just friends."
No, he full on went to see her, and she came to see. I don't know, whatever. I don't really give a shit. But one of the last things he said to me was like right when COVID started happening, I started doing my live streams, and he was like, "You're a radical and you're dangerous, and I think your views are too dangerous for me to associate with."
Oh wow.
I was like, "Yo, are you fucking serious?" Like, I was like, "Andrew, how many times have you been like fucking set in your fucking whatever thing you're doing that I don't approve of, but whether I approve it or like my opinion doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna fucking bail and fucking like just fucking break up with you. Like that's kind of fucking shit." He used to come to my house every morning, wake me up for school at like 5 o'clock in the morning because I couldn't get up for school. And I was like, "Why do I have to go to school and you have to come wake me up every fucking morning when you don't even go to school?" And he was like, "Because one of us has to fucking have a diploma." I was like, "That's, I guess, not a bad point."
That's not a bad excuse.
But he would start at 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, because the person likes you, obviously.
Well, me and his whole family, because all his sisters.
Doesn't mean like love or just like, the person.
That's why I was very surprised when he was just like, "Yeah, so your ideas are too radical and you're dangerous to be around." I was like,
it's like when Louis Philippe, my bully at St. Thomas at school, when I found out that he was an asshole because he was sleeping in his shed because his dad was not letting him in the house. And I found that out once because I followed him.
"Oh, fuck."
And at school, I went to him and I said, "Hey, I'm going to sleep in your shed. I'm not going to tell you about it. That sucks." I understand though. Because look, I'm running away from my foster care. They don't even care. So I'm going to school. I dodge the cops when they see me, you know. Yeah, I was still going to school even when I was fleeing. And usually I was getting caught like that.
Idiot.
Well, I wanted to go to school.
See, like, I want to go to school.
I did. I want to get somewhere.
Well, as it turns out, and now that I'm out of school, I actually want
You know what? I got somewhere in life. I went to school. Fuck you! I got a year of college.
Yeah, I never even went to school, and I for some
People
reason.
think I'm an idiot, but hey, minute, Pepio.
Ditto. No, I was very surprised. Because, like, his mom was the one who got me the job at the smoke shop. She got me a lot of jobs, actually, Carol.
Like that kid is talking, like he's got it on the civic field. He's Salvadorian, but he's born in Montreal. He lives in the civic here. He worked with his dad. And then he said, "Oh, I got an accident and somebody ran like over me. He burned the red light and fucking ran on the side of the car." So it's 2012 Honda was scrapped and he kept the money to buy himself a gift this year, which is Honda 2024. Civic 24. I'm like, okay. And then what do you do? It's like, well, I'm going to school right now. I'm finishing Cégep. He's gonna go to a carpentry class because right now he's at Cégep for not accounting, but administrative stuff for business.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so what's your? He's like, oh, just for now, I'm just gonna think of that. I was like, okay, so you're going to college? Oh, you're what? You're 20 years old. You're going to college, and you're gonna do your carpentry stuff. Yeah, you're gonna have a good salary, and like.
Yeah, but you could have skipped all that.
Years. Yeah, no, but skipping or not, like you're looking forward at your 30s, like you're in your 20s, and you're only looking at your 30s.
Yeah, but you know
That's
what?
sad. You're gonna miss
so
all
funny.
your 20s.
Oh, not only that, you're gonna miss all your 20s. I remember when I fucking after wanting to do bartending, cooking, baking, makeup. Like there was so many classes that I wanted to fucking take after high school. Fucking. You can apply to so many fucking colleges. Even Marianapolis, I could apply to.
That's invention ever. I'm so glad you bought this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's stupid.
It is stupid, but look, it's a light in a fucking rock.
Yeah.
Don't need batteries for it either.
But after all of that, I wanted to do a grooming course. So I was asking people that I know who were groomers. I was just like, what course did you take? And they all laughed at me. Every single one. They're like, course? Like, I didn't take a course. Like, nobody I know who's a groomer took a course. I was like, okay, so how do you become a dog groomer? And like, you apply for it. Like, you just get a buzzer and you start cutting dogs.
You know, you can become a pastor.
Right? Mm-hmm.
You apply for it. It costs $40.
Yeah.
You don't.
You can marry
ask
people.
You any question.
Yeah.
They just send you like Neil did
it's
it.
the honor system.
Yeah.
That's like some jobs still have that. When you get benefits.
Yeah.
Like and same with service dogs. Service dogs are in no way certified. It's all on the honor system, and that. Okay, Bola.
Your name is Caesar.
Whoa, Jack. What the hell? No, come on, eat it.
You're not hungry?
Here, eat. You're supposed to eat it, and you distracted with peanut. Eat it.
No, listen.
Go drink some water. Eat.
Yeah, throw it at him. He's like, ugh. Yeah, 42 pieces.
You go drink your water.
When you do that, it means you don't give a fuck. It means that they're here to you cheat. It's not my thing. Baby, why are you taking everything seriously? Huh?
Mm-hmm. Outside or? Nice.
Jack. Jack. There you.
I heard the.
He expected it stuck on his head though. I just thought it was gonna bounce.
Okay.
Like, you're sitting on my girlfriend, bitch. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh,
Pete.
I have to put some fucking cookies on that toast. Okay. Boy. Okay.
Go. Pete.
Okay.
Go, Pete, mister. Go. Oh, Jack, if I could kick you in the face, is there any alcohol in there?
No.
Oh. Is he eating now?
Bring water. Good boy.
I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to take you down. All this will be done by a beating. What are you, a whiskey junkie now?
A little bit.
I remember ding dong dang. That's money for milk, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put the plate in the fridge. Right? No? Open the thing. Oh yeah, it's true, yogurt.
Don't step in the water.
Oh, I don't care.
You will when your foot's wet.
Love you, baby.
I love you.
You're cool. You should have been the weird one, though. The green one? Right?
Well, because I want to do some colored ones.
Ugh.
I have to make some icing.
Ice, baby. Ice, baby. What? What?
What?
What is wrong?
Oh, sorry, Doc. Tastes bad.
Really? Probably does. Not for you. Eat your food. Oh, we're giving the cheese that's on the plate.
We got a bite.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And bite.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like the thing was right with it.
Could be ant bite. Did something fall in the lamp over there?
Ah, fuck.
There's the mirror. Oof. Jesus.
I think I cooked it.
Huh?
I think I fucking cooked it.
Yeah? Fuck. Oops. Cook the bird. It's no yolk, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
See what you made her do, Jack? You kind of weirdly got confused there.
Hmm?
The dog was in the game where the ball went. It went on the left, and you're looking like at the end. Hey, baby. I love you. Sorry I scared you. I was pacing out here, and I just heard a weird fucking noise. I ran out.
What are you doing?
Making sure it's sure it was not touching, because it's smoking. It's, did I see smoke from over there? It was probably my smoke in front of the light. Wait. I would have smoked it up.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe I'd rather take my chance in a crashing plane than in a sinking boat. drink for parachutes. But in a sinking boat, everybody's on the Titanic. Okay, I'm gonna jump in the water. Pow! And gets on the fucking thing there, and the body flips. Remember that part? Really?
Yeah, we literally watched the second part and then watched up to that part. So the guy fucking hits his like balls right in the propeller.
Yeah.
And he does the somersault all the way rest of the way down. It's like, and we just like fucking die laughing. We were like, oh, okay, then we turn.
Crazy effects though, eh?
Very good.
How many times did they throw that thing so it does the actual?
Oh, I think it's all CG.
No, not at that time.
No?
No. They had to throw a dummy, and they had to make that flip on a green screen. But I mean, because when you go to, okay, I didn't go to Universal Studio, but we went to MGM Studio at Disney, and they show you a few parts where they make the movie Volcano and the movie what is it? Anyway, everything looks so fucking real. Like the decor is actually on fire, and then there's like you don't see lava coming, but like you see it's coming, and like everything seems so fucking real. And it's just the decor. That's crazy.
No. It's way too hard. Yeah. With that little piece.
No, I know some of them I can't even break.
It's like sharp as fuck.
Yeah, I'll give them that. I need them on the counter. Like imagine if it's hard for my finger to break my first portable now. Okay.
Will you cook your beef?
It's just big like a pig.
You don't get everything you want all the time.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
I don't hear that.
That means eat your face. Huh? It's supposed to be nice until
I just stepped on it.
nice, babe.
Got my fucking. I've been on my foot all day. Wow.
That's not working.
Well, enough, you fella. Broke it off. Surprised the whole thing works, even though it's broken.
Yeah, me too.
That is usually once one breaks.
Oh, one's dying.
What?
Oh, she just died. Oh, no. Oh, oh. King's stuck on his tail. Jack. 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 Jack, come. Come on. Up, go. Go, Jack, come out. Go, go, go. Go. Let's go. Hey, mister. Thank you.
Okay. No?
Start calling you Jim Richard. Jim Richard. Jim Richard. Okay, that's you. For me. Supposed to rain Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, Jack, please.
Because it's upside down. Told you it was smoking. Like crazy, eh? Here's something that's going on. Go pee? Ah. Thank you. See? Oh, shut up, Ned. You don't have all the cloud.
Seems actually very cool. Seems actually very cool.
Like, put it all you want.
I'm untangled it. Yeah, it's best 6%. Yeah, it's best 6% of my husband.
Thank you, Jack.
Good boy, mister.
Appreciate your efforts.
Good boy, Devil.
Sometimes we just have to push him a little bit. What happened to their logo? It changed?
Yeah, I did. I said the same thing. I was all confused.
No, you think it's a different fucking rum at this
Well,
point?
I was like, wait, don't have Captain Morgan? I was like, oh, there is Captain Morgan. Bro, the cast was so bitchy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but like, I guess if I were to think you, I'd be pretty bitchy too. Like Friday night, I'm sure she wants to be like out with like her friends. I was just like, you look like you really don't want to be here. She's like, it's been a long day. Like, well, your day's almost over, so.
Maybe not. Maybe she's doing a double.
That's cute.
Huh?
That's cute.
No, but when I mean a double, is like she's covering for someone else.
Oh, maybe.
So it's been a long day.
Well, I think it's like the girls that work there are really annoying and French. She seems very English. First thing she did, she was like, eat the rich. My boyfriend said it looks like something else. So
What did I say it looks like?
It looks like a bee.
Eat the bitch?
Yeah.
Is that what I said? Beat the bitch. Maybe that's what I thought it was. But I'm French, right?
Yeah, well.
So as all there.
Really, you're not the only one who has a hard time reading it, so I fixed it. But I was like, yeah, but I found out that there's a band now called Eat the Rich, so I kind of look very original.
Well, they're the one that copied you.
Yeah, but no one knows that.
I don't.
And then I absolutely copied another girl, Sarah, from the previous story, but she had a jacket, and that's the only patch she had on her jacket. I'll take the time for this. Like, Sarah, if you ever don't want your jacket. Like,
That's the last of the coffee, right?
Yeah.
Right? Jump your little ears. Right, left, right, left. Why was I gonna put the sugar in the fridge? See, where was I gonna put the milk? But I didn't use the milk. So I moved the thing out of my way. Right here. Milk goes right there. Milk. Milk or MILF? Milk. There's no such a thing as a MILF. What? There is no mother I would like for. There's another mother. What? Which God? Because I asked the parking God the other day. I said, parking God, please make sure there's a spot in front of where we go. And then there was a spot in front of where we go. I'm like, thank you, parking God. Where were we going? When I went to work. It's fucking in DG.
I get it. It's so funny. Like, every fucking day, I keep hearing that there is like a unknown cause of traffic jam, like on St. Mary and Sherbrooke.
Okay. And what's the...
Keith.
It's Keith that causes traffic?
Well, no, it's the St. Louis.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, yeah, no. Fucking... Just because he's like older and has like, I guess, been around Montreal more. Like, fucking, I don't know, fucking where traffic is, like.
What? Wait. Go. The only thing I have to do is press the button. Huh? Why?
But Dom says he wants me to take the test on the Keurig.
Okay. Why? He only drinks instant now?
Yep.
You're becoming lazier and lazier, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Huh? He's what?
He's always been lazy.
Oh, okay. Donuts for donuts, peanuts. My dog is blue. Look. The green one has no weed?
Yeah.
Cool. Ow. They are purple. No, they're purple. Yeah. There's no mistake. I'm just putting myself in that guy's shoes when he went to the store trying to tell you, you know that purple is... I know. I know.
Well.
You already ate all the other donut? Oh my god. I thought I had a piece left. I just shoved it all into my mouth. Haha, that's what she said. Whoa. I stepped in water. Fuck.
I not care at the moment. Wait, Stephanie, if you want.
I think you have to be right most of the time.
Because everybody keeps wet socks.
Yeah.
Especially people who've been homeless.
Yeah, every time you ask a homeless person, do you need anything? Yeah, you have socks. Every time. I was one of those people.
Socks, smooch.
No, I didn't smoke cigarettes when I was homeless.
Oh, really? Why?
I only started smoking when my mother died. I was smoking before. What? That's why it makes it even more stupid to smoke. Because I wasn't smoking before.
My mother put for 8 years. And my grandma got lung cancer, so I smoking. Yeah, but no, they're out there every fucking half an hour. No. Instead, assholes like me go down to the water and we pick up your trash. And then there ends up being more trash the next day.
I can't fucking remember the dream I had.
Because they clear something up and their accident happens. Fuck does that mean? What?
Yeah, it's really bad for traffic.
Who is it? Why does it sound like in the closet? Okay.
They opened the news.
Very curious to know what they're doing. A police operation. Let's just say a police operation. Like, what does that mean? What does that have to do with traffic? Why do you know something that we don't when your job is traffic?
Could you see it on the camera?
Yeah, but he obviously knows that what's going on. Let's just say a police operation. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what are you doing for an operation?
And why do you know about it and you're making puns about it? Come back.
Are you?
Well, yeah, my favorite.
No. Okay. Well, your better grander's here, baby. When did you use this one? But baby. But baby. Feeling energized and positive again. Like, it's ginseng. It doesn't have to be vegan. Like, it's just ginseng. Like, it's a fucking root. Like, you don't have to call all the roots ginseng. I mean, all the roots vegan. Well, we know by default that they don't contain any meat. Like, come on. Anyway, who shits? Huh? So plants can grow? Fucking animals. So, fuck it. 130, 230, 330. Okay. But I guess that's what you want to hear when you call for going somewhere, right?
Not only that, I'm pretty sure they play these commercials right before they start the segment. And so they just turn it off.
Yeah. I guess you're the only one that turns it off.
Yeah.
Because people don't. One little grinder. Well, the bottom of the bag is not the same as the buds. Yeah, it's really weird. Trying to see? Oh, I'm just getting an eye around. You're going to find like a few. Huh? We have seeds everywhere. We have our own seeds, baby. This is very exciting. I see a bunch of houses with like tinfoil on their one of their window, and there's like humidity on their window, and I'm like, oh, I know what you guys doing.
Cooking?
Growing weed without having any air going out, so it makes humidity in your inside window. It's tropical. Right there.
Can help prevent heart disease. A 69-year-old guy in Australia broke a rope. Can I say one more thing? Sure, you can. The amount of plaque that I get off of my tongue with a tongue scraper, I know a lot of people don't do the tongue scraping, but do the tongue scraping as well. You're welcome. A 69-year-old guy in Australia broke a world record by hitting 120 bars in 24 hours. He had to order a drink at each one of those bars and consume at least 4 ounces. Here are David Clarkson and his buddy talking about the record-breaking attempt. I'm normally very unassuming, but I'm probably leading the world marathon. When you're a little bit older, you'll stop sleeping in the park, and you will go to the spreadsheet and the pivot table and move through class for a guy who's twice my age. So are these things open 24 hours? Like, how do you do that? Within 24 hours. I'm guessing he might have to do it in less time than 24 hours, or tried the evening, got some sleep, and went, I don't know, does it say that it has to be an alcoholic drink? Well, that's the other thing. To be noted that literally, to actually break the record, all the drinks did not have to be alcoholic. Well, that's garbage then. Like, nobody cares. I don't know how that is.
God, you're such a dick.
Wow. Like, when did you want this guy to die from?
Alcohol poisoning?
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Like, fuck you.
That's a walking thing, not a drinking or a bar thing, as far as I'm concerned. Sure. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, I can have a drink of water and it's like drink. Exactly.
Exactly.
A couple of fishing buddies posted.
Even that, 125 fucking glass of water. You don't think that's a lot of fucking water? I think that 125 glass of water is a lot of water.
But you don't know. Is that Ben Affleck's Batman? Is that what that was? It sounded like it. Anyway, we should have led with that. That was the most important thing. More important than some of the other topics that we've, I don't know if it's news, but it was very interesting. I found travel and unravel. Now you know. Absolutely, and we actually looked it up on Merriam-Webster dictionary. It's true. The Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are getting a new reality series on Netflix. It'll be called America's Sweethearts, Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders. The show will focus on the personal stories behind the uniform. Here are a couple of clips from their last shows, Making the Team, when the girls were trying to make the squad, and the cheerleaders were not too kind when commenting on the body of the tryouts.
And on the last 6 kicks, I was like, I can make it. Oh my gosh, I'm going to throw up. It almost becomes comical because there were some that it just happened. Look at their uniform closely or look how to the mirror closely. And that's how it's affected.
I don't know. I just found it something.
That's something I'm not going to watch.
Like that sort of show had gone the way of the Bilderberg, but I don't know. Or somebody's vote, I guess. Yeah, it was a network show from time to time. It did like 10 seasons, 15 seasons, something like that, and now it's
What's the name of the
Cowboy Cheerleaders.
Huh?
Huge deal, and Netflix, I guess, is still pushing it is for somebody. You know, the amount of money that they pay each person, but I guess it looks great on the resume. And some of the stories that have come out recently, the ways cheerleaders have been treated, the Washington Redskins cheerleaders, where they had to like hang out and schmooze with some of the big donors, and they took their passports away when they went to this like Caribbean island, and they couldn't get off the place, and so I don't know, it's just really, really creepy stuff. So I'll be watching. No, I won't. We spent a lot of time during the show talking about one pop star. So let's move over to country. Jelly Roll teased a brand new fiery song at the Grand Ole Opry. Here's a little taste for it. Good for him. I like that dude's story a lot. He has to overcome a whole bunch.
That was a good song, but live, it's not the best, I guess. Right? I mean, the covers are better. What?
He's done.
He's done?
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any David Cooper.
Bizarre night in and around the Cary interchange on both sides.
Bizarre.
4 of the 5 exits in that sector on the eastbound side, the latest of which only on like one lane to trickle through there, and that is why it is a slow.
One lane to trickle to there.
I heard a great word today.
What was it?
Oh, fuck. Niggling? Oh, fuck, what was it? So, sounded like something not good.
Nickelodeon?
No.
That's what does Spawn and the Ninja Turtles. Nickelodeon.
Oh, that's true.
Adele song in my head.
Fucking hate Adele. But that Safari, you have to play the Safari playlists that they have.
And they have Adele.
No. That's how you knew Sheena, my boss, had a fight with her boyfriend. Because the whole fucking day, and if you worked a 10-hour shift, it was a long, long shift. It was just Adele for an entire fucking day.
Just Adele.
That's it.
Oh, wow.
All day.
Oh, wow.
All day.
Oh, wow.
So 10 hours of Adele.
She got better at
long.
singing when she got fat. Because she had more of a baritone voice.
I love that they're.
So Israel strike back Iran, and Canada's like
somehow involved, which is just all around not good.
Oh, sure.
Good evening. We begin with breaking news from Newfoundland.
Right? Evan Bucks.
As an uncontrolled fire spreads.
No. I'm about to go sleep there.
The Mounties are warning of possible explosion.
I guess this is the radio.
Well, no, it's just you can go there. Just give me a second.
No, it's fine. I thought it was a screen to watch. So this is the radio.
End of the airport to the dock. Efforts are underway to contain the fire. A man who didn't want his young child to get vaccinated for COVID-19 has been found guilty of abduction. The Saskatchewan father didn't return his 7-year-old daughter to the care of her mother, who had primary custody. The ordeal lasted months during the height of the pandemic. The 2-week trial ended quickly today. CTV's Allison Danford.
That's awful. That's so not fair.
A quick decision. Within 2.5 hours, the jury unanimously found Michael Jackson guilty of abducting
his own child.
Of a custody order.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The mother and child affected by this have some sense of closure in terms of what's happening.
The case dates back to the pandemic when Jackson failed to return his then 7-year-old daughter to her mother.
Even though with everything that we know, like at this point about the vaccine and how it is potentially causing like so many people to have heart attacks and drop dead, and there's no reason.
Oh, I don't care. I just want to hear the thing about Iran.
To present his own evidence. In his closing arguments, Jackson doubled down.
That's why, because he represented himself.
The reason for taking her was to be her father, he said.
Yeah.
And to protect
You need to get a lawyer, man.
You know what? He thought that they were gonna have a clarity moment, like a moment of.
Clear, but the judge warned the 12-person jury to pay close attention to the facts. What matters is what they did, not the reasons for why they did it, she said.
You can't have the motive to do A without the intent to do B.
If the roles were reversed, this would not be the same outcome. If it was the mother that took the child, that would not be abduction.
Time to speak with media.
What?
Hearings are on bail for now, but will be back in front of a judge for sentencing at a later date. With a wide range of potential outcomes, anywhere from a condition of discharge to several years in custody. Heather?
And we'll watch for that sentencing. Allison
4 to 8
The jury
years.
is still deciding the fate of a man on trial for the 2021 murder of a Toronto police officer. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty of running over Jeffrey Northrup in a parking garage. The defense argues
fuck you doing in the way then?
Northrup, who was in plain clothes, was an officer. So when the constable approached his car, he was scared. He was being robbed and hit the gas. A disturbing scene outside of Manhattan courthouse where jury selection was underway for Donald Trump's criminal trial. A man from Florida set himself on fire in a nearby park. And we need to warn you, the story is graphic.
What are you trying to prove? What is the point?
Walked into the park in full view of cameras and threw some pamphlets into the air. Police say the papers contain conspiracy theories.
Then he got
Full on nerdy breaking.
himself in something flammable. Before anyone could stop him, he lit himself on fire.
Everyone was screaming. There were some frantic moments as police looked for a fire extinguisher.
Police managed to extinguish.
Police already there?
The man to a
Oh, it was
in
cookies.
critical condition. Police say they see no connection between the trial and what unfolded outside.
We do not believe this was targeting any person or any particular group.
Yes and no. I think there's a connection in total, in general.
You gave pamphlets, so
He gave out pamphlets, though.
So opening statements can start Monday.
Go read pamphlets, you'll understand.
Falsifying financial records, covering up a payment for porn star to hide their affair.
Yeah, it's called an NDA. And a lot of people sign them.
Right.
The latest exchange between the two bitter enemies. While experts say it's meant to send a message to Tehran, both sides appear to be downplaying the incident. CTV's Adrian Goldbrill reports.
Flash high in the sky as Iran is put on notice. That is that we have a message to the Iranian regime that Israel can operate anywhere, anytime. The entire region has been traversing a tightrope following Saturday's first ever direct attack by Iran inside Israel. U.S. officials reporting that last night Israel carried out an airstrike deep inside the Islamic Republic. This video posted online shows Iran's air defense system in action. Iranian officials claiming to have intercepted 3 drones.
Israel had to respond in some way, and their war cabinet was clear on this.
3.
The attack focused on the central Iranian city of Isfahan, home to a large air base as well as part of Iran's nuclear program.
Everything needs to be done to prevent further escalation in the region.
Attending the G7 meeting in Italy, Secretary of State Antony Blinken confirmed the U.S. did not take part in the reported airstrikes inside Iran.
Yeah, but you kind of did.
Of course, making sure that Israel can effectively defend itself, but also
Yeah, exactly. You guys gave them the weapons to do it.
Conflict. Israel has yet to comment on the reported military operation, and Iran has not identified the source of the strike. Some analysts believe we may actually be witnessing the end of the recent direct exchanges between the two historic enemies.
What we're seeing here, hopefully, is the reestablishment of the status quo, antebellum, if you will, the status quo before all of this activity started, and that we can return to the shadow war that Israel and Iran have been conducting for decades, while pledging to support Israel.
Are you on shrooms? Like, are you delusional?
Don't say that. Like, go back to the shadow war. So you want to go back to the Cold War?
I said this yesterday. Where at any point do you see de-escalation? This seems like escalation. Total, like,
A procession made its way to Jacob Flickinger's hometown of St. George, Quebec. The father, a military veteran, was
Say Socks the boss. Oh wow. Like over there, they don't know what a black person is because there's no black people. So when you see a black person, like, what happened to this?
okay, well, everyone who worked on the team with him are like, he's the only one who's white that's on that team, and there's like a bunch of people who are like, he was an amazing human being. Like,
although we didn't have a firearm at the time of the arrest, my understanding is a firearm that was seized, and also a knife was recovered by police officers.
RCMP responded to a report of a dangerous man on foot with a firearm in the Bible Hill area. 20 minutes into a search, the suspect was found and taken into custody. 22 people were killed in the mass shooting back in 2020.
It's gonna be nice soon.
Ottawa for being unprepared to deal with high-risk detainees.
You're gonna get arrested by
Made
Eclipse.
their way to this country. Canada's Border Service Agency
Because he's fooling around with Jay and it's gang music all the time. You know what? That's so stupid. You play gang music when you walk around. What do you think its message is giving people away? You're in gangs.
but he's not. He's too fucking out there. Like, he'd be such a liability.
Human rights groups say the foreign nationals should not be in prison with criminals, even if they've been convicted. If they were a citizen,
they won't then have to serve another sentence or be detained again. And so, I think we have to ask, what is it about non-citizens that justifies this different treatment?
High-risk individuals are currently held in provincial jails, but those contracts end in June. The CDSA says renovations to improve security at its centers won't be done in time.
Really at a time.
The union says staff may have to release some detainees.
But even people who do the arrests and execute warrants and such, will they still be doing that as they were doing it before if you have nowhere to put someone who being detained?
Currently, there are about 47 high-risk individuals in provincial jails, 195 in CDSA centers. Nearly 13,000 others are in the community and monitored through devices like GPS ankle bracelets.
Assaulting a police officer, unlawful confinement.
Manslaughter. CTV News showed an immigration lawyer profiles of some high-risk detainees. The federal government has known for years provincial contracts were ending. Warren Creek says they should have been better prepared.
So what we want to see is government should have done things according to the rule of law that are reasonable.
That's cute. Oh, sweetheart. Like, bless your heart.
They can't be deported to war zones, and they can't be deported to countries where they
And I said to today, like, if you work on the weekends, like, I don't mind working on Saturday when I work 4 during the week, but I don't work on Sunday. And he's like, why? Because it's the Lord's Day.
Yes.
It's like, you're a believer? I'm like, no, how can I put this? I'm like, I don't believe in a man in the sky telling us what to do, but I am raised Christian, so nobody worked on Sunday. So that's it. That's more my culture. And like the guy was saying on the video, right?
No, I don't do slave labor.
Yeah.
Like,
Police near Toronto have shared dramatic new video of a violent carjacking attempt.
15-year-olds.
To take an SUV from a couple in a parking lot earlier this month. After a struggle, they give up and flee in a getaway car, also believed to be stolen. A week later, police tracked down that white Acura and the suspect.
you're still driving around?
Using flashbangs, officers walked in the vehicle. The chase followed, and 3 teenagers were taken into custody.
Flashbangs for teenagers stealing a car. What the fuck? Do you think we're in a fucking warfare here or something?
Afterwards, we're told they had won a boat worth nearly $60,000, except they hadn't. The coffee giant blamed it on a technical error, but it's getting roasted by unhappy customers. You could hear very
We would have both of them rolled up their rims.
Yeah, but they actually didn't.
Inboxes across the country filled up email recaps of what his customers had won during the roll-up during promotion. But many were surprised when the email congratulated them for having won a $60,000 vote.
Oh, my mom, I called my husband, my kids, and grandson, so I want to vote.
How much junk mail do you get saying that your package, your credit card has been approved or heightened or raised? Like,
Not recap emails. Not clear how many people are affected, but many are still frustrated. Almost 2,000.
Yeah, but you're so gullible. That's all your fault.
Complaining about their treatment and looking for recourse. Some say that.
Oh, I didn't win a vote. Oh,
you sent me an email. Like, yeah, that's not really how contests are won. We don't verify contests by email.
What is it in? Person was sending money to the prince.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Apparently, a bunch of men, like Guatemalan men or something, are getting scammed by women, like middle-aged women, that are like, oh, like I'm a sad, lonely old lady who just wants a young hot piece of ass, and they scam them. And they're like, nobody cares about a black dude who gets like scammed in like a catfishing scam. Like, no one gives a fuck. They care if it's a woman who like has that happen to them, like an old lady who gets all her money taken from her like husband's pension. Big deal. But a fucking black man gets scammed by a fucking old lady. No one gives a shit.
Well, he's being gross.
What?
He's just being gross.
And that's your thing. That's your thing.
Why are you on a site trying to hook up with old lady?
Honestly, go for it. But that's your thing. I don't give a shit. Like, not my business. Everyone has their own thing. If that's what you need to get you through your day without fucking going around raping and murdering people, like, then go for it. Do you? Because if it were the other way around, yeah, like, it's very, very true.
Really? We do not want that. Alexa built-in didn't want that.
Already, I don't understand why anyone would get a Tesla or like an electric car, but I don't make car to shut off remotely.
Whoa. Right? Because they'll do a payment?
Yeah, and then I'm on the highway and they just stop my car.
No, it's when you stop.
What? I'm just putting stuff in.
It makes a difference for a business like Literacy's dispensing opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Literacy's apart. They are, after all, a family.
Literacy's apart.
Places a wide variety of trades from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim Bevel, and more. Literacy's dispensing opticians taking care of your family's vision like their own. After carrying Isabella for over 50 years, at Literacy's you'll see
innovation, performance, craft, principles behind the making of every Lexus only fully understood through experience. Capture this feeling with recent finance rates as low as 0.9%, up to 2% off recent finance rates for 2024 Lexus RX and RXH, and 1% off other select in-stock models. Join us at the Lexus 5-day event from April 16th to 20th and make the experience your own. Reach out to your Lexus dealer now.
Israel strikes back at Iran. This was Heather Butt tonight on TV National News why the tit-for-tat battle is stoking worries of a potentially dangerous escalation. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca.
This is CTV News on CJAD 800.
Big fire.
What?
Guy that sets himself on fire?
Oh, yeah? Holy fuck!
Stella was thrown into a custody battle after a couple.
This is the saddest story ever.
What?
It's the dog, because, like,
It's the first such decision after a BC law recognized pets as family members and not.
her husband died.
A dramatic turn.
And she's like, honestly, it was like our child. Why did you have to sit in the pile of dirt? The sisters want it.
You stick stuff originally down on.
It's an incredible sight.
Oh, it was this girl's husband who died, and his sisters wanted the dog, and they took the dog because it wasn't in his will. And she's like, yeah, but I've had that dog since it was a puppy, like, and I raised it since it was a puppy for the past like 3 years. I've had that dog, and now it's like the only part I have left of my husband, and it's just like, why would his sisters want it, like? And she's like, I need to have the dog with me. Like, it's the only piece I have left of my husband. And they won. The sisters won. They got the dog in the court case.
Reunite her with her family was set to go ahead today. Now,
So funny.
he called on.
Yeah.
The whale is eating. There is less.
Really happy video captured BC orca calf eating first meal in 27 days.
And they're talking on the radio right now.
To move the animal within the lagoon, possibly out of the lagoon. The saga that began when the young orca's mother died nearby has now stretched close to a month. The Hatteras Nation has launched a GoFundMe to help cover the costs involved. Today,
Oh, fuck me. Like,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
is heartbreaking, and we're all worried. Where does all of this leave next steps? Well, some of the people who were going to be involved in the rescue today have been sent home.
It's a killer whale.
Nobody cares.
Right? Like, it's a fucking killer whale. When it's going to become an adult, you go play with it, it's going to eat you.
Good point. Okay.
Gonna swim around for 8.
Get quite surprised. The much anticipated album is out as super fans decode what.
I love you, baby. Okay. I'm an orca. I eat. I'm happy. Yay.
Like, just throw it back in the ocean.
What do you mean? No, it's what?
Orca?
Yeah. No, his mother died.
Yeah, just throw it back in the ocean. Just find a family.
Oh, because they caught him and he's.
Yeah.
And
And like there was a
that's why he wasn't eating, not because his mother died, because he's in fucking captivity.
yeah, and his herd apparently was coming by, and they were gonna try to reunite him with his herd. And I don't know how, because I don't care.
I don't know how that goes, because I don't care.
I don't care about the fucking whales. Like, my mom sent me something about that once, where it was like, save the sharks. I was just kind of like,
Oh no, but wait,
honestly gives a fuck.
wait. That was a big thing though, because in Toronto, what's going on was we had an epidemic of shark fins. People were selling shark fins.
Yes, I did hear about that.
And then they were coming in
Even the skin,
illegally.
shark skin.
But you know what they do? No, just the fins. You know what they do to a shark? They caught him, they cut the fins, they put him back in the water. It's super fucking cruel and inhumane. And then they just, like, they die off. They
Obviously.
Like, might as well just fish it and fucking take all the meat out of it.
Yeah,
no,
like,
because
put
the
it
fin
out
is
of
a
its
delicatesse.
misery. Don't just
It's on the same level as the eating turtle soup. So people were eating that, and it was super illegal. And then, they had to do a crackdown on all of the restaurants in Chinatown in Toronto, and they arrested so many people for contraband of shark fin. So yeah, okay, save the shark fin by doing that. Like, stop those people from doing this. But not sending them away, those people save the fucking sharks.
Video collection kicked off today as
Oh.
India votes to choose its next government. Almost 1 billion people, that's roughly 25 times the population of Canada, are eligible to vote. This is the first of 7 phases in a massive logistical exercise. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and
Because it's a Republic Democratic of
I was gonna
India.
say, but they're really fucking corrupt.
Since 1947, when the Nazis, the Third Reich, came in and beat the English, and then they got rid of the king, which was Emperor of India back in that time. So we were, like, as English people, we were the bad guys in India.
Well, once again,
So you know who they
I want
have?
to say that. Oh, they didn't even say it because they were like, "Oh, that it doesn't mean that tensions will ease with Canada." I'm like, "Wait, what was that?" And then they cut her off. I was like, "Oh, you mean that thing where he went to India and his plane got grounded, and then he accused something about the Indian government killing a politician?" So yeah, to kind of like take the heat off of him for having drugs on his plane. Oh my god, I don't want to hear about Taylor Swift anymore.
we're starting the playoff.
What? Oh, the baseball.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I thought hockey would have went this school.
Yeah, except in 2021.
Hey, I saw the curling arena in DG.
Yeah?
Like, fuck, there's so many of these.
Yeah, apparently.
Have you ever heard someone say, hey, let's go play curling?
Or, hey, I have to go to my curling game.
Well, my brother said that once.
What?
We're in BC, in Oliver, and then you got the curling thing over there, and then you got Steve. That answered my brother very well when my brother said, hey, we should organize and all go play curling. We looked at him and like, yeah, sure, cool. And after that, we should all fuck each other in the butt in that bush.
Okay.
I started laughing. I was like, yeah. That's equivalent of his curling game.
Yeah, but apparently he might be down for that, so.
Huh?
Apparently your brother might be down for that, so.
Oh, he's hiding it well now. He's married. I think it's all a superior complex.
Oh, really?
Because he dated Rosa, which is Peruvian, and then she didn't have her
green card.
It's all about the green card thing, you know. You're helping someone to get a citizenship over here, and you're a better person. That's all that is. It's so narcissistic.
No, but you're not. You're not a better person. You're fucking all of us over by bringing these people in and making this okay. It's not okay. Like, because they take away our benefits. My welfare then goes to a foreigner who, like, yeah, I'm really sad about your situation, like, in your homeland, whatever, but, like, shit's not as great as you think it is here, so how about fucking act locally? Think globally, act locally.
It's the eve of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Hockey's biggest prize is once again up for grabs. 4 of the 7 Canadian teams will be in action, including the Toronto Maple Leafs versus the.
It's the start of the playoff.
Classic match.
We have hockey in the summer now?
Heartbreak for the nation, but as CTV's Mike Walker explained, this year they're hoping to rewrite.
I think it's like, hey, they're having a crisis. Nobody noticed. Let's just start all over, and then it's starting now.
Boston's going to underestimate Toronto, and I think Toronto's got a team built for the playoffs.
Don't
I think our
care.
team is a lot stronger, a lot grittier, and I think we have a good chance.
You guys all suck.
So the guy was watching something about sport. I'm like, oh, you're watching hockey? And he's like, no, I watch football.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what kind of football? Canadian football or American football?
American.
It's like American football. And he's like, I'm like, I used to watch it a bit because the Patriot back then. He's like, oh, Tom Brady, eh? And I'm like,
Tom Brady.
I'm like, oh, okay, so what's up with you? He's like, oh, I'm watching Blue Bonnets because, you know, when Tom Brady was playing with Blue Bonnets, super good. I'm like, oh.
Well, that's all they've been talking about on the radio is the Blue Bonnet.
Oh, Tom Brady.
Because they want to make the Carlos a new city in.
Was that Tom Brady the best fucking football player of all time?
He's still a football player.
No, but he's the best football player of all time?
He's apparently still a football player, though.
Well, yeah, but, I mean...
Which is ridiculous. He's
like
my dad's age.
He's like the Maurice Jean of football?
He's like my dad's age. There's no way that man is playing football.
Well, why not? That made concussion, doesn't know he's that age. That's a funny one.
No, they want to make the fucking building or that piece of land. We've been talking about it all fucking day. The something dome. Oh, I don't know if you heard me go like, woo! Yeah! Because there was an old man who called in, and he literally finally, first person to say it, be like, oh, well, we could have had all of this if they didn't fuck up the expo.
You know that they still make shirts and hats every year of the expo?
Yeah.
And we don't even have the teams since.
If you go to the Hockey Hall of Fame, it's all UP and Expo stuff.
Well, that's because you just have to where UP comes from. That's why. You mean the baseball? Instead of hockey all the time.
Yeah, it's all baseball stuff. In the Bell Center?
Oh, but that's not the Hockey Hall of Fame.
No, the one in the Bell Center. It's like this little corner that they
the
have.
Hockey Hall of Fame is in Toronto. And then there's only one hockey rooms. And then it's the Canadian Montreal. You got all the old players thing, tag, and equipment. Ken Dryden's equipment. Okay. Old ass fucking goalie when they didn't have a mask then.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The first one that had a mask was Jacques Plante. When he received the fucking puck in the face. Like, okay.
Oh, no, I did the same thing. They put in cages on our fucking helmets. I was like, that's stupid. Why do you just fucking wrap us all in bubble wrap? Like, why don't we just make it so it's like where fucking if you touch another person in the sport, that you get kicked out of the game. And then I heard a girl break her fucking nose with the bat. The ball went right in her face. Like, she fucking hit it. It went off the bat into her face.
Well, when you're under 18 years old and you play hockey, you're obligated to have a cage helmet.
Oh, we were not obligated. They were like, we put them on the ones that are available for like the players who don't have a helmet, but it's not mandatory. After hearing that all the way from fucking left field or right field, and like she just like standing over the plate and like blood is like leaking through her fucking hands, I was like, oh my god! I was like, okay, I'll wear the fucking mask. I'll wear the fucking face guard. Fuck that. That was fucking terrible. I felt so bad for that chick. Oh, that chick.
No, but
she's a hooker.
No, but that chick.
She's a hooker.
Yeah, but she's not just a hooker.
And she won't say how they're related.
We're live, so I'm not gonna talk about it. No, I'm not gonna talk about it. It's fine. It's not unimportant. Charlie stories.
Oh.
You know?
Unknown, so she's not ratting them out. She's a hooker.
That happened on the same street, also in Lower MBG. In this case,
actually,